The Nationals win a series in Chicago and finish the long run 9-8, beating the White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings, their second straight extra innings win. Jose Tena with a pinch hit solo shot.
3-1 on the way. Swing a high drive, deep right field for Tena. Hill going back to the track, and there it goes. It's a pinch hit home run for Jose Tena, and the Nationals with a 2-0 lead here in the 10th.
The call of the fan, Nats at the Mets Tuesday. Raptors and Rockets won at home, and the Spurs and Celtics on the road in the NBA playoffs. Stanley Cup playoffs, the Avalanche sweep the Kings. Sabres and Ducks lead 3-1. The Lightning even their series with the Canadiens. Monty Coleman, the ferocious linebacker who won 3 Super Bowls with Washington and later coached Arkansas Pine Bluff to a conference championship, has died at the age of 68. No cause of death was disclosed. Coleman played all 16 seasons with Washington and is in the Ring of Honor. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerb on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
What up, Finlay? How you doing, brother?
Oh, man. We are hanging in, man. Obviously, a lot going on in the world. The Commanders wrap up the 2026 NFL Draft. 6 draft picks. All sorts of different players, different things. I think I've got an early leader for somebody that fans are going to be screaming his name in training camp. When you come to Washington and you got a funny nickname, fans love you.
Fat Man.
Fat Man. Now, did you get to talk to him this weekend? I know you were doing a lot of work.
Nah, I didn't have a chance to talk to him this weekend. Can't wait to see him because as I keep telling you, my daughter was at the and she
was he at IMG with
her?
Okay.
Yeah. I kept saying his name last week because I was
I didn't put it together from Thursday night. Yeah,
so it was him, Cornell Tate,
right?
Francis Mwaga.
Yep.
Him. Those 3 guys were all there when she was there, and a couple other guys too.
That's great.
But like Bria 5 whatever.
Yeah.
Talking about my babies. I'm like, Francis is 6'8".
Right.
Your babies.
That's a big baby.
She's like, but they used to always talk about you our age. Talk about no, y'all babies. Y'all not. She calling them her babies.
Right. Don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch and Finlay. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
So looking at what Washington did this weekend, kind of in its totality, we got a busy show coming for you today. We're going to get heavy into the draft. Excited because we will have Logan Paulson from the Commanders joining us at 11:30, and then Warren Sharp football analysis joining us at 1 o'clock. One graphic that really made the rounds on social media over the weekend was Warren Sharp talking about the value Washington got out of their draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
I want to start by saying, Jeff, is that the hat you got at the draft party? Because that's pretty damn sharp.
Yes.
All right, so Monumental, put Jeff's hat on TV. That looks pretty good, dude. And that's, let's be real, like the free giveaway hat, I'm sure there's a sponsor on there somewhere, but just the look of it is sharp.
It looks like a real, it don't look like a
giveaway hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good looking hat. All right. Shout out to so they probably gave away 10,000 of those things.
There's a lot of them.
All right.
The burgundy and gold ones as well.
Yeah, well done, man. So my weekend was dominated pretty much by the NFL draft and some family stuff a little later. And unfortunately, we got all sorts of crazy, sad things happening in our world that we will kind of address. Do you want to talk about Monty? Do you want to get to that a little later? I just want to give you the opportunity.
No, it's just like I mentioned Monty on.
We talked about him Friday.
I mentioned him on shows that we were doing.
Just in case anybody's unaware, Monty Coleman, a truly beloved member of the Burgundy and Gold, played 16 seasons in Washington, was an 11th round draft pick, and I mean a true, like, we talk about the Hogs and what they meant to Washington. Like, Coleman was that type of player on the defensive side of the ball.
Whenever he came out of the tunnel,
iconic.
He was holding up that helmet. I know people always talk about bigger, stronger, faster, and all that stuff, and athletes. That dude was unbelievable at his job. And I was talking to people after I found out this yesterday. I say, not only did he help me be a better football player, because he always told you about the little stuff you needed to do. He taught you how to be a man.
Yeah.
And Monty, Art Monk, that crew. I talked to a guy yesterday. Was like, yo, man, bruh, every time y'all were free, other guys did everything. They wanted to go hunting. So he was telling me, I was at church yesterday, saying how they hunt all the time and did different things. But every time we talk about linebackers, we talk about covering, the only person I can think of is him. I haven't seen anyone before I met him, and I didn't see anybody since that was as good as he was covering. Monty was
the size is crazy. He's listed 6'2", 240.
He's a little taller than 6'2". He was a gunner. He and Dexter Manley both were gunners on his punt team. Now we look out there, we see the little guys, the cornerbacks, the receivers that could go run. Dexter Manley and Monty Coleman were gunners on punt team. So, when you start seeing it, that tell you both of them can run. They had great athleticism. But it's just like I said, when I finally won a one-on-one matchup against Monty, I knew I had arrived, because that's how much I think everybody on the team, and I did too. And I know I would talk about him all the time. And I think the last time he was here, I don't know if he was they were putting him in the ring or it was one of the alumni weekends, had a chance to talk to his wife. And she was like, "Thank you so much." And I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Well, a relative of hers would listen to our show a lot, and I always say, Brian is always giving money." I say, everything I say, I mean. I'm not making it up. You know how I am. It's hard.
We were texting about it last night.
I don't give everybody credit. I don't sit up here and just become like the typical fan is, where soon as they hear a name and the person is the greatest person ever, you have to show it to me. And that dude showed it to me. And on top of it, took time to make sure he brought me along the way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm truly, I've always respected him. Will always remember the things he taught, and will continue to try to pass it on to other people. And my prayers goes out to that family, man, because that's going to be a big void without him around.
Well, I mean, if you think about it too, when you got drafted by the organization was 1990, correct? He was in his 11th season.
Yeah.
Like, he did not need to take the time for a young 5th round pick to show you the right way. But I think there's something about true leadership. It just
that group
emerges.
People talk about chemistry and family. Nobody had to talk about it back then. It's just how it was. You know what I mean? If they saw you were going to be a part of the team, they trying to get you where you need to be. It wasn't about, oh, man, this guy come in and try to take my job. No, these dudes were sure of themselves, and they had no problem helping me out. Would sit there and look at me and say, hey, you're giving off hints. You let me know what you're about to do. I'm like, how am I doing that? You line up, you think you just here, but he can sense all the weights on my left foot, knowing I'm about to push off on my left foot. And I'm like, how the hell you get that? And then on top of that, he and Ernest, Ernest Bynum was running back, exceptional. And when those guys went one-on-one, it was pretty like, cool to watch. Bruh, hell yeah, because Ernest will give you a hint because he's trying to throw you off.
Right.
But Monty has such ability where he will recover in no time. You know what I mean? So that was the great thing. And I'm happy I came in at that time. Because like now, bro, guy's been in the league for a coffee, quick, and he's the leader of your football team.
Right.
That don't make much sense to me.
It's funny because to me, and I don't want to, the three guys, now you talk about a ton of former teammates and how much you love, like Brian Dawkins in Philly. Like you have so many, like Deuce, like you have so many teammates over the years. Steven Davis, I got to watch you guys
Big country.
bust each other's chops. But the dudes that you talk about from early in your career that made a huge impact to me are Biner, Monty, and Art Monk. And all three of those guys were established vets by the time you got to the league. Mm-hmm. And I don't know this, but all three of those guys, because I've gotten to know Ernest a little bit through you, and I don't know if you remember this. The first week we had this show, we had Monty on.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I imagine that's the only media he had done
He was a coach at that time. He was coaching at one of those Arkansas Pine Bluff.
I think. But what's interesting is those three guys, both well-established vets by the time you come in the league, but also three dudes that weren't seeking headlines, not the most talkative or brash fellas, and for the impact those guys made on you, what sucks about our current world is, unfortunately, you keep seeing fake stories about people passing.
Yeah, this like last year before last.
Right, and so you're like, oh my gosh, is this real? Is this fake? Whatever. And, obviously you talked to the family and got
Well,
word.
I knew I was on my way to church, and I was asked the question about did Raven text me? And Raven hadn't texted me yet, but his wife had texted Monica.
Yeah.
And then
it's crazy because I saw Raven Thursday.
Yeah.
And just because of the similar size and stature, whenever I got to talk to Raven for call it 5 minutes. I tried to get him to do a live TV interview. He's like, I gotta go, dog. Dude, because I was live in 10 minutes. I was like, you want to stick around? He's like, oh. He would have done it if I pressed him, but I wasn't gonna press him. But because he's with his wife and his family. Go enjoy yourself, have fun.
Yeah.
But
you probably would have been having to put the thing on the dump button.
But it's just it was crazy to see Raven Thursday, and the way you talk about the size and ability to run of Caldwell and of Coleman, and then they draft Sonny Thursday night, and so literally hours earlier I was with an NFL linebacker with Super Bowl rings and understand the size and stature. Then I get to interview Sonny that night.
Yeah.
And I understand the size and stature.
True.
And frankly, I almost think he could add a little more. He's 21. There's going to be a little more weight on that frame.
He could definitely add a little more.
And then Friday, in our conversation about styles, I mean, think about mostly Friday, we talked about styles. And then we talked at length about Monty Coleman.
Yep.
And then for that news to emerge Sunday, you're just like, what a weird world we live in, man. This
world moves, bro. And you got to make sure you keep moving with it. Do what you can to keep around as long as you can because, hey, as Steve Kerr said about coaching in the NBA, we all have an expiration date.
Yeah.
Okay? And that expiration date is going to come. It's going to come no matter if you wanted to or not. But you know what? If you live crazy, you do bad things to your temple, your body, it can be cut short. Or it cannot be. Or it just may be your calling that you're going to be going at a certain time.
Yeah.
So I always tell people, listen, I'm not telling you how to live your life, but make sure you live it damn good. Have fun while you're here because when you're gone, you can't do nothing else.
Yeah. And
be a person that's think about the people we've lost over the last few, whether it's family members or people I played with. You hear the impacts of what they left. Be that person that when you're gone, people still are impacted by what you did while you were here. Don't be a person when you're gone and nobody's impacted by it.
Well, to that point, and I wasn't sure when I was going to, I wanted to talk about this while you were here and you're taking a well-earned golf trip later in the week. I obviously missed a day last week, and I'm going to miss some time later this week. We had tragedy in my family. My wife's father passed away suddenly, unexpectedly, a week ago today.
Yep.
And just devastating news, and you try to move forward, but, you said something there, live a life that people will celebrate and be remembered, and that is just 1,000,000% how my father-in-law, Lou, lived. You knew him, you got to meet him, and he was... It was just remarkable because he had this aura of kindness and sincerity that, when you spoke to him, he cared. A lot of conversations we have in the world are very superficial, and he just wasn't that way. Yeah. And he wasn't built in the microwave society of what's going to be on on Twitter next. You know what I mean? And it's funny telling old stories. And I mean, that dude, he loved. I've talked about how much he loves Sonny Jurgensen, right? Like, and they used to be able to sneak into DC Stadium to watch Sonny play. Like before,
like father-in-law, like son-in-law, huh?
Dude, like before it was named RFK, like is when they're getting into this stadium. So it's pretty remarkable. And my family's doing my wife's doing as good as she can be doing.
Totally.
But when you talk about a life well lived and memorable and having a legacy, right? Like that's what this thing's about. When you boil it all down. What matters is your family and the friends and how you carry yourself. And
those who are going to care about you no matter what you write, what you say, what you do. And I think that's because, like, I know people, when you talk about in-laws, is not very fond of them a lot of times. That wasn't how you were. When I heard you talk about Lou, you could tell that was total respect. Joyce, I know the names.
Right.
and then I met them, they were all cool. But the whole thing of it is, man, listen, as I told you the other day, when you hit me, you say, man, we got to tell the girls now. I said, be strong, because they looking for you for guidance.
Yeah.
And you look at it, you married to the oldest daughter.
Yeah.
You next in line to be running and doing a good thing. So
we're gonna
handle your business, brother.
Yeah, we're gonna get through it. I'll tell you what, having kids go through this kind of stuff, like little kids, my daughters are 10 and 7. I mean, you talk about a life well lived. Lou and Joyce have 10 grandchildren.
Yeah.
And that's what you want, is to watch your family grow up and succeed and continue to prosper, right?
True.
And we were very lucky that we were all together last Sunday and all the kids were going nuts. And that's what Lou and Joyce wanted, is to have that. And it was really interesting with the girls, because we had to let them know, and obviously a lot of tears, a lot of real pain there.
Yeah.
And both my daughters were like, we don't have any grandfathers now, and there's nothing you could say to that, right?
Yeah.
Like that's true, baby, that's true. But there's a lot of
you don't
love,
have
a lot of people that
you
love
got them. You got them. They were here, and what they felt about you. So take that with you.
There's a great book.
Yeah.
For anybody out there that has young children going through some grief, called The Invisible String. And it's about like the invisible string that connects us here on earth to where hopefully they are in heaven, right? Mm-hmm. And what's crazy though is what I've learned over the last week with my daughters is when they're busy is way better, right? So we're going to keep going to sports. We're going to keep going to school. We're going to keep just kind of locked in our daily routine. And I think that helps a lot. And so yesterday, I've been doing a lot of driving. There's a lot of moving people around, and a lot of people have been really helpful and generous with their time to kind of help us get the kids around during times where, Lauren needs to be with her mom. There's the amount of like perfunctory governmental procedural stuff required at this time is so annoying, but I understand why. But so Shelby had a lacrosse game yesterday, and they got drilled. I don't know what the final was, but I do know when Shelby walked in to my mother-in-law's house later in the day, you know what she told her?
What?
Gigi, I scored a goal.
That's all she cared about.
like you gotta just keep moving forward in some capacity, as difficult as it may be. And there's people listening and watching us that are going through their own grief and their own loss.
Totally.
And that's part of life.
But you know what? Discussing it, talking about it, and how you get over it helps somebody else out.
Absolutely. Now that we've talked about that, we're going to move forward into the NFL draft, okay? Commanders made 6 picks over the weekend. We talked at length Friday's show about Sonny Styles, how much excitement there should be there. There should be real excitement. I also want to talk about all these other players. You go back-to-back bright orange. Antonio Williams from Clemson, Joshua Josephs from Tennessee. Then the fat man arrives at pick 187, Katron Allen. For everybody that was screaming about a center, credit to our guy Marcus Washington from Washington Jesuit. Mm-hmm. He called the Matt Goldman pick. Yeah. That is 3 years in a row.
The man called.
He is called one of the Commanders' picks. And then we got to have a conversation about what a 7th-round quarterback means. It really doesn't mean much. If it means anything, Sam Hartman you got some competition, brother. You are listening to BMitch and Finlay. We're going to go heavy NFL draft all day. Nobody go anywhere. All right, B, we got 6 new draft picks coming to town. They better call John Leahy if they're looking for a house in the DMV.
Just like a recent client, they own an investment property on Lanier Lane, and they ultimately decided they needed to sell after the tenants moved out before their lease ended. No longer wanting to be the responsibilities of being a landlord, the client was motivated to sell the property as quickly as possible. So you know what he did? He reached out to our guy, John Leahy, and the Fine Living Group of EXP Realty. It went under contract in just 3 days, and it sold at full price, creating a smooth and successful outcome. If you're thinking about selling, reach out to our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of EXP Realty. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Well, and here's the thing. If you are thinking about selling, but you know the house needs a couple of upgrades, talk to John. He can help you tee up your home for market by getting you up to 50 G's to make repairs, upgrades. Say you need to paint, replace some appliances, talk to John. He can front you that money, which will you pay back at closing, but you'll make 2 or 3x on it because that's what people want is a turnkey house. John could get it done. That's just a few of the reasons we would call and trust John. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders of 2026 starting to take shape as Nicky Javala announced the Commanders' 8 known undrafted rookie free agents. They include Jaden Bradley, a wide receiver from UNLV, and Robert Henry, a running back from Texas San Antonio. Malik Spencer, a safety from Michigan State. The Nationals get a win in Chicago 2-1 in 10 innings. That's their second straight extra innings victory. Jose Tena with a pinch hit solo homer. Nationals have a day off. NBA playoffs, Raptors and Rockets win at home, and the Spurs and Celtics on the road. Rest in peace to Monty Coleman, the legendary linebacker for Washington, 16 seasons with Washington. He later coached at Arkansas Pine Bluff. He died at the age of 68. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Washington Commanders went through their draft and had only 6 picks, but I think they went through it very methodically and came out with some top-notch players. In the first 2 draft picks, there's not much you can say or have to say about a Sonny Styles, a guy who basically, from the combine, announced himself like, hey, I'm here to stay. Had already been a safety, moved to linebacker, played outstanding. And then they got Antonio Williams.
Let's have a conversation here about Williams.
Yeah, Williams, I think, he's special, bro.
So comes in as I was listening. I thought I was in the car a lot on Sundays, maybe Saturday. Denton did a hell of a job. Whenever I guess that was Saturday. Denton Day hosted a whole bunch of draft coverage for 980 on Saturday, and Denton got, I want to say, Clemson's passing game coordinator on the phone, and it was really interesting to hear the conversation. Trying to get my man's name. Kyle Richardson, I believe, was this dude's name. If I have it wrong, I apologize. Maybe Tyler Grisham? I don't know. But he was saying that Williams was a late recruit to Clemson, that he kind of wasn't on their radar and then just kept working, kept showing up. He's not a big guy.
Yeah.
He's 5'11", maybe 5'11 and a half. But he could separate. And the way they talk about him from Clemson is really pretty interesting. He was a freshman All-American when he arrived. 600 yards that year, four touchdowns. His best season came in 24, where he had 900 yards receiving, 11 touchdowns.
Yeah.
The numbers this past season dipped.
But the numbers on that whole team dipped. Their quarterback sucked.
55 catches for 604 yards. If you look at average yards per attempt, which is a pretty good idea of how explosive an offense was, like in college, especially, the levels of explosive offenses. Think about the scores we see in college football. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, White Brian, how often does a team score 50 in college football? It seems to happen all the time.
Yeah, every game in the Big 12.
Right. Like, offenses are explosive in college football.
Yeah.
And so if you try to zero that out to kind of how do you arrive at it, average yards per attempt can be a pretty helpful tool, right? And basically, you're asking, like, how often is the ball going down the field through the air? And I thought this was pretty telling. Excuse me. If you look at like the top 20 in college, Luke Altmaier came in 20th with an 8.8 adjusted passing yards per attempt, right? Mm-hmm. 8.8 for Luke Altmaier. Cade Klubnik, the Clemson quarterback, was at 7.6. Like, that is, I don't want to say bottom of the barrel, because obviously we see some terrible offenses in in college football, but for the level of explosive athletes they have at Clemson, they really didn't move the ball well. Klubnik at Clemson last year didn't even throw for 3,000 yards in whatever they played, 12, 13 games. Mm-hmm. And I'm not here to knock Cade Klubnik. Good luck. But the offense seriously lacked explosion. Like, White Brian, you're the biggest college football guy here. Don't Auburn and Clemson play every year too? Isn't that like the oldest rivalry or something?
They used to.
Okay.
They haven't played in a couple years, but
what did you think of the Antonio Williams pick? Just as somebody that I know is grinding college football all the time.
I liked it a lot. I would have liked the Giants to get him as a Wandale replacement, so I think he'll be perfect.
So what's interesting is when the Commanders, they had their pick of the litter at 71. All these wide receivers we all talked about, they had their pick, and like they could have gone a million directions. I mean, the Giants traded up for Malachi Fields just a few picks later, which I thought was pretty interesting. If you look at where Washington picked at 71, there were a couple centers right ahead of Williams that got picked. You wonder how that goes if maybe Sam Hecht doesn't get picked. Like Sam Hecht, the Kansas State kid, got picked just ahead of them. I'm trying to pull this up right now. Maybe that was the end of the second. So 71, Commanders take Antonio Williams. 74, Malachi Fields. 75, Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver out of Texas Tech. Keep going. At 79, the Falcons take Zachariah Branch. At 80, the Ravens take Jacoby Lane, the receiver out of USC. This run kept going. At 83, Chris Brazzell from Tennessee goes to the Panthers. At 84, Ted Hurst, Georgia State, a guy we talked a lot about, goes to Tampa. It continued. Xavier Thomas goes 89 to the Bears. Like there was Chris Bell, a guy that I really liked, who is coming back from an injury, goes 94 to the Dolphins out of Louisville. Like Washington had their pick of all these guys. Yeah. They started the run, and I think a lot of fans, right or wrong, look at the last two drafts where there's been a third and a fourth round receiver in Luke McCaffrey and then Jalen Lane, and there hasn't been a ton of production. And they wonder, why didn't you go get a big, clear outside guy? Because Williams is not that. Mm-hmm. I think in the type of offense that David Blau's going to run, receivers will be in motion a lot. So he is a slot guy, but I think you'll see him move around all the time.
He'll move around, but I think his separation, the way he separates, and the wiggle he has, will help him out very much in the slot. And I think the ultimate thing is, like, we say he's not big. Terry is listed at 6 feet 210. He wasn't that big when he got here. Okay? This dude is listed at 5'11", 190. I could see him in a year or two being 5'11", 200. Okay? Maybe 205. When you get to the NFL, you start lifting, things change up for you a little bit. But I think when you look at David Blau and you look at where he came from in Detroit, they utilize this slot guy a lot. And I understand people that look at the receivers that were drafted. Listen, Lane was more of your return guy.
I think
that they hope can do some things. Like he can do a lot of different things returning as well.
Lane was brought in to be a punt returner.
Yes.
And he was not a polished receiver. Like maybe that emerges. It's tricky because the two receivers they took in back-to-back years, in Luke and Lane, Luke was a bit. We heard the term project last week. Luke was a bit of a project. He's a converted quarterback that played 2 years of receiver at Rice.
Yeah.
That's a big transition to the NFL level.
True.
And the production has not
He can run.
But he looks like a hell of a kick returner. Like, I don't want to dismiss that.
But before he got hurt, he was starting to make some plays on the receiver end as well. But the whole thing comes down to it, when you get to the NFL, it's not just what you hope to do or what you were doing. You got to be able to bring more things to it to make yourself to a point where they can't just let you go. So it happens. You know, Luke was learning the receiver thing. He's shown what he can do kick returning. Take one more step in the receiver room. See what happens. But what I love about the whole thing of what they did, Jay, if you look at the rooms that they drafted people in and things like that, what's going to happen in training camp?
Competition.
Bam. And then listen, I saw, like, when we drafted Bill last year, boom, there's one guy go, man, It's like they giving this guy more credit than they giving Bill. I said, dude, let that go. Okay? What you want is competition. And when you have competition, the best of the best going to come out. And if a guy can't handle competition, hell, you know what I say? Let him go. See, you got to learn when guys have to compete at a high level, the best of them come out. And the coaches get to say, this dude here didn't shy away from it. When you begin to build your team based off of the guys that win competition, you win a lot more games.
I think, well said. For me, specifically with Williams, like, we have no idea. Mm-hmm. It's similar to what I said about the 7th pick. They just got to be right. As long as they're right, who went after him doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And I think if you think about David Blau offense, you think about David Blau's time in Detroit with Ben Johnson and what they had on the field.
Yeah.
I'm the best case scenario is anyone at all concerned that Amon-Ra St. Brown plays a lot of inside receiver?
No.
Because he's incredibly productive.
Because he balls.
Right. And I don't know anything. These are very different people. It's entirely possible Antonio Williams makes less than 30 catches in his NFL career. Like, I'm allowing for every variance of possibility here. But I do think it's worth pointing out, coming out of the draft, at his official combine measurements, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 5'11 and a half, 197, 30 and 3/8 inch arms, 9 and 1/8 inch hands. He was graded, his prospect grade was a 6.21. Mm-hmm. Amon-Ra went early 4th round. Antonio Williams coming out of Clemson, 5'11 and a half, 187, 30 and 3/4 inch arms, 9 and 1/4 inch hands, a 6.26 grade. Those combine measurement evaluations of these two players that in an ideal world project to be in the same role in the same offense are damn near identical.
See, this is the thing about it, Jay. This is where fans lose me. When they start going, oh, he's going to just be a slot. But when Amon-Ra St. Brown started balling, don't nobody ever said anymore, right? It doesn't come down to where you play. If you're in a slot and you catch 100 passes, who gives a damn? You know what I mean? If you're outside and you don't get open and don't catch passes, people mad. So it doesn't make a difference where you are. It's are you productive? And I think the whole thing about it is they went to this draft with a feeling of Antonio. And
clearly,
we have Logan coming on later. Logan liked him as well. And I'm sure if Logan liked him, somebody in that room had liked him. So the ultimate thing to me is get guys in and have them play their best. It's not the position of where a guy plays or where he was drafted or what he's projected to play. When he hits the field, does he produce? It's all that matters.
I wrote about it this weekend. What does Styles mean? What does Williams mean for the guys that are on the roster? There's a lot of really interesting subplots. I want to keep pulling the Williams thread. We're going to get through all the picks. We got so much to discuss. Logan Paulson joins us at 11:30. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
Slow down, hun. You're killing them.
BMitch Finlay 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. How is the YouTube stream behaving today? Everybody up to no good there? Are we doing okay?
That's why Deb this weekend.
You saw Deb this weekend?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, did you go to
at the
Did you go to National Harbor?
National Harbor, yeah.
Was that Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Okay, cool. Did you go to the event yesterday on the mall, the like torch passing thing?
No, which guy was supposed to be there? Fred was supposed to go to that.
I think I know the pictures I saw. Daryl Green, Mitch Rails.
Yeah.
Some federal government officials, some local
That's for the
government
250?
officials. No, that's Pittsburgh is passing the draft torch to Washington.
Oh, okay. No.
Looks like plenty of folks in the chat, plenty of folks in the stream. Good morning to the chat. That's what I'm going to say.
I had an interesting day on Sunday, though, but I was all over the place.
You're always all
I
over
did the
place.
bike on Saturday. I did the bike ride. From there, I had to be at the harbor by 11:15, 11:30. Then from there, I went to Stafford. My buddy had 8 sacks of crawfish. That was the topping right there.
You went from Reston to National Harbor to Stafford. Nobody cruises more than me.
Yeah. Now I went from Reston to National Harbor back to Centerville to Stafford.
Dog. I wrote about this over the weekend. Kind of the first 2 picks, 7 and 71. Because once you get to Saturday picks, I just want to be honest. Any of those dudes can make a massive impact, or any of those dudes could not make the team.
True. Totally.
Certainly Sonny, and I would say Williams, they're on the team.
Yeah.
They have a roster spot.
They drafted to be an impact.
Right. So what is the impact? Styles comes in. Both Styles and AP joked about putting the green dot on his helmet. Like, he's starting right away. He's going to have the green dot right away.
He's shown he could do it at Ohio State.
Right. They're going to have multiple fronts, but depending how it looks and shakes out, you bring in Styles and Chenal for their athleticism and speed in the middle of the field. You have Frankie. Jordan McGee's role will be impacted, but he could change that. They could also play a decent amount of 3-4 looks.
True.
And having guys that can run, the middle of this defense should look good. So, like, the only person specifically that Sonny Styles' arrival isn't great news for is McGee, but I don't know. One, you're trying to get better. So if that's the byproduct of it, so be it.
Hey, man, you want to get better and you want competition. And if you get that level of competition, hey, eventually some people realize I'm going to compete and stay, or I don't want to compete and you're going to be gone.
Right. And I think McGee will rise to that challenge. I think their linebacker room got a lot better, a lot faster. And I think there will be times where they have 4 linebackers out there. Luvu's basically a pass rusher in a lot of those roles. So, like, I'm not as convinced that, like, we've seen the end of the Jordan McGee period of time. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I'm with that.
On the offensive side of the ball, adding Antonio Williams is interesting. It is... Let's be crystal clear. Terry McLaurin stands on his own level within the Commanders' receiver room. He is at 1, and then there's a whole bunch of guys after that. Yeah. But just looking and thinking, they bring in De'Ami Brown. De'Ami's going to have a real role. He was here before. They brought him in for a real job. Brown, to me, is firmly on this roster. Van Jefferson is another dude they brought in that I think is a little bit more interesting. Van has at least 24 catches each of the last 2 seasons. He's an NFL caliber receiver, but in the new world of extended practice squads where you basically have a 70-man roster, things are just different.
Yeah.
Because you've got Terry. Williams has a roster spot, period. They just drafted him at 71. He's on the team. Luke Lane.
He has to go out and produce still, though. He can't just show up and don't do nothing and make it. Yeah.
I'd be shocked if that dude operates that way, but
Yeah.
of course. So Terry, Williams, Luke Lane, De'Ami is 5. They love Treylon Burks.
Mm-hmm.
Burks, like, if we get to week 1 and it's a one-back set and it's Terry, Williams, Burks as the first group that's out there,
Wouldn't be surprised.
I will not be surprised. If it's Terry, Williams, De'Ami, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. But so that's Bringing Burks in, all of a sudden you're now at 6 receivers, which is generally how you break camp. That would kind of add up, makes sense. You do have a host of undrafted guys here that there's various levels of excitement about. Ja'Cory Brooks is a guy from last season that had real excitement. You have the lingering Brandon Aiyuk
It's
situation.
still there. I see it still every day, bro.
Dude, it's not going anywhere. Ian Rappaport goes on NFL Network over the weekend and says, I'm still quite confident that he ends up playing there. Mm-hmm. I reached out to somebody in San Francisco over the weekend just about the possibility of a draft weekend trade. And the reply I got, and I want to make sure I'm not on camera here. This is somebody in the Bay Area that knows things. Trade? Question mark? No. No team in its right mind would trade for him.
Yeah.
Unless it's conditional, of course. The condition being that he actually wants to play football. So I think we got to have a moment of honesty surrounding Brandon Aiyuk that he wants to be here. I'm sure Jaden in some capacity wants him to be here. That's all terrific. Whatever you're getting is nothing more than a scratch-off ticket. Mm-hmm. It might hit. Do you remember
I bought over 1,000 of them. I hadn't hit that big one yet.
Do you remember on Thursday, we were at PNC Park, the Pirates baseball stadium, doing the radio show.
And the guy gave you the scratch-off.
There was a guy walking around, would you like a Pennsylvania lottery scratch-off ticket? You oddly said no. I said, sure.
Yeah.
So eventually when I got home that night, I scratched it off. Thought I won $50. I looked at it again. I won $1. And I had a $5 bill. I left a $5 bill in the scratch-off ticket for the cleaning people. It's a scratch-off ticket, dude.
Yeah.
99% of the time, it's zeros.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, it's $1. Every once in a while, it's 100. Maybe a G, depending on the type of scratch-off you're playing. But, like...
It's not very often.
It's not very often.
Not very often.
Maybe this is the right setting. Also, specifically to the height issue with Antonio Williams. Traylon Burks 6'2", Luke McCaffrey 6'2". Terry's 6 foot, but height has not been a problem. I understand if you wanted a big-bodied guy opposite Terry, like I can wrap my brain around that. Mm-hmm. They went a different direction. He's a route runner. He's a separator. I do think in this offense, like where you line up will not look as traditional and consistent as it did in Cliff's offense, where guys basically just lined up and there was no movement. This is going to be fluid with a ton of movement. So I wouldn't get as.
But see, this is the thing though. People go crazy over this. This kid's 5'11", but everybody wants Brandon Aiyuk. He's 6 feet. Might be 5'11" and 3. Might be 5'11" and 3/4. But like they act like this kid because he's 5'11". Let's be real. People can play at any size. Barry Sanders was 5'8". He was probably better than King Henry is.
How tall is Tana?
6'2", 6'3". Tana's 5'10".
Right.
5'10" and a half. Santana was open all the damn time.
And he had the speed to play outside all the time.
And I think that's what people have to understand. Stop being fooled by all these people giving you these damn numbers. You know what the numbers are? There's just something to go by. Once you get on the football field, it's the dog in you that's going to matter.
Logan Paulson at 11:30. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Men's college basketball has 5-star forward Mika Mernon committing to Arkansas. That gives the Razorbacks the #1 recruiting class in the country. The Commanders have signed 8 undrafted free agent rookies, including Quentin Moore, a tight end from Washington, Fred Davis II, a cornerback from Northwestern, and Chris Hilton Jr., a wide receiver from LSU. Impressive weekend for the Nationals, beating the Chicago White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings to take the series. The Nats are at the Mets Tuesday. Heartfelt condolences for the family of Monty Coleman, the ferocious linebacker with Washington, won 3 Super Bowls but has passed away at the age of 68. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Fired up to talk to Logan Paulson in just about 30 minutes. I love LP's perspective. He does the homework on the draft. He's going to know all these dudes.
Nah,
backwards.
man. Fred said Logan just steal all his material.
Listen, multiple things can be true. I love Logan's perspective. I love Fred's perspective. They arrive at them differently. I'll leave it there.
Bruh, did a show with the dudes, bruh?
What was your work schedule like? Friday, you said you had to be at the park at 4 o'clock, right? They didn't make a pick till
yeah, we got there at
10:30 or whatever.
We taped the show before that, and then we taped the show once they got on the clock.
So were you just chilling till?
We did a show first, and then we had to go down. Well, we had some food because
I know you needed some food.
The chef over there, bro.
Oh yeah,
ribs, brisket, mac and cheese, collard greens, salmon. Brother almost fell asleep as soon as I got all that food in me.
I've seen that operation. So we've talked at length about Styles and Williams. The Williams thing, I am really intrigued to watch it unfold.
Yeah.
Because they had their pick of the litter at the 3rd round, and there was a run of receivers at the 3rd round. And one thing we've learned about the receiver position in the NFL, it's not just first rounders that hit. I mean, I believe Terry, look this up for me, Dub B. I believe Terry was the 74th overall pick. Williams is 71.
Yeah.
Like there are players.
People hit, bro. And you don't have to be first rounders all the time.
Right.
See, this is the thing about it, too. Those scouts and those coaches look at all those receivers way more than we do.
Totally.
And they came up with a consensus on what they feel they would go with if it fell in their laps.
Terry McLaurin was pick number 76.
76. Thank you.
I think Williams was their pick, what they were looking at. He probably had a higher grade.
They could pick any of them.
Yeah, but he probably had a higher grade to them than the other guys did. Now, to us,
clearly,
like I think we've gotten caught up in the 6'2", 6'4". We wanted the bigger guy. I just want somebody that's going to be open. That's all I give a damn about. And guess what? If you're not open, catch the contested catch.
Right.
Because my whole thing is, just like when people always tell me, oh, man, I got you on this one. I say, there's no place on the scorecard to say how far you drove the ball. It's about who gets in the hole first.
Right.
So when you catch a ball, does it say that you were contested or that you were wide open? No. It says reception. That's it.
Right.
All that damn matters.
I also think, I'll be honest, so I was on Antonio Williams' Zoom call with local reporters Friday night, right? Mm-hmm. And he got asked about his drop percentage. I'm just going to tell you, you know me well enough. Like, I don't think that was the right time and place for that question. It's the kid's biggest night of his life. Like, we got months to ask him about drops. But whatever. His answer I thought was pretty damn interesting. He's like, listen, man, I don't know how they rate what's a drop and what's not, but I'm not too worried about my hands. Like, if you watch Klubnik, and then you watch Williams, and then the people I've talked to about Williams, he's a hands catcher. Like, we had the body catchers conversation. I am not going
Again,
to
catch. Reception.
Right. Like, I think he can. I think he can play.
So if I'm running a route, I come out my break and the ball is way up. When I come out the break, I'm expecting it to be here, and it's high, and it goes off my fingertip. They said that was a drop.
Right.
I don't consider that a drop. I consider that a bad damn pass.
Right. So I wanted to have a quick conversation, maybe not quick, maybe at length. Joshua Josephs was, I will say this, the first round went so fast. Even Friday night, the second and third rounds
They were rolling.
moved.
Every time
Saturday
I saw a
was
pick,
long as hell.
every time I saw the pick is in, the next group had like a minute and it was going again. Saturday, I didn't pay attention.
Well, that's okay.
Saturday, I was just all over the place. I was like, listen, they're not going to be on TV for the most part anyway.
Right.
So,
Saturday, I was paying attention, and Washington didn't have a fourth round pick. The fourth round took forever. Then there's comp picks at the end of the fourth round. So Washington didn't make a pick for a while, and when they did, at 147, fifth round, they took Joshua Josephs, an edge rusher
Long
out of
arms.
Tennessee, 6'3", 240. In his official bio, in one of the notes, which I found pretty damn interesting from Scouts Inc., wingspan of an NBA small forward, which is intriguing. Now, could you have gone other directions there? I misspoke earlier. Sam Hecht went about 4 picks before Josephs, and you wonder if maybe that center's there. A center went just ahead of them. Parker Brailsford from Bama went just ahead of Josephs. So there was like this mini run of centers. Jager Burton went just after Josephs, the Kentucky kid. One player I did really like that was available when Josephs went was Keith Abney, the corner out of Arizona State. He went maybe 10 picks later to the Lions. There's always going to be players, right? Jalen Kilgore was the safety some folks talked about. He went 167. South Carolina kid got drafted by the Bills. But I know one central premise of football, Brian, you never have enough pass rushers.
you can't.
Period.
And I think they are feeling very, very comfortable with the guys they have at this point at cornerback if the pass rush improves. You know, you're expecting to get Amos back. You have your guys you got in free agency. You still have Mikey around. I think that they feel that they're better suited than a lot of us think.
Well, I think I agree with that. I do think that. I also think if you play a different defensive style that generates pass rush, the corners are going to look way better. Mm-hmm. And I think with Styles and Chenal and whatever McGee's role is, like your middle of that defense, the second level, the linebacking core has gotten so much more athletic. I do think it'll help the corners if the middle of the field isn't always open.
True.
If tight ends can't outrun everybody on seams. I mean, go back to like as early as week 2 against the Packers. What's my man's name from the Packers? The tight end that just torched them in that game.
All day.
Kraft.
Yeah. Like week 2 against the Packers, they could not cover the middle of the field.
Couldn't get no pressure on the quarterback either.
Specifically with Josephs, I land here on Saturday draft picks. I don't think many fans are equipped to have that strong of an opinion on Saturday draft picks.
And many of them don't. It's what they've heard. And I think that's where we have to get. Listen, as I tell you all the time, I say we're not here just to entertain the fans. We're here to also educate them. And sometimes it takes an extra layer of work for us to bring education to them. But fans, go ahead.
Tucker Kraft in that week 2 game when that was the
I
first.
watched it.
That was the first real exposure of Washington's defense.
I watched it.
6 for 124 and a touchdown.
I watched it. But
the tight end had a 60-yard touchdown catch.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to happen.
I think fans have to also understand just because you hear something and repeat it doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. Sometimes you have to take what someone said and then go take what somebody said opposite of them and go somewhere in the middle. You'll be better suited. You know what I mean? I think that's the ultimate thing. When I go and I start looking at stuff, I don't just follow the person that agrees with somebody. I don't just follow the person that disagrees with somebody. I try to look at both of those layers, look at other people, and then formulate an opinion. Not just, I heard this from my favorite an analyst, so now I'm going to go just repeat it. Sometimes you're repeating stupidity.
I think specifically with Joseph's, you're excited about the prospect, right? Size, speed, played at the highest levels of college football.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I heard was his junior season, there was a lot of excitement that year. You know, he had 9 TFLs, a sack and a half, and I think folks were hoping for more the senior season. Mm-hmm. Statistically, the numbers went up a bit. He's a really unique athletic profile. I think there's, again, you don't want to get too far down the roster rabbit hole because it's April 27th and they don't play a game till September 10th. But when you start looking at the ends, they added a bunch, right? Like Owe got real money for the long term. They add a Menahu, that's a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. They added Chason, that's a 1-year deal. You've got Dietrich Wise, that's a 1-year deal. On the edge, Drake Jackson's a guy there was some excitement about working his way back from that injury. Dorrance Armstrong going into the final year of his deal. So there's interest there. Javonte Jean-Baptiste is a player that's now coming off a major injury. Like, we'll see how that all shakes out.
But the whole thing,
but adding a pass rusher to me, fire away.
But we always say build by the draft. And if you have people in place, and you name some of those deals are 1-year deals, if you draft a guy and he comes in and he catches and he learns, when he gets on the field, he don't get on the field inexperienced.
Right.
He gets on the field in a year or two, and he comes with some level of experience, can just fit in. Like you see other teams, when a veteran guy leave, a younger guy come in. You got to get into that rhythm, and you get into that rhythm, you could be having success for a long time. But everybody that's drafted is not going to be on the field week 1 producing. Some of them are there to help build, to get up there. You can keep damn near 20 people around on practice squad and all that kind of stuff. So you're going to have some guys that you feel are going to grow in your system.
Well, the reason I wanted to point this out, like, you can be a 5th-round defensive lineman and find some real success in the NFL. Like, there are Grady Jarrett was a 5th-rounder. Robert Mathis was a 5th-rounder. Mm-hmm. And then if you look at, I think the Rams have done a really good job. When you lose, one of the best defensive players of all time in Aaron Donald, and you have to kind of try to rebuild that on the fly over time.
That's a hell of a step back.
It's not just first-round picks that do that. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the Rams roster, the kid Kobe Turner, that's been really good for them, was a 3rd-round pick. They picked up the dude Murchison. That is like a rotational piece. He was a 5th-round pick. Tyler Davis, who's played a ton for them, was a 6th-round pick. Like, you have to develop it. Ty Hamilton played in 14 games for them last year as a rookie, was a 5th-round pick out of Ohio State. Like, you have to develop the interiors of your lines internally. That's just the reality of building up strength in the backbone of the game. Your offensive line or your defensive line, you love to supplement that with a first-rounder, some studs, maybe a free agent. But, like, you have to build up your interior depth through the draft.
Yeah.
And you have to hit on picks. And Joseph's, our guy, Shane that calls from all over the world, he is a huge Tennessee fan, and he has called in. Shane, give us your Joshua Joseph scouting report.
Hey, BMitch, all is JP. Hey, look, here's the thing. We got the best steal in the draft at number 5. I was disappointed we didn't get McCoy at that point. He's going to be another steal. Look, I'm a Tennessee fan, but look, the product is on the field. He was a beast at Tennessee. He can get off the edge, and he can set the edge. And now this linebacker core now is probably one of the fastest, most athletic in the NFL right now, definitely in our division. They're younger. That's what they did, right? They went out. We said we went younger and faster. He is a monster off the edge. All you got to do is watch tape on him. He can set the edge, and he played at a high level, right, in SEC. And he's just explosive. And he's a good character in the locker room.
There you go. Thanks for the call.
All right,
dude.
brother. Appreciate it.
Now, let's go to a non-Tennessee fan for the Joshua Joseph scouting report. White Brian, you're our official SEC correspondent. Let's start here. Did Auburn play Tennessee this past year?
So I saw this pick on Saturday, and I was trying to think of like if this guy made an impact against Auburn. I don't think he ever played against Auburn.
I mean, because Auburn and Tennessee don't always play, right? That's West versus East or whatever.
Yeah, they merged it when they made the SEC bigger, but that's only been a couple of years, and I don't think we've played Tennessee since then.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Terrific reporting.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Wah, 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 wah.
Joseph's fifth rounder, you're looking for guys to make the team at that point. And I think if he can be a run stuffer, that gets pretty interesting. Reading from his Scouts Inc. bio, Joseph's length, we talked 84-inch wingspan is pretty outrageous.
That's outstanding.
Joseph's length allows him to keep offensive linemen off his chest and gives him an advantage when working on the edge. He will need to continue developing his pass rush arsenal and mix in more moves to become more consistent as a rusher, but he does show deceptive play strength, having the ability to push the pocket and drive offensive tackles backwards. I think there's a lot to like there. We'll see. It's a young man with extreme length. And how can you use that? Like, how can you get involved in the pass game with that? Just knocking passes down. It does show at least a glimpse, I would say, in his pass defense numbers. In each of the past 2 seasons, he's knocked down 3 passes. He has 9 passes defensed in 4 seasons. That's probably more than like most corners.
I think guys in college, they're trying to get to the quarterback. In the pros, they tell you, if you can't get to the quarterback, get your hands up in the passing lanes. And when you got guys with long arms like that say 84-inch wingspan, he gets his hands up. He gonna have to. Some quarterbacks gonna have to try to throw it over him or try to throw around him, which helps out your defensive backs.
How about this, Brian? And maybe this is directly attributable to the arm length. I don't know. Played 11 games for the Volunteers last year. 33 tackles. So that doesn't wow you, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 33 tackles, 6 were a tackle for loss, 4 were for a sack. But these numbers are extremely high, I would say, for the amount of tackling. He had 3 forced fumbles, 3 passes defensed, and 2 fumble recoveries. And he returned 1 a 41-yard house call.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some level of playmaker in there.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the long arms.
The long arms can help him out, but he has having a motor. That could be something.
In each of the past 2 seasons, 3 forced fumbles, 3 passes defensed. That ain't nothing.
There. Like the thing of it, like Jado, I think we have to discuss a lot of this stuff, but ultimately, guys get in the training camp, they start learning how to play at this level.
Sure.
And improvement can still happen. I guys get drafted every year, and for some reason, I think we scrutinize the guys from the 4th round on more than we do the guys in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd round. And it is weird why we do that.
I am looking forward to talking to Logan Paulson, getting his perspective on the Commanders draft. We'll do that next. You're listening to BMitch Finlay.
BMitch here. The weather's warming up, and if you're thinking about hitting the road on 2 wheels, now's the time. When I first connected with the team at Law Tigers, I felt confident about learning how to ride. Why? Because they're not just lawyers. They're riders too. They live this lifestyle. They understand the community, and they know what riders go through and their families go through. When it matters most, they'll stand up for me and for you too. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Unrestricted free agents the Commanders have signed include Robert Henry, running back from Texas San Antonio, Quentin Moore, tight end from Washington, and Jaden Bradley, wide receiver from UNLV. Five-star forward Mika Murnan has committed to Arkansas, making the Razorbacks the #1 recruiting class in the country, according to ESPN. Nationals defeated Chicago White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings. Jose Tena with a pinch hit solo shot, Jacob Young with an incredible defensive catch, and Paxton Schultz 2 strikeouts to end the game. A day off for the Nationals. They're at the Mets Tuesday night. You can hear the play-by-play on the Fan. Avalanche beat the Kings 4-0. Sabres and Ducks now lead 3-1, and the Lightning are even with the Canadiens at 2-2. Nothing pairs better with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka like a day on the golf course made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway. Cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curb on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our friend, Mr. Logan Paulson. LP, how do you do, sir? How was draft weekend?
Excellent, man. Draft weekend's always a blast, man. It's very nostalgic for me going back because I used to, watch the draft with my dad and, get the old paper guides with all the prospects. So we've come a long way, and it's always fun to see these guys, get their dreams, have their dreams come true.
I love that,
You
dude.
put all that work in for Fred to tell people you took his information.
I'm glad somebody said it, B. I'm glad somebody said it.
All right, here's my idea for our conversation, Logan, and you tell me if you're cool with it. I'd like to ask you about Styles. I'd like to ask you about Williams. And then I'd like to ask your favorite of the day 3 guys. So should we start with Sonny?
Yeah, let's start with Sonny, man. I think, dude, so when I did my big board, right, you kind of say, top players, 1 to 100. He was my second-rated non-quarterback. And so when we got into the draft room, I was kind of like, where we were watching the draft, in the studio, I was kind of like, there's no way he gets to 7. And Brian Weinstein's like, he's going to get there, he's going to get there. So when he fell to 7, and I think about everything he can do for this defense, the flexibility, how he's improved, I just am so excited, man. Like he might be my favorite draft pick for any team this year. Like he is just such a good fit. He's such a commander, the leadership, everything. There couldn't be a more perfect prospect, I don't think, for this defense heading into 2026.
Do you have a comp for him when you look at guys that play the middle linebacker? Because I think people get to this point where they only look at a certain body style and think you can only play a certain position. But I look at him more like a Brian Urlacher. And they had the same route. They were both safeties that moved the linebacker.
Yeah, I think Brian Urlacher is the closest you're going to get because of that. He kind of played, what they call it, the Lobo when he was at New Mexico State, Brian Urlacher.
Yeah.
But, man, he is so unique. I'm talking about Sonny Styles now, man. The length, the height, the speed, the explosive power through the lower half. He does feel a little bit like he's one of one. Traditionally, that body type would be more of an edge rusher, right? And the fact when you watch him cover, when you watch him in the seam, when you watch him drop, there's a clip versus Indiana where he's dropping to the flat. And basically, college hashes are really wide, so they're on the left hash, and he's dropping all the way to the right, hook flat, I would say. And the amount of distance this man is able to cover, is unbelievable. So in terms of athletic profile, he is one of one in my opinion. And it's so funny comparing modern linebackers, the guys that played when I played and when you played and even London Fletcher, because the skill set and the demand is so different. These guys have to play in so much more space, so much more often. And so to see his coverage background come to the forefront, it really feels like it's kind of uncharted territory. I guess you could say Fred Warner, because again, he played that star position in college, but it is so unique because you don't see guys that are 6'5", 250, run the way he does. And it's not only running; it's just having being comfortable in all that grass. Man, he is very unique in terms of prospect and profile for sure.
Talking with our friend Logan Paulson here. You can hear him on the Take Command podcast, Command Center podcast. Check him out on Instagram at Logan_Paulson82. One thing that both Adam Peters on draft night and Sonny Styles told me in Pittsburgh, and I can't imagine the two of them had talked about this together yet, was they both mentioned scratching the surface. Like, he's only played linebacker for 2 seasons. I imagine he might even put a little bulk on his shoulders over time. Like, what do you think the ceiling is there? Like, we haven't seen him play his best linebacker probably yet.
Well, I think that's 100% right. So, I watched almost every game of Ohio State this last year, so 2025. And then for our, B-roll stuff, the school sends you clips, right? So they send us clips from 2024, and he had just started playing linebacker. And watching those clips, I was like, this isn't even the same guy. And then, so to build off of that, watching him week 1 versus Texas and watching him in their last game against Miami, it doesn't look like the same guy. And so the fact that he's on kind of this meteoric improvement curve is kind of crazy to think about, right? Because I do think he's just scratching the surface. I do think you see a guy who is just getting by on just raw football instincts and using his length and kind of having this NFL pedigree, man. Because the things you can do with him are going to be so special. I'm sure you guys have heard the story. I think Fletch probably told you, he talked to Sonny's dad, and Sonny's dad and him kind of decided this was the best fit for him. And I don't think it's because they play conventional linebacker here. I think it's because you're going to be able to do a bunch of stuff with him. You can line up on the edge. He can play true Sam. He did that at Ohio State last year. He can play the nickel. He did that at Ohio State next year. He can blitz. He can drop into coverage. We just talked about his range, moving in and around the line of scrimmage and then dropping to a spot. Those are all principles of Durante Jones's defense. And I think you're finally going to be able to see him kind of blossom and maximize the athleticism, the physicality, but also thinking about Durante Jones and Dan Quinn as teachers here for him is a really special proposition because they're familiar with how to use kind of unconventional body types. So I think, yes, I don't want to be too high on the guy, but one of the reasons, he's a generational athlete. He's a good football player. The film is good, and he's only been doing it for such a short time that I just feel like there's so much positive upside for him.
Do you see them, not trying to compare them because they play kind of different positions, but hell, we look at Michael Parsons, he's all over the football field. You don't know what position he's playing. Sonny having that body style, like you said, he looks like more of a edge rusher. If he has that ability to learn how to rush blitzes with him could be special. Do you see them trying to utilize him in multiple areas?
I do, and I think I'm really glad you made that comp to Micah Parsons. I always felt like Micah Parsons, Abdul Carter were better going downhill. I think, again, Sonny is unique because I think he has it in the bag, but also I think he's better moving away from the football, which is something we haven't really seen with some of these flex positions because of the safety background. So I think that's the thing to me that really comes to the forefront in the analysis. It's unique in that we've seen guys transition from off-ball linebacker to defensive end. We haven't really seen this guy that is moving to linebacker but has a space player background, but also has the requisite physicality to play linebacker and play on the ball. So it is this really unique kind of paradigm because it gives you so much more flexibility. I think about the Philadelphia Eagles, the Seattle Seahawks, the things that make those defenses go are obviously the defensive front, but it's really the middle level hook players in that defense. Zach Bond in Philly, Cooper DeJean in Philly, obviously those the Witherspoons, the Nick Gammon Warriors up in Seattle. I think we're kind of getting into that pantheon of player. But unlike those other players, right, where they're kind of this guy's a coverage player, this guy's a run fit player with Zach Bond and Cooper DeJean, you're starting to get a guy who can do both at a super high level. And it's man, we could be in base defense, and we've got a guy who could literally run with a number 3 wide receiver with speed and take him out of the picture, which is such a unique kind of chess piece for modern NFL defenses.
Talking with our friend Logan Paulson here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Logan, let's go to Antonio Williams. Washington really had their pick of a number of receivers at number 71. They kind of set off a run on receivers in that third round. What do you think of Williams?
I mean, I think Williams is a guy that is probably getting slept on, and there seems to be a little bit of slander from the Commanders community. And I think if there's slander towards him, you guys they probably just haven't watched the tape, because when you look at the guys that went directly after him, your Ted Hurst, your Malachi Fields, that's those kind of bigger body wideouts. When you look at the route runner that Antonio Williams is, it's not even in the same zip code. To me, he might be the second or third best route runner in this entire class. And when you look at the skill sets, they play in the NFL, specifically at receiver, it's not the big body guys anymore, because defenses can't press the same way. It's the route running technicians. Look at your, Justin Jeffersons, your Jackson Smith and Jigbas, those guys up in Cincinnati. They are technical route runners. Puka Nacua is another guy that comes to mind. Devontae Adams, right? That's what this guy is, a technician. He can accelerate, he can decelerate. He's got a great release package. He's got a great feel for indicators. So what does the defense see at 5 yards? What do they see at 10 yards? How can I subvert expectations with my stem or my speed, my tempo of route? And so I think here's a guy that's going to be a really nice addition to this room here in Washington, because you've got vertical speed in Diaby Bound. You've got a physical contested catch winner in Traylon Burks. You've got kind of the vertical speed with Lane as well. You've got a bigger body slot guy with Luke McCaffrey. And now all of a sudden you bring a technician into that position, a guy who can win on third down, can win in the red zone, can run short to intermediate routes at a super high level. I think that's something that's really unique about him, and something that I think is going to be really dangerous in this David Blau offense.
As you look at the rest of the draft pick, Logan, who stands out to you the most?
Oh my gosh, it's probably Joshua Josephs from Tennessee, man. That guy was a guy that I kind of circled as a Dan Quinn guy, meaning when I watched him, I was Dan Quinn would love to get his hands on a player like this, because he's got 34.5-inch, almost 35-inch arms. He's got a wicked, murderous first step. He plays the run like a lunatic, right? You feel his length. You see these big tackles from Oklahoma and Alabama. He puts his hands on their chest, and they're those are big men, and they can't touch him. And so that is that mom, dad, and God can teach. To couple that with the first step, Dan Quinn is going to love to get his hands on this player, because right now he's predominantly a high side rusher, speed rusher, but with that kind of length, he should have great power as well. So if he can cultivate some power to go with that great first step, defenses are going to have a really hard time blocking a player with that skill set. And then the other thing too that I think people probably don't know about him is I think he's a really good dropper. So you talk about the Van Ginkels and how flexible he was in that defense up in Minnesota, and people want to comp Leo Chenal to him, right? But I think this player, Joshua Josephs, fits that mold much better, because he's a good rusher with good length, but also has the dexterity to drop. So really a player, because
Logan driving through a tunnel. Luigi, just tell him thank you. We got a break anyway. Very interesting to hear the Josephs comp to Van Ginkel. We've seen Van Ginkel just destroy the Commanders over the years. Yeah. But if he's able to drop, and we talked about some of those numbers with the passes defense, the forced fumbles. Yep. If he's able to drop in coverage, or even just stay at the line of scrimmage with that length, that becomes really interesting on bubbles and all that sort of stuff. And the comp to Van Ginkel, I find
Van Ginkel gets his hands in throwing lanes. If Joseph can do that, that could be something special.
And I'm curious, I'm pulling it up real quick. Guess when Van Ginkel was drafted?
Same time?
5th round.
Very close.
Van Ginkel went 151. Joshua Josephs went 147. That's pretty damn interesting, honestly. We're going to open these phone lines up at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
Can play, dog.
Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. Phone lines are open at noon, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're going to put our boy Luigi to work. Logan Paulson, if you missed any of that interview, I thought it was really telling. His excitement level, discussing what Sonny Styles can do for this defense. I thought it was pretty telling what he said about Antonio Williams, that he might be the second or third best route runner in this class. I think if you look at some of the best receivers in the NFL, like, you don't have to be 6'5", dude. You just got to get open.
That's it.
But the thing that really stood out with me, B, and I hadn't thought of this, Logan just made a comp between the Commanders' 5th-round pick, Joshua Josephs. He described him as a guy that really looked like a Dan Quinn guy when he watched the tape from his play at Tennessee. And he compared him to Andrew Van Ginkel. Ginkel's a guy...
That's saying a lot, bro.
Well, Washington players know him all too well. He had a pick 6 playing for the Dolphins. That was Ron's last year when Tyreek went 70 on like the first play of the game, I want to say. Van Ginkel had a pick 6 at the line of scrimmage on a little bubble. And then last year, playing for the Vikings, playing for Durante Jones, I would add, he had not a pick 6 because Jaden Daniels chased him down and then Terry made the tackle. But the play where Jaden injured his elbow was a Van Ginkel pick.
Yeah.
He's a DN that plays at the line of scrimmage, but is really smart, really reactionary in the pass game. I mean, Van Ginkel in 2 games against the Skins has 2 interceptions. And so maybe that just jumps to mind more for me because of the success he's had against Washington.
Yeah.
But he has 2 picks and 4 passes defensed in 2 games against Washington.
But you look at his length, and if he has that ability like Van Ginkel has, when every time someone throws that pass, when he's playing in any game, that little pass straight down the line of scrimmage, he got him against us, but he's right there, damn near tipping him all the time. So if he got that long reach, he's going to get some.
So I pulled up and whenever I do these player comps, I'm talking measurables, right? Like, who knows what will transpire on the field? That's up to the players.
Yep.
But like just the straight up measurables, if Logan's going to compare it, that's going to draw my interest. So I pulled it up here. Van Ginkel was drafted in 2019, I believe. 5th round, 13th overall. Measured 6'3.5", 241, 32.5-inch arms, 9 3/8-inch hands. Just listen to this, B. Joshua Josephs, 5th round, 7th pick over the weekend, 2026 draft. 6'3 1/8-inch, 242, 34.25-inch arms, 10-inch hands. These dudes are damn near identical. 6'3 1/8 versus 6'3 1/2 height, 241 versus 242. The only thing that's different, Joseph's arms are 2 inches longer and his hand is about a 1/2 inch bigger. So like that wingspan stuff is very real, and I don't know, I find that comp really intriguing.
Yeah. I mean, let's just hope, since he's has a little bit longer arms and a little bigger hands.
His prospect grade was significantly higher. I mean, like
I
almost
wish he has a lot more interceptions and a lot more passes defensed.
I find that one really interesting and really encouraging. And then when you look at the raw data, pretty damn interesting. We're going to open the phones at noon. So if you want to call and get on hold, fire away. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What did you think of the Commanders draft? Who's your favorite player in this draft? We haven't gotten to the final couple picks here. A lot of folks concerned about Tyler Biadasz's release and the organization not adding anybody at the center position. Are they really just going to roll with Nick Allegretti? In the 7th round, they add Matt Golban from Michigan State. Credit to our guy Marcus Washington. He called this pick. 6'3 1/2, 300 pounds. Started for 3 years in the SEC. I'm sorry, in the Big Ten. Forgive me. Bill Belichick, in the old Patriots days, had a rule drafting offensive linemen. I want big school guys that are durable.
Okay.
He checks that box.
There you go.
It's a big school guy that's very durable. I think it's Allegretti's job to lose. Golban gets a chance to push for it. You had to have another true center on the roster. Yeah. Now they do.
Yeah, I think Allegretti is comfortable for a year or two. I think the kid will be ready to step in when things. He signed a 2-year deal, right?
Nick?
Yeah.
I think it was an extension. I can look that up.
Yeah, but I just think that position right there, I understand about how the guy moves in, but it's a lot of stuff going on at that center position.
2-year
that
deal.
may take a little time.
You're right, 2-year deal. If they want to get out of it, it wouldn't be a big problem. But yes, 2-year deal. The player I think will create the most excitement from Saturday's draft is a running back. Anytime you get a skill position player, especially considering the success they had last year in the 7th round with Bill, Katron Allen. I was pretty blown away to hear that he's the all-time leading rusher at Penn State. I mean, that is a storied, long-term program.
Yeah.
And Allen last year, I believe, went for 1,300 yards from scrimmage, averaged 6.2 a carry, 15 touchdowns.
That right there is good.
Right. He went for over 1,000 in 24. He went for 1,100, I should add. But even as a freshman and a sophomore, like he was a real part of a good Penn State team. Obviously, they fell apart this last season. Katron Allen comes in. Plus, he has a nickname that people are going to love in Fat Man.
Fat Man.
The best, I'd love to credit this guy, but I'm not going to be able to do it in time here on the radio. I got a tweet over the weekend. Fat Rob walked so Fat Man can run. How good is that?
I remember that.
How good is that?
That's cool. Fat Rob. Remember Fat Rob?
I love Rob Kelly. Oh, remember Gruden's? Oh, I love Rob Kelly. The role to me that's available to Fat Man, short yardage guy.
Yeah.
Come in, prove. Chris Rodriguez is now a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yep.
Come in and prove you can be a short yardage guy, and there is a role for you, young man. It's up to you.
Everybody looks for the guy who's all shifty and shaky. I look for the guy that I give him the ball and I know he's going to get 2-3 yards. And if you block, he'll get 4 or 5 yards.
You know who's shifty and shaky? Bill.
Yeah.
Bill, like.
I want somebody who could lower the shoulder pad and move the crowd.
And maybe it's C-Rod, maybe it's the role they thought Brian Robinson would have. Like, the path to a roster spot for my man, Fat Man, is to prove you can be a short yardage guy. That's how you make this team, dude. Yep. And with the
Fat Man in the house.
With the thump, I mean, I think he's politely listed at 5'11", 215. I might take the over on the weight, and that's okay. As if you can use it, like if you can use it at the next level to prove you are the guy that can 3rd and 2, I'll get you 3, coach. You're good.
I watched him play against his team from Canada. They had all these older dudes. All he did was just run through them all damn day. Whether it was blocked or not.
5'11" and 3/8 listed at 216.
Mm-hmm.
Taking the over.
You're probably about that.
The path there. Bill's on this team. Rashad White's on this team. They did add Jerome Ford. Jeremy McNichols, I think, is probably on this team.
The kid that got undrafted free agent got some skills, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the thing to keep in mind, NFL rosters have changed. It's a 70-man roster. Practice squad players can get, bumped up to the active on Saturday night. The NFL has changed from what were like seriously punishing roster rules to far more forgiving, bigger rosters. So there's a path for Fat Man. We do need to talk about the quarterback. We'll do that a little later, but I promise the phones. We're going to do the phones. 800-636-1067. Your calls next.
This update brought to you by the DC Defenders. Chris Sims announced this morning that he is out at Football Night in America, a source told NBC Sports. NBC has changed up its NFL pregame show with the addition of Mike Tomlin. Five-star forward Mika Merton has committed to Arkansas, making the Razorbacks the #1 recruiting class in men's basketball, according to ESPN. Commanders have added 8 free agents, including Fred Davis II, a cornerback from Northwestern, Malik Spencer, a safety from Michigan State, Chris Hilton Jr., wide receiver from LSU. Day off for the Nationals, well-deserved. After taking 2 of 3 against the White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings yesterday, they play the Mets on Tuesday. Raptors and Rockets won at home, and Spurs and Celtics on the road in the NBA playoffs. Defenders versus Dallas Renegades, Saturday, May 2nd, noon at Audi Field. School Spirit Showcase and free Defenders Championship flag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and we're taking your calls. That's right. Commanders Draft Weekend is in the books. A lot of experts think they nailed this draft. Let's see what the fans think. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are lit up. Let's start with Lamar in Virginia Beach. What's up, Lamar?
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say, hey, I'm very, very, very excited about the draft, and for the main reason is we got some youth, we got some experience, went out and got some free agents, but the youth with Sonny Styles, that position with him, his size, his speed, him being able to put people in the right position, that's like a quarterback on defense. That is a great foundation for building a defense around. And I had to think about how Monty Coleman and Wilbur Marshall and those guys back in the old days, when you had a good linebacker that could actually help get that defense and the people in the right positions, then that helped solidify the defense, and you could build around them just like you got Jaden on the offensive side. And then when I look at Keyshawn Allen, and I went and watched him run the ball at Penn State, it brought me back to looking at Ernest Biner and Stephen Davis. And I'm like, if he could even just be that type of running back, like you say, give me 2, 3, 4, 5 yards and hang on to the ball, I think we got something like that with Frosty Merritt. I'm like, hey, that's my 1-2 punch right there. So I'm really excited about it. We already got a left tackle. Hey, man, I'm really excited about it. I'm glad that they didn't take and back out that number 7 spot. So, yes, I'm excited about it.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, Lamar. He's excited.
Yep.
Let's go to Russell in Maryland. What's up, Russ?
What's up, Russ?
Hey, afternoon. Blessings, guys. First and foremost, man, my deepest thoughts and prayers going out to Monty Coleman's family. All-time legend. No need to speak anymore about him. That man's just phenomenal. But with the draft, excited. 100% excited. Every area that we needed to get better, I think AP stuck it during free agency. If you ain't excited about Sonny Styles, you ain't got a heartbeat. You might want to check your pulse. And a lot of, the downside, a lot of people are talking about Antonio Williams. I'm disgusted at some of these people in these chat rooms talking about he's undersized. I could name probably 9 receivers right now that were, 5'9", 5'10", that lit it up because BMitch said it best. Get open. Santana, Wes Welker, Edelman, Steve Smith Jr., but excited about what he can do. And when Logan, who knows a football guru, he's the the professor, they call him. But, to break down film study and to say that he's probably the second or the third best receiver coming out with his skill set, I'm excited. No one knows what David Blau is going to run. We know Jaden's going to be under center a little more. And how can you not be excited about, the fat man coming in from Penn State, led the Midley Lions and the leading rusher, taking it from Evan Royster, his ball security to be able to move the change, methodically down the field, the 1-2 punch. I'm excited, because and we go back to this 2 tight end set or whatever David has mysteriously, we're going to be a problem. We're going to be a headache and a nightmare for people, and I am so stoked. Thank you guys for taking my calls, and again, man, prayers up for the Coleman family.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, Russ. Great call, man. Thank you.
Hell of a call.
So it's pretty wild when you look at this all-time Penn State rushing leader.
They got some names on that thing.
Yeah. Now, it's worth pointing out that he played more games. They play more games now than they did back in the day. Katron Allen, fat man, 6th-round pick by the Commanders, ran for 4,180 yards over his 4 years in Happy Valley. And it's worth pointing out that he played significant time as a freshman.
Yeah.
Like, that Penn State team was good. They bottomed out this last year, but that was a good football team. And he was a big part of their offense for 4 straight seasons. He takes over the all-time leading rusher spot from Evan Royster, who's a local guy, I believe.
Yeah.
Isn't he a Northern Virginia guy?
Yeah.
Number 3 on that list, fellow by the name of Saquon Barkley. You go further down, and some of these guys, forgive me, I don't remember.
Wasn't Kajana quarter there?
Well, Kurt Warner, I think, was really good for them in the early 80s. Tony Hunt, Blair Thomas, I think he was.
I remember Blair.
Was Blair number 1 overall pick by the Jets? He was a very high draft pick. Curtis Enos, I remember, was a first rounder by the Bears. What's crazy about Curtis Enos is he did it in 3 years. He ran for 3,200 yards in 3 years. Larry Johnson, a lot of folks might remember.
LJ
went for almost 3,000 yards.
Didn't he come here for a bit?
Yeah, at the end of his career.
Yeah.
I think wasn't Royster here for a minute?
Right, Royster was here for a bit too.
Kijana Carter that you mentioned, I think Kijana went number 1 overall also to the Bengals. Don't quote me on that. Another 3-year player that went for almost 3 years for 3,000 yards. Kijana Carter, remember he blew out his knee. Who knows what that player would have become? He averaged over 3 years at Penn State 7.2 yards per carry. After they picked Fat Man, I don't know if you got the same, but I started getting texts from every Penn State person I know. And there are so many Penn State.
The first person I heard
Scotty,
from?
of course.
Of course.
And there's a lot of Penn State people in the DMV. Remember Wargo? Remember Mike Wargo?
Wargo came out. He climbed from under that rock.
He texted me about him. So the Penn State crowd is fired up. That's a highly productive back that just needs to prove, I can be your short yardage guy in the NFL, and bang, you got a roster spot.
Yeah.
Our guy Juan is on the line.
What's up, Juan?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're good, dude. How are you?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I'm a little hurt because Monty Coleman passed away, man. That just hurt my heart because I remember watching Monty Coleman when I was 12, 13, 14 years old. I'm 41 right now, and it hurts my heart because I used to watch him, BMitch. Me and my dad used to watch the game together and everything. It just hurts my heart. But prayers go out to him and his family, man. Prayers. But yeah, let me go ahead and get my mind on this draft, though. Yeah, this draft was like that. I liked it. And I'm going to tell you something. That dude we got out of Clemson, Antonio Williams, he going to open everything up. And Terry, how they used to double team and triple team Terry McLaurin, that's stopping. That's stopping automatically. That won't be happening no more. And, so therefore, and I like the first pick we got, Sonny Styles. It's always sunny in D.C. And let me go ahead and shout out Westfield High School because I went to school with Evan Royster. Shout out to Westfield High School. All right, y'all.
Shout out to Westfields. Thank you, dude.
Right by my house.
I love Juan's passion.
Well, yeah.
Wait, did your girls go to Westfields?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Sam is in Maryland. What's up, Sam?
Hi, guys. Love the show, first of all.
Thanks, bud.
I am very psyched about the draft. I think it went really well. My one concern, last year we didn't have a very strong secondary, and it doesn't look like they did much to improve the secondary. And I'm just wondering what you guys think about all that.
So, I mean, they didn't necessarily draft anyone in the secondary. I that's obvious, right? I thought at 71 there were Keontae Scott was there. There were some corners you could have gone with. They wanted to add a weapon for Jaden. I'm not mad at that. Here's all I'll say, Sam, because you're factually correct. They did not draft a corner or a safety. But they did draft a do-it-all middle linebacker that I think improves the defense and can improve the coverage. And I think when you couple that with what was an expansive offseason of defensive acquisitions, like if you just want to say the corners, and they added Amik Robertson, which isn't a headliner, but I think they're trying to have a philosophical change, and that philosophical change will help. It should help the secondary.
I think Amik Robertson is ahead of anybody you could have drafted at 70 whatever. I think Nick Cross, another one, is probably better than the guys you could have drafted at safety.
You could have taken Caleb Downs.
But they took. We can't worry about Caleb Downs. We took Sonny Styles. You can't take both of them.
Right.
So they got Sonny, but they got people in that position already. I think fans have to understand the draft and free agency don't work separate of each other. They work in combo with each other. So when they go get somebody in free agency, more than likely they're not going to go do all that stuff in the draft. So the team, they believe in, Trey Amos comes back. Mikey is there. You got Amik Robertson. They still got some guys left over from last year. They feel they've gotten better in the secondary. But you got 6 picks. You're not drafting the ones they use them in the positions that they need to use them.
This draft, I believe that this is how AP operates, but I also think they're a best player available on their draft board. They worked their ass off to build a draft board that they then stick to. Like nothing highlights that better than taking a quarterback in the 7th round. Mm-hmm. Because Sam, let me ask you this. If instead of taking Ethan Kaliak-Manis in the 7th round, if that 7th round pick had been a corner or a safety, would you have felt better? The next pick, so they took Kaliak-Manis at 223. At 224, Robert Spears Jennings went, a safety out of Oklahoma. Would you have felt better then?
Maybe a little bit, but I did also know I ran across a list of their undrafted free agents that we signed, and I think there's a safety and a cornerback in there. So, yeah, and the secondary does start up front. You win the trenches, and we got obviously a much better linebacking core, certainly younger and faster. I think Sonny's going to be excellent. We'll see. I'm very positive in general. I'm just worried a little.
Hey, man, they were god-awful last year. It's fair to be worried a little. I get that. They're trying to overhaul it in rapid fashion, but they gave you reason for concern. So I think that's fair. Thanks for the call, dude. Let's go to Jonathan in Virginia. Says B's right about something. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? I want to send my condolences, man, to the Coleman family, man. I'm an old school Redskin. I'm 66, so I've seen all his plays throughout his whole career, man, and he was the most underrated linebacker in the NFL, to be honest. And BMitch, I want to apologize to you because you was right about Caleb Downs. I did not know he was as small as he was. So when I found out, I was all for him. You know what I'm saying? Yes. But I think that they did the best that they could do at the 7th pick with getting Sonny Styles after I read everything about him, man. He's gonna turn our defense up a whole lot, man. He can run from sideline to sideline. He can hit. He's big. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You got a wide receiver for Jaden. You got a wide receiver for Jaden, and you got that running back from Penn State that's like all-time rushing leader. When we need 2-3 yards, give him the ball and let him run behind them 2.0 hogs. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And then the guy from Tennessee, like I was talking about earlier, man, his arm length and his hand size is a plus to our defense. You know, he can be there to bat a lot of balls down, might even get some interceptions. You know, I'm quite impressed. I don't know a lot about the quarterback that they took, you know what I'm saying? But everybody else, I'm all in on 100%, man.
All right,
And
brother.
I thank y'all for taking my call, man. And y'all have a great day.
You too.
Thanks,
You too,
dude.
brother.
Take care. Yeah, I mean, I think specific to the quarterback in the 7th round, because I had some people texting me like, man, what the heck? You're burning a draft pick. This draft wasn't considered to be particularly deep, especially you get to the 7th round of a not particularly deep draft. Drafting Ethan Kaliak-Manis, to me, is a real sign of competition coming for Sam Hartman, and I don't think it's much more than that, and I don't think we need to draw a lot of conclusions out of that. Maybe he'll show up and be fantastic and emerge as a backup quarterback, but
never know.
Yeah, I don't.
You always have to have a backup, and we with Mariota this year going into all season, we all felt he was going to get a chance to go somewhere and start. Right? If he were to have left, you're going to need somebody. What if he leaves next year? You're going to need somebody. And I just think that's the way you build. But like for so many people to say you're wasting a draft pick, I asked the question: how many 7th-round picks make the team?
Not a ton.
So it's not a wasted draft pick. It's somebody you think has promise that could probably help your team in the future. That's all it is.
I think with Kaliak-Manis, if he could be a practice squatter, like I think that creates real competition for Hartman, right? And
yeah.
I think we got to be honest about something. When they started losing quarterbacks at a rapid rate last year and they didn't elevate Hartman and they signed Driscoll,
said a lot to me.
Told you what you needed to know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Phones are lit up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Everybody stay there, okay? We haven't checked in with the boys in the aquarium yet, how they feel about the draft. My man, if you had to guess, is Jeffrey fired up, B?
Yeah. Probably too fired up.
Jeff generally is a fired up fella. There's also a number of undrafted free agents that were signed. There's a couple more guys that got rookie minicamp invites. Rookie minicamp is next weekend. We'll get to talk to the fellas then, which should be cool. I think it's an exciting class. At 1 o'clock, Warren Sharp will join the program to tell us about the value and the athleticism that Washington added with this group. If you're on hold, stay there. If you want to call in, 800-636-1067. You're listening to BMitch Finlay.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Spring is here, and I'm finally back outside riding my bike. Actually rode this weekend on our brewery ride. With Autism Acceptance Month kicking off, it's the perfect time to talk about a bike to the beach. I'd love you to join my team on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. It's an incredible experience. We finished with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just steps away from Ocean and right in the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start summer strong together. Join my team or start your own today at biketothebeach.org.
college basketball. Chris Sims announced he will no longer Melwood. Commanders have signed 8 undrafted free agents, including Jaden Bradley, wide receiver UNLV, Chris Hilton Jr., wide receiver LSU, Malik Spencer, safety from Michigan State. 5-star forward Mika Mernon has committed to Arkansas for men's college basketball. Chris Sims announced he will no longer be a part of Football Night in America. Nationals defeated Chicago White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings, off to New York Citi Field tomorrow night against the Mets. NBA, Raptors, and Rockets won at home, and the Spurs and Celtics on the road. The legendary Monty Coleman has passed away at the age of 68. He won 3 Super Bowls with Washington, played in 215 regular season games, second all-time to Darrell Green. He was 68. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Our work is very public, right? like we're literally on the air for 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
So people hear things. And they're now running promos for the Memorial Day thing down at the beach, right? The Junkies are going to be live from Starboard in the morning. Then we'll come on after that. So we'll have live 106.7 The Fan programming from Starboard and Dewey Beach on the Friday of Memorial Day weekend.
That's going to be interesting.
It should be bumping. I've actually done this a couple times up there, just with Monty, without like the full setup, and it really starts to crank. Like by the time now, it might be different now that we're promoting it. And a lot of folks will know we're going to be there. Maybe people get there at 6 a.m. for the Junks, but it's going to get going. I hadn't mentioned that to
What
Lauren.
time are you getting there?
I'm going to go Thursday night. I assume they're
hell
getting us
yeah, I'm
hotels.
going Thursday night.
Right. But
I would not be going that morning.
I hadn't mentioned that to Lauren yet.
Uh-huh.
And she just texted me, wait, when are you live in Dewey? LOL. I just heard the end of that conversation. So, sweetheart, I got to go to Dewey for work. Sorry.
Yeah. what JP said.
I want to shout out City Lights. In the era of Uber Eats and DoorDash, and there's probably other services that I don't even know the names of. Like when I was a kid, there were 2 places that delivered. Pizza places and Chinese food.
Yeah.
Now, most pizza places still deliver. I had a Paisanos feast at my in-laws yesterday. Thank you to Paisanos of Germantown. Great food. But so pizza places still deliver. But more and more, everybody relies on DoorDash or Uber Eats, and like the fees and everything is just so significant.
It's astronomical.
City Lights is my spot. It's an old school little Chinese restaurant in Bethesda. We've had a lot of moving parts at my house. Nobody's really been cooking lately because we're just on the road, just on the move constantly. So for $40 at City Lights, I got a thing of Kung Pao and a thing of Mushu pork and a singular egg roll. And I give my man $50 cash, American currency, because my man delivers it. I don't know his name. Very friendly fella, always smiles. There's not a lot of language between the two of us. I think he speaks the old world language where he's from and cooks Kung Pao, and I speak English. But I love that guy. For $50 though, from of Chinese food, I don't even eat the rice. I just throw the rice away. Dog, it's like I get 4 or 5 meals out of that. You know what I mean? Like I eat the egg roll immediately. I probably have the egg roll and a little bit of chicken. Then the next day I have lunch. Today I have lunch. That's value, baby.
Yeah.
Shout out to City Lights.
Way to go, City Lights.
Now, I want to get back to this phone.
Went with Uber Eats, you probably would have got a half a meal. Because the rest of it would have been all the damn fees.
Dog, you want to hear a terrible story? So obviously, I mentioned it earlier. We tragically lost my father-in-law last week. Lauren's the oldest of 4 sisters. One of the sisters is an accountant. And her firm sent like a feast to the family house, right? I'm not going to say the company, but but it's a company that I love their food.
Mm-hmm.
I had to leave to go pick up my daughters maybe while they were waiting on the food, and then by the time I got back, the food still wasn't there. And this was a very delicate moment in the house. So like the sisters were all kind of together, and the brother-in-laws were like circulating around outside,
Trying to help out.
and really just keep the kids occupied. And I said to my brother-in-law, I was like, dude, where's the food? He's like, man, you won't believe it. I was like, what? The Uber Eats dude stole it.
Really?
Some dude went to the place, picked up a feast, stole it. Yo, enough food for an army.
That happened to me.
You took it home?
They just were MIA. So then the place sent their own guy to deliver it again because they felt so bad. That happened to you, Luigi?
So my question is, do they know who the Uber Eats guy was? Because he should not be a Uber Eats guy any damn more.
I don't know. What happened to you?
So I was here. I was on a Saturday with producing Saban.
Oh, I was listening that day. You were waiting on Taco Bell or something?
Yeah, I was. The guy pulled up to our office and then drove away. And then texted me, oh, I had something wrong with my previous order. And then he canceled.
That happened to us, remember? In New Orleans.
Yeah, with the catfish.
Yeah, I ordered 3 platters, and we never got them.
All right, don't hate me.
You've done this, Jeff?
Bro.
Jeff is the person who stole it.
No, bro. They wanted me to drive to Waldorf for $4 on Uber Eats. I called the dude. I said, hey, look, I'm not trying to take your food, but I'm not coming all the way out there for $4. And he said, all right, don't worry about it. I didn't even think I ordered it from all the way out there, and I just kept the food.
Jeff, I love you. I'm so confused by this story. Were you driving for Uber Eats?
Yeah, I was driving for Uber Eats at one point, and they tried to make me go to Waldorf for $4, and I was like, no, and I just kept the food.
Good for you.
Well, the guy told you to keep it, so it's not like you did nothing wrong.
Waldorf's what, an hour? Waldorf's far.
It's not that far.
It's not an hour.
About 40 minutes, 35, depending on who's driving.
All right, that was a good Uber Eats discussion. I have a funny story that I'm not going to say on air, but I have an even better one. Our guy Toothpick's been on hold a while. Pick, what up? What'd you think of the draft?
Hey, what's good, JP? Thanks for taking my call. BMitch, I reached out to you about Monty.
Yep.
First off, man, JP, I gotta say, man, our fan base is really, really confusing sometimes. They want the team to get better, but they don't want no competition for their favorite players, right?
That's what it sounds like.
So it's confusing to me. Do you want us to get better, or do you just want your favorite player to pile up stats? So me, I'm really, really interested in Williams, the wide receiver from Clemson. I think he is going to make that room better. I think it puts Luke McCaffrey on notice that, hey, you've been here for 3 years. It puts Jalen Lane on notice because this guy can return punts as well. And, B, you always say, man, the more you can do, the longer you'll stay. So if you can be a successful wide receiver and return punts, you're a weapon then.
There you go.
So you guys better get better. You better get better. Thanks for taking my call, man. The competition makes your team better. So don't be afraid to have your favorite player compete.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Pick.
y'all.
Good call, buddy. For sure. Competition is what it's all about, dude. The NFL's a meritocracy, man. Reggie is in D.C. What's up, Reg?
What's up, fellas? Man, sometimes, man, our fans, his previous caller just said it, they drive me crazy. So the guy, I think 2 calls ago, was talking about he was afraid of our secondary. Okay. I don't know if he watches football, and I'm assuming he does. Do you know why Stingley is a great cornerback, and I think Reed is the other cornerback? Yeah, because they got Will freaking Anderson and Hunter combining for 25 sacks. You know why Patrick Surtain is a beast? Because you got Nick Bonito, the one who blocked freaking Mariota in that 2-point conversion that we would have scored easily on. Yeah, because you got a stud like him. I don't care if you have, and BMitch, he knows this because he freaking played at the highest level as a champion. If you don't have anybody up front, it don't make a difference who you got on the back end. You can have Dion, you can have Darryl Green. You can't run around chasing wide receivers for 4 to 5 seconds. So our secondary is going to be so much better because we got like 7 dudes that can rush the passer. You look at and I think B-Mitch said this because I said this previously, you can't separate the draft from free agency. They go hand in hand. So when you look at bringing in a Nick Cross, who's like a box safety, when you look at Amik Robinson, who's a dog competitor, when you look at Sonny Styles, who has the physical ability to kind of play in that safety space, then you look at what we've done up front. as a defensive pass rushing unit, you have absolutely no choice but to be ecstatic. Now I'm looking at Durante Jones. I need for you all these chests. I mean, he should be sitting at home right now crying every day, just thanking the good Lord that we put all the resources. We only put a little sprinkle on offense, but we gave this dude. I know if I'm Bilal, I would feel like, I guess I got to feel like the older brother, because, you got to get a baby all the toys, and they get the cereal, the good cereal, they get the toys, like you got to get him the extra piece of cake when you want it. Man, if I'm Bilal, I'm happy, but I got a little side-eye look, because I know Durante got all the fresh toys this all season. But as a fan, man, you gotta be happy with what we did, man. Love the show, man. Appreciate all y'all do, man. I love listening to y'all.
Thanks, Reggie. The only difference I would say about Blau looking at Durante get the toys, like if we're making a Christmas morning comparison, Durante may have gotten the inventory. He may have gotten more toys, but Blau still has the best toy. Blau's got a bike, and everybody else got like
Jaden got Blau got the pony.
Right? Yeah. Whatever the one seed of toys is.
This went unnoticed for a lot of stuff. Grenard going to the Eagles.
Pair of third rounders.
Yeah.
Eagles gonna eagle.
Yes, indeed. Damn Howie Roseman. Boy.
The Mekhi Lemon pick at 20. Like that a lot.
They told the Steelers, not so fast.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough look. Let's go to Sam. Sam, what up?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call. Sorry about Monty, everybody, and JP, I'm sorry about the loss in your family as well.
Thanks, bro.
But I'm going to ask this question, and I'll hang up real quick. Moody was 11 for 12 for us last year, but he kicked in situations that weren't really that tense. Do you see them bringing in more competition, or are they going to coddle the kicker just so he doesn't get his ruffle his feathers in practice? Because I think if you can't handle competition in practice, how can you handle a game-winning kick? I'll hang up and let you guys answer. Thanks for taking my call.
You say it was 11 or 12?
It's a fair question, Sam.
I think you say it was 11 or 12.
Yeah.
You're not going to bring a guy in every year. I mean, for kickers, sometimes you want to see other positions.
I'd like to see another kicker.
I like seeing competition, but I don't think you don't force that. You don't have to go draft one. You can bring one in as a free agent later on.
Fine. They didn't draft one. I wouldn't have minded that. I would like to see another kicker when we get to camp in late July. Period. Like, they have struggled at that position for so long, and I just don't know. Yes, Moody made the kicks, but one, you don't have the distance there. Two, it was dicey every time he was going back there. This is just me saying it, would very much believe they need to bring in competition for Jake Moody in camp. And hopefully he's up to it and wins out, and then you're all good. But the amount of kickers they've had on the roster over the last few seasons is just tremendous turnover. So I would be looking under every rock to try to find the guy I think is the guy going forward. Last year, they thought they had it answered in Matt Gay. Matt Gay, awesome dude, too sporadic. He got released after Miami, right? After the Madrid game. Mm-hmm. Then they had Moody come in. He did go 10 of 11 on extra points, 10 of 11 on field goals. It was all pretty good. It was also very much low stakes when he was making those kicks.
I think that's a position that, it's weird. You get one in the camp, and you think you got one that's okay, you go with it. The other positions that they're improving upon right now is way more important than that right now at this point.
If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to keep the phones going until 1 o'clock. Warren Sharp will join the program. B, we've hit that stretch where it's cold in the morning and then nice in the afternoon. It is that time of year. Time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love working with them. Here's the deal. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in the same visit, making sure everything's running smooth and efficient and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at us this summer. That means we're going to boost your system's performance. We're going to lower those energy bills and catch any of the small issues before they turn into major repairs or replacements. That costs a ton. Take it from me, a quick call to Crop Metcalf is a small move now that can save you big time when the temperatures really flip. Nobody wants their AC going out in the middle of the summer. Trust me. Do yourself a favor. Call the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
Love it.
BMitch and Finlay. 106.7 The Fan. We do have some news. So we just had a caller about a kicker, right?
Yeah.
Hey, do we need some competition at kicker? Matt Zenit, CBS Sports college football reporter, reporting Commanders have invited former Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp.
There you go.
All Big Ten each of the last 4 years, finished his Iowa career with a field goal success rate of 80%, made 8 50-plus yarders over the last 2 seasons. Now, rookie minicamp is hardly training camp, but I like that. I'm for a competition. I think that's good news, but this also, a rookie minicamp invite is not a zero, but
it's a tryout.
Yeah.
If he goes there and he nails them and he's kicking long, he'll come back.
It's kind of interesting, though, because
if he comes there and he's 80%, he's going to be gone.
Normally at rookie camp, there's not even special team periods. You know what I mean? Like, rookie camp, you have, in this case, 6 drafted kids, whatever the number is by the time we get to next weekend, 7 or 8 undrafted kids. Some get signed, some get invited. And then they usually have like another 20 dudes just to kind of fill out a roster so they can run some 11 on 11.
But special teams will find a way to have that kicker kicking.
Oh, yeah. But I wonder, do you then have to bring a snapper in and a holder? Or do you just let him kick it off the tee?
Somebody snaps. Somebody holds.
Let's hit these
You
phones.
got a quarterback, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you have a punter, another punter coming in? I like them to bring up what I've always said, have another kicker, another punter. Because if you're kicking and punting all camp, all off season, you can wear yourself out. That's why I always say have another one just for that. Not even much competition sometimes. We sure at punter, but you don't want Tress to have to kick all the time.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Our guy Rusty's in Delaware. What's up, Rust?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, man. What's happening?
Hey, so I think last year we did bring a punter into camp. Just a kind of a side note, so Tress didn't have to kick as much.
Yeah, that's more just about his back.
Yeah, so calling you guys from the oceanfront of North Bethany. I'm about 3 minutes away from the starboard.
Where are you?
I will
north or south of Matt's
I'm
fish
on,
camp.
I am literally just a little bit south of that. So I'm on Duke's Dune Road, which is a private beach area.
Yeah,
here.
dude. I know exactly where you are.
Yep. So love the first of all, JP, sorry for your loss. Rest in peace to Monty. I hope when they honor him during the home opener or whenever they do it, somebody comes out of the tunnel and they hold that helmet up in the air. We know what helmet we're talking about.
That would be
So,
cool.
love the draft. I told you guys on Friday how excited I was for Styles. But as we progressed through the draft, it was a super long wait. And I don't know a ton about college football. I watch the championship games, I watch highlights, but I don't have like a literal investment. So I get all my college sports info from my 10-year-old son. And he's a huge Penn State fan because of his grandfather. And when Singleton got picked, he said to me, Dad, that's good and all. He was like, but the best running back is still on the board. And he wanted Jeremiah Love. I told you guys that on Friday. And when Fat Man was the pick, there was a lot of ecstatic. He was super pumped up, and just listening to his little the thing that the team put out, his little phone call with DQ. I think he's hungry. I think he's gonna be an impact player. You know, he kept saying, "I waited too long. I waited too long. I waited too long." So I think he's gonna come in with a little bit of a chip, and chips on your shoulders put chips in your pockets. One more thing I wanted to shout out, Delaware, not Penn State related, but Delaware. Big shout out to Denai Dennis Sutton. He came up through our Logan Pop Warner conference, and I've actually got to know his dad a little bit. His dad works for one of the contracts my company cleans for, and just a real cool story. A kid from such a small area, going to make an impact hopefully in the NFL with the Packers. So
that's great,
I'll see you guys. I'm sure I'll talk to you before, but I'll see you at the Starboard Memorial Day.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Rusty. Rusty holding it down at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Corey. Corey, what'd you think of the draft, dude?
I think it was good. First of all, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I just want to say prayers up to Monty and his family. It's terrible. Never got to watch him. I'm 34, but my dad talked about him all the time. So Anyway, the draft. That one got called earlier. Was talking about secondary. What people don't realize, we have new coaching, new defensive scheme. I think that's going to help our secondary players out because we just spent a lot of high draft picks on Quan, on Trey, on Mikey. So I think they're going to benefit from that. And I think with the picks we had, I think AP nailed it. That receiver, I'm telling you right now, he's going to be a short yardage demon.
All right.
I think he can get deep too, but thank you, Corey. Great call, bud.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Our guy Drew is on the line, speaking of the beach, calling from the
What
Eastern
up,
Shore.
Drew?
What's up, Drew?
Hey guys, first, condolences to Monty Coleman and his family. He was one of my all-time favorite Redskins, and so that he'll be missed. And also to your family, too, JP.
Thanks, bud.
But I am happy with the draft overall. Of course, the proof's going to be on game days, but Styles is still my favorite. We needed a game record. We needed someone on defense that other teams needed to game plan for, and I'm really hoping he can be that guy, right? Where we're dictating a little bit on defense because we certainly didn't do that last year. And I kind of hope McGee fits in. I like the speed in general that we got up front in the linebacking. I think that's going to go a long way. And Joseph is good too. He did have a drop-off this last year. He was better the year before, but I think that might be more Tennessee than him. And I always like adding big men. So Golden was also, I like that pick at center. Those are my favorite ones. And then Williams, I don't really question Williams as a receiver. I'm hoping he's as good as everyone says. My question to you guys is, I did think that with Luke and with Jalen and even a little bit with Ben, that there was a little bit of disconnect between Adam Peters' picks and what Cliff was doing with them. And I'm wondering, you think Williams fits better with David Blau, or you think that, because I felt there was kind of a receiver, offensive coordinator, general manager mismatch. And
you think Williams doesn't fit for Blau? I disagree.
No, I'm hoping he does. I'm not saying he doesn't. I just think that in the past, AP hasn't done as good fitting with his OC, and maybe this is a better fit.
Cliff didn't move anybody around. There was no motion.
Yeah,
it
you
was
just line them up in one spot.
Like with receivers, it's kind of like the best thing that can happen for NFL receivers is motion and play action. Because you're making the defense react.
Yeah,
Cliff's
make them
offense,
react. They let you know what they're doing, and they don't get a jump on you.
Cliff's offense largely didn't do that. So, I don't know. Is Luke just never going to be a highly productive guy, or maybe a different system? Specific to Williams, I think if you look at a Bears offense or a Lions offense, and then you look at Williams' skill set, I think he absolutely looks like a fit to that. A guy that can move inside, outside, play mostly from the inside, but get outside. The design of the Ben Johnson look is to be pro style, to run the ball well, but to create mismatches in the pass game. And that's what Williams can do and generate for you. So we'll see.
Well, that speaks well to his ability to get separation, if that works.
Separation
That's awesome.
is what matters. Thank you, Drew. Always good to hear from you. All right.
I hear.
We got to break because Warren Sharp's coming up
All right,
next.
I'll get to it later.
We'll circle that back. B has a point to make. We'll do that at 1:30. Warren Sharp next.
This update is brought to you by I-66 Express. AT&T Stadium will be Dallas Stadium and Mercedes-Benz Stadium will be called Atlanta Stadium for the FIFA World Cup 2026 because they are not official FIFA sponsors. Workers are covering the logos with giant drapes in Atlanta. New Charlotte coach Wes Miller has landed Georgetown transfer Jaden Fort, according to the Field of 68. Five-star forward Mika Merton is committing to Arkansas. The Nationals beat the White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings. That's their second straight extra innings victory. They go 9-8 in a 17-game span. They have the day off for the first time in a while at the Mets tomorrow. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. In just a moment, we're going to be joined by Warren Sharp. Really excited to talk with Warren. Looks at football through his own prism and really likes what Washington did in the draft. I think it'll be a really interesting look at the Commanders. Warren on Saturday evening, tweeted out that he believes the Commanders got the best value of the 2026 NFL draft. Now, some of that might be they only had 6 picks and they maximized those 6 picks, but he had them at a really high valuation for the picks they made. Excited to talk to Warren about how he arrived at that kind of marker. I think he very much is a believer in some of the players the Commanders drafted. Excited to welcome Warren Sharp onto the program right now. What's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Excited to talk post-draft, new season now that the draft is over. Looking forward to all the off-season stuff that these teams will do and incorporating some of their new players.
Absolutely, man. Everybody should check out Sharp Football. You can follow Warren on Twitter at Sharp Football. Really always interesting look at football through a different prism. And I was excited when I saw Saturday night that you ranked the Commanders as topping the best value among all 2026 NFL draft classes. Can you help us kind of understand how you arrived at that?
Yeah, so I look at a metric called draft capital over expected, which basically says wisdom of crowds is probably right, and year in and year out that is the case. The vast majority of national analysts that do this for a living and try to rank the top 300 players, big boards, where these guys are going to go, they do as good of a job in very many cases as what some of the NFL teams do. And what you can do is you could say, this is where a player was expected to go, and this is where a team actually took him. And so let's just use an example. If a player is expected to go round 2, but he ends up lasting until round 4 because some of the teams that are picking in between there might be picking for need, and so they want a wide receiver. They don't need the defensive end, and so he falls down beyond that player. And then another team comes up, and they decide they want a defensive end, but they don't want that particular one. He continues to fall. You might be drafting there in round 4, and you get a better value. You get a guy who was ranked higher than what he should have, or where he should have gone. He ends up going beyond that. And in some cases, certain teams draft for need, positional need. In some cases, they draft for scheme fit. Oh, we think this guy fits our scheme, so we're going to pass over this potentially slightly better player to get a guy who might be easier to coach and fit into our scheme, and our coaches won't have to do as much with him. And that allows more valuable players to slip down the board. And that's what the Commanders and Adam Peters took advantage of, especially in their late rounds as they were drafting. I mean, it started right away with Sonny Styles. I Sonny Styles, by and large, every expert out there, including the betting markets, expected Sonny Styles to go top 5. He's a top 5 player in this year's draft. How does he get to the Commanders at 7? They don't have to trade. He gets to the Commanders at 7. Well, you look at a team like the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans have a young quarterback in Cam Ward entering year 2. They've got a new coaching staff with a new offensive coordinator, and their number one priority is we've got to help Cam Ward. Let's double down on the money that we put into Cam Ward and the draft capital we put into Cam Ward, and let's draft Carnell Tate, a wide receiver, with pick number 4. Now, is Carnell Tate the 4th best player in this draft? No. But they were identifying a need, and they wanted to help their quarterback, and so they pass over Sonny Styles. This is coupled with the Arizona Cardinals drafting a running back at pick number 3, allowed Sonny Styles to flip to the Commanders at pick number 7. And so there's several obvious examples of this throughout the draft, that the Commanders were drafting guys who shouldn't have been available where they got them because they slipped down the draft board a little bit.
Who are some of those guys that they drafted that gave them some of the best value?
Okay, so the number one value that they drafted was Joshua Josephs, the edge defender, in round 5. By the consensus mock, he was expected to go pick 77. He lasted all the way to pick 147. In some cases, you ask questions like, well, why was that the case? Why was he available at pick 147? Well, we know that Tennessee coach came out at one point, talked about his weight, talked about his technique, and when you do that publicly, maybe there are some questions like how dedicated, how committed is this guy? So maybe some teams are like, we didn't love that quote. Let's not, take him where we should. But the Commanders and Adam Peters said, hey, we think this guy's too good of a value to pass up at pick 147. He was expected to go pick 77. The next one up was Katron Allen, who was expected to go at around pick 130. He lasted all the way to pick 187. Now, I liked this fit because I'm not the biggest Rachaad White fan. If you look at his career since he entered the league, out of 63 running backs, he ranks 54th in yards per rush at 4.0. He ranks 54th in success rate, 52nd in yards after contact per rush. We obviously know that Krosky Merritt had a successful rookie season overall, but later down the stretch, due to some pass protection issues, due to some fumbling issues, of which he had 4, he didn't get quite as much work there. Allen was a workhorse for Penn State. 27% of his carries came versus heavy boxes. That was the highest rate for any running back in this draft class. And yet, still versus those heavy boxes, he averaged 4.8 yards per carry. Only 11% of his runs failed to gain yardage. That was the 3rd best in this class. And when he did get a light box, he averaged 7 yards per carry, 4th best in this class. And he had the 3rd best pass protection grade of any running back in this class. So getting him at the 6th round when he was expected to go earlier, that was another great pick in my opinion. The biggest question here, though, guys, is how much better does this make the Commanders in 2026? The hard part is, Sonny Styles obviously is a massive difference maker, and he's going to make an impact day one. Katron Allen isn't going to be your lead running back. Joshua Josephs coming off the edge is not going to be a starter for you guys this year. So these guys are good values in the draft, but the problem for the Commanders was they didn't have as much draft capital to work with overall. They've had, 6 total picks, which was the second fewest of any in this draft class, and they only had 1 pick in the first 2 rounds. So you're not going to get really massive, impactful difference makers, but when they were on the clock, they made very intelligent decisions, took advantage of other teams drafting a little bit more for need, and got some great values, in my opinion.
Talking with Warren Sharp here from Sharp Football. You can give him a follow at Sharp Football on social media. A lot of great information. I've followed Warren for a long time. I've known Warren for a long time. When you look at Antonio Williams, where do you think he kind of fits in with Washington's receiver room?
Yeah, so he was a slight value. He was expected to go pick 66, was taken at pick 71, so right about where he was expected to go, but certainly no reach by any means whatsoever. Based upon one of the interesting parallels that I found with with him and Sonny Styles is that both enrolled at college at age 17. Styles skipped his senior year to enroll in college at age 17, but Antonio Williams enrolled at age 17. So these are younger guys. They might have played longer in college, but they were younger prospects. And one thing that I really liked about Antonio Williams is that he massively improved his drop rate in 2025 from 2024, only 1.8% drop rate in 2025, which was outstanding. He lacks some explosiveness. He's not very sudden. It's one of the reasons why he lasted where he did and was expected to go where he was. But another interesting parallel is the Clemson. They played from an RPO-based scheme, and he ran the vast majority of his routes out of the slot. I think Washington identified this was a rare instance where you have a need and you have a player that they felt probably from what he was doing in college really translates well to what they might be asking him to do here in the NFL. And so I think that there's going to be some similarities there. I think that he is going to offer a decent floor. That obviously remains to be seen, but based upon the tape, that's what I believe. And I think it's a good pick. He is not going to be this massive, round 3 difference maker and all of a sudden become like a Puka Nacua for the Washington Commanders or something like that. I don't think fans should have those types of expectations for him. But I definitely think that he can be a contributor in a wide receiver room that certainly needs that. Well, remains to be seen what ends up happening with another big name wide receiver, Brandon Aiyuk, if there's any truth to those rumors in terms of him coming to DC. But definitely somebody who's going to be able to contribute, and I think that they really like the similarities between what he did in college to what they're going to ask him to do here.
Boy, I don't know if you've looked at stuff like this, but like a guy like a Brandon Aiyuk, who's been out of football basically for 2 years with an injury there, the way that a guy performs after sitting out that long.
It's rare to have data that would actually present enough of a sample size to really be actionable. So just my thought process goes to, I don't have that data, but I don't even know that it would be very valuable because it's not a big enough sample size. Okay. But I don't really know, BMitch, like I'm not a professional athlete, right, obviously. So I don't know the drive that it takes when you're a professional, and especially the way that these guys work nowadays, where they seemingly hardly take any time off, right? It's constant work on your body, constant work to improve, constant work because, back in the day, before even your time, these guys would just take time off and then get back into shape. And it's so much easier to just work every single day and never have to really get that much out of shape. And so for a guy who hasn't been doing that necessarily as much, and for 2 years, like you said, and then it's like the reason that you work so hard is because you're constantly competing with your teammates at practice, doing what the coaches are asking you to do. You don't want to get called out on tape, so you have to do better. And then you're competing with your opposition on the field once a week during the season. And there's like so many competitive juices there that are urging you to get better. When you're just sitting around by yourself, like just training or trying to rehab from injuries, it's a challenge. It takes a certain mindset to really be locked in and to get your body back where it is. And so that would be a question mark that I would have is like, how much does this guy desire really to get back into this and to do what it takes and really to turn that switch back on, which might have gotten turned off, to turn it back on and say, I'm competing every single day to get better and better. I've got to do X, Y, and Z in order to outperform the defenders that are going to be covering me, both in practice and then obviously when it really matters during the games.
Yeah, it's funny, Warren, is I reached out to somebody I know in San Fran, and I was like, what do you think the chances are here? They're like, maybe a conditional trade with the condition being that he actually wants to play football. So I think, there's real questions. Warren, I appreciate you joining us. I want to zoom out a little from the Commanders since we have you here. Who do you think nailed the draft, like just around the league?
Yeah, some of the teams that were at the best, in my opinion, and then some of the grades also reflect that as well. I think the Carolina Panthers did a good job. I'll just give you my top 5 from a value perspective, pure value. Carolina, the Indianapolis Colts, the Cincinnati Bengals, which is a team that most people wouldn't really think they did a good job from a value perspective, and also the New York Jets. In terms of where it hits most close to home for you and the audience would be the NFC East. I gave the Giants the 6th best draft capital score. I gave the Cowboys the 13th best and the Philadelphia Eagles the 16th best. So all performed at or above expectations. The Commanders, obviously, number one, the very best. If you look at some of the other teams around the league, I think from a pure score perspective, to the top 10, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Buffalo Bills got better. Interesting conversation to have about the Buffalo Bills is they drafted the fifth lowest draft capital, put the fifth lowest least investment into the offensive side of the football this year. And no team has invested less on offense than the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
Talent and having to carry a roster, having to carry a team. We know that they haven't been able to do what the Kansas City Chiefs have done, which is win a Super Bowl, right? They are trying to get there. They're trying to even get to a Super Bowl. Israel made the trade in the offseason. They brought in player, but I think that the Buffalo of Josh Allen, they really made moves to improve their defense greatly in this year's draft class, and they did a good job of hitting some of those players, I believe. But they're asking a lot of Josh Allen yet again in 2026.
Totally. That's a lot of pressure on him.
Warren, what do you make of
the
that?
The opposite question is, I was just going to say the opposite is what San Francisco did. And there's a really interesting parallel between Adam Peters leaving the 49ers and coming to D.C. The 49ers, the worst draft of any team in the NFL this past season. And as GM, now it's all on John Lynch's shoulders, and he has been terrible year in, year out. In fact, by my draft capital metrics, I show him dead last this year, 31st,
wow.
28th and 31st in 2024 and 2023. They reached for, in my opinion, by Caleb Black, the round 3 running back that they drafted. They have never had any success drafting these mid-round running backs. Always go after them. They never really seem to pan out. They drafted Stribling, expected to go, the wide receiver that they selected in the second round with the first pick overall in the second round, pick number 33. And a lot of the guys that they drafted in the fourth and fifth rounds were definite draft board. And this is something John Lynch was asked about after the draft. And he basically, they said in the sand like an ostrich and ignore the outside noise. They say, we don't care about the consensus. We only care about the consensus within the building. The problem with that is, guys, it's like your favorite gas station and paying $10 a gallon just because you like that gas station. Meanwhile, there's gas stations that are $5 a gallon. Like, you can't ignore what the market is doing. You can't just go after these players. You might get your guys, so to speak, but it doesn't actually benefit you. And that's that the Commanders are, that the 49ers have been dealing with. Yeah, they win games, but no, they haven't won a Super Bowl. And most of the games that they're winning have been because Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. Well, guess what? Christian McCaffrey was not a draft pick. You look at Trent Williams. Thanks to Dan Snyder having issues with, and Trent Williams having issues with Dan Snyder, that's how Trent Williams got to San Francisco, arguably well. And then you look at Brock Purdy. The Mr. Irrelevant is not being selected by that general manager. After the draft, Kyle Shanahan gave massive praise to quarterback coach Brian Griese and some of their scouts with being the ones to after and select Brock Purdy. So that's the reason this team has been winning the games but not winning the Super Bowl. We've got a great GM who's drafting really well. John Lynch has been making a lot of mistakes here, and Adam Peters really put a show on for.
There you have it. Warren, phone's cutting in and out a little bit. We really appreciate your time.
Warren.
If you're still in the area, you should come in studio one day for an hour. We can just kick it and talk football. Thank you for the time, bro. Really appreciate it.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you,
All
Warren. Warren Sharp does a great job. Give him a follow at Sharp Football. Plenty of NFL stuff. Folks are on hold. There's a major scandal unfolding in college football right now. We got to discuss. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rule's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rule's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby, one of college football's top returning players, is checking into a residential treatment program for gambling. Sorsby's decision came in the wake of a discovery that the quarterback made thousands of online bets on a variety of sports via a gambling app, which could jeopardize his eligibility with Texas Tech. Monty Coleman, a ferocious linebacker who won 3 Super Bowls with Washington and later coached Arkansas Pine Bluff, has passed away at the age of 68. He played all 16 seasons of his NFL career with Washington and his second all-time with Darryl Green on regular season games played at 215 and finished with 999 tackles. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
The fact that Jeff is not only playing Miley Cyrus Party in the USA, but also singing and dancing to it, might be the highlight of my day.
Turn on the radio, and the Jay-Z song was on. Why
and the Jay-Z song was on.
Why I can't know that song, JP? Why is it funny?
Knowing, I would expect you to know that song. It was a huge popular song, and you're a DJ. It's just kind of funny to see dudes dancing along to Miley.
And Hannah Montana was around during our time.
Okay. You don't think it's kind of funny that you're in there dancing?
No.
I know
it's funny as hell.
I know it's funny as he didn't turn your mic on, Brian.
Because I knew he was going to say something smart.
Yeah, but he's not only a DJ, he's a DJ.
Luigi, wasn't that kind of funny watching Jeff sing and dance to Miley?
Yeah, I was expecting more, to be honest.
You let him down.
More dancing.
Can't dance.
I mentioned this going to break. This could be significant, man. Pete Thamel is leading college sports reporter, I would say, probably in the country. He's at ESPN now. Pete Thamel just reported, sources, Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby is checking into a residential treatment program for a gambling addiction. He's under NCAA investigation in the wake of the discovery of Sorsby making thousands of bets via a gambling app. Now, obviously, the question marks, this is a quarterback, a college quarterback, making thousands of bets.
Yeah.
Thousands, B.
And did he bet on college football, on his games, or did he bet on something else?
Bro, if you got to go to gambling rehab, and
he's going to rehab because he got caught.
Sure.
He wouldn't go to rehab ordinarily. He's trying to be, I'm getting out in front of the stuff to try to save grace, to try to get a chance to play again. That's all that's about. That rehab stuff is some BS.
They can confirm that he did, but when he was at Indiana, he did bet on a game when he was a redshirt freshman for IU.
Who'd he bet on?
Was he playing?
Probably IU losing.
Well, that would have been a great bet.
He said the bet.
He was not playing.
The bet. So he, according to sources, Sorsby bet on Indiana football while redshirting for the Hoosiers as a true freshman, in which he played in a single game as a reserve. The bets in 2022, according to sources, were on Indiana to win, and none came in a game in which Sorsby appeared.
So he bet for them to win against who?
I mean, what's crazy
at that moment they sucked, didn't they?
I don't know, Weber State.
What's crazy here is he was considered the number one quarterback in the transfer portal, and Texas Tech and LSU had like a major showdown to try to get this dude.
Who won him?
Texas Tech.
And LSU backed up. Hey, now how they get their money back?
Sorsby
projects, he probably spent it already.
And probably gambled it. Sorsby projects as one of the highest paid players in college football, as ESPN has reported he was in line to make more than $5 million this year at Texas Tech. He transferred to Texas Tech from Cincinnati, where he's one of the most sought-after players in the NCAA transfer portal this offseason. This feels big. This is a big name college quarterback. Can he play this fall?
No. No, it's an investigation that I know he's not going to be able to play.
I know this sounds crazy, but you could get in trouble for betting even if you're not even playing.
Jeff,
I could get if you were playing.
No. You can't bet on anything. You're a college athlete.
Not even baseball?
Yeah, that's the rules are.
Wow, I didn't know it was that deep.
NFL football players are not to bet on anything. They can't go into a sports book unless it's an off season. People that work with them, same thing.
That's a crazy rule. I get it's the rules. That's just kind of crazy.
When you depending, okay.
I'm a hockey player and I can't bet on football.
If you don't want to deal with it, don't be in that rule. Don't be in that thing.
It's also different in the pros. Like I believe, because I see the signs are in every NFL locker room, practice facility, stadium. The NFL players are allowed to bet on other sports. They're not allowed to bet on NFL, is my understanding.
I think NFL is different than all the other sports.
Well, college is different too. So we have, all right, this is
I work with the team, and I'm telling you, they tell you what you can't bet on.
They have stricter rules for employees than they do for players. I know that. I'm going to read now here. According to amended NCAA guidelines that came out in 2023, student athletes who wager on their own games or on other sports at their own schools face permanent loss of collegiate eligibility in all sports.
Okay.
Other potential gambling punishments include if a college football player, for example, bets on a different school in their own sport, the loss of 50% of one season of eligibility will be considered. So that means suspended for 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
The guidelines in 23 include guidance that wagers greater than $800 would lead to the potential loss of 30% of a season of eligibility. For cumulative wagering that greatly exceeded $800, the staff is directed to consider whether additional loss of eligibility, including permanent ineligibility, is appropriate.
So you can't bet on your sport nowhere without getting some level of punishment. What they say about the other sports.
Sorsby's transfer from Cincinnati has been controversial as the school sued him for $1 million for breach of contract in late February after he left for Texas Tech. The reality of the situation, gambling is pervasive. It is ubiquitous. Everywhere you turn, you're seeing DraftKings, FanDuel, BetMGM, whatever it is. You're seeing it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like throughout ESPN, NFL Network's coverage of the NFL draft, there were gambling ads constantly.
Mm-hmm.
They are actively targeting young men. Like that's what the ads are designed for.
They're targeting everybody, dude.
Sure.
Not just young men,
but
everybody.
The number one demo in America is men 18 to 54. That's what all advertisers are going for. And then if you look into the data of who gambles, like that's where it is, right? This is probably one. How many D1 college football programs? 175, roughly, something like that?
I think 136. 137.
Okay. Call it 140.
Double-checking here.
How many? So
138.
138. Okay. College programs have 80 kids? 90? I don't
More
know.
than that, some of them.
Well, I think they've started to limit it because you had these big schools that would just load up on talent. Just for general math, well, let's try to keep this simple. 140 teams and 80 kids. What does that add up to? This is just D1.
Just do 100 and make it 1,400. 14,000, I mean.
Right, that's true. 140 times 80. 11,000. How many of them you think are betting?
It's a small portion.
You think?
I don't think it's huge. See, that's the thing about it, like, Jay, just like in everything, when you tell people they can't do something, there's always somebody who think I can beat everything. There's going to be a certain portion of them that are terrified because they feel they're going to watch me more than they watch the next person. So I don't think it's a great number. I think it's a number that anybody will look at, but I don't think it's going to be super great.
Even if it's 10%, that's 1,000 kids.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true. But I'm saying, normally anything you do, 10% of the people think that they're not going to get caught.
right.
Steroids came along, you still got about 10% trying. Anything that pops up that you say like you can't. When it first started, I feel college students will get caught quicker than the pros, or would do stuff and get themselves into trouble quicker than the pros. Still, you watch guys in the NBA who's making astronomical numbers, and they get busted and lose that opportunity for betting peanuts of what they make.
It happened to the Guardians pitchers.
Yeah.
Closing pitcher.
If you look at all of that stuff, that's what I'm saying. I can understand if I'm making $30 million a year and I'm trying to make $150 million. Yeah, I can understand that. But they're betting $2,000, which don't make much sense to me. If I'm gambling to make money, if I'm making 15, 25, why do I have to bet that little bit? And I understand, and I agree. The leagues are capitalizing off of you. They're in bed with the gambling people. Then they tell you what you can't do. They're capitalizing. But still, it's their rules. It's their leagues. And you got to abide by them or you're going to be busted. And like I know, they don't even have to, somebody from the league don't even have to see you. Everywhere you go now, facial recognition.
Right.
You're done. And using
But that's going to casinos. This is probably just the app.
Using the apps. Geolocation. So I'm sure he bet in his dorm or somewhere. Everything is there.
It's crazy. I know in the NFL, you're not allowed to bet in the locker room.
Anywhere
in the
anywhere
facility.
with that facility, anything that the team owns, the facility, if you're on the road in the hotel, if you are sitting there in the stadium, all that stuff you can't. You're on a work trip.
Yeah, man. This feels like significant. Like a quarterback, a big-name quarterback, logging thousands of bets. You think he plays this fall?
No, I already said no to that.
You guys?
See,
No.
the way I look at it,
Changed.
I don't know. I understand his name is big. I don't know if he was like projected as high to go, but like the guys that really feel like they are on that path to make it, I don't think they're jeopardizing it. I think you always have somebody who's just a outlander. A person that's gonna be
outlier. Yeah.
Outlier. A person's gonna be just trying. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it. And if they do it a few times and don't get caught, you know what they think? They won't catch me. And as soon as you say that, guess what happened? Next day they got you.
Man, you know who's happy right now?
Who?
LSU fans.
Oh, LSU fans are thrilled.
So my boy Lee Armstrong, is an LSU grad. I think he is thrilled.
What's your other boy name?
Debo.
Call Debo, see if he's happy.
I was thinking about Debo watching TPC Louisiana this weekend because I played it with Debo. He probably shot at 200, but he made a bogey when we needed it. Shout out to Debo. We got to make some bets. We got to go. Tomorrow we're going to get back to the NBA. I want to check in on the Nats, who had a good series win over the weekend. The golf this weekend was incredible. Nobody go anywhere.
I didn't
It's
see
BMitch
it.
Finlay. Fun show today. Grant and Danny coming your way in about 12 minutes. A lot going on with the NFL draft. Then we get this major betting scandal coming out of college football. Good luck with that.
Yep.
Great guests today, Logan Paulson and Warren Sharp, two very smart football minds. If you missed any of that, make sure you watch it on YouTube. Check it out on the Odyssey app, Spotify, Apple Pods, wherever you get our content. That's where we're at. Social too.
Yeah.
Instagram, Twitter. White Brian does a great job pumping those videos out. B, did you notice like a small kumbaya session between the Cowboys and George Pickens and his representative David Mulugeta over like the last 3-4 days of the draft? There was some positive vibes coming.
Well, he signed the deal, right? Kind of close with the first day of the draft. The night he signed it, right?
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
They said he did.
Todd Archer, ESPN Cowboys reporter, just tweeted out, George Pickens has not yet signed the franchise tag tender with
That's
Cowboys.
what the report was. Was that report with Jerry?
I think it was that he was going to. And maybe he still will. Maybe he was on vacation. Maybe his fax machine's not working.
He wasn't on no damn vacation.
I'm just saying.
Let me ask you a question.
A little bit interesting.
Where would he have to go to not be able to be reached? He's not on the moon.
They got DocuSign. People can text you a contract.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's like they did a lot of moving around, and George probably want to be gone.
Quick look around.
That's going to be a problem throughout the year.
That ain't going anywhere.
I hope it affects him too.
Quick look around the association. The Thunder can close out the Suns tonight at 9:30. That series is 3-0. What else we got tonight? The Spurs and the play. How about Wemby, dude? I watched.
Wemby's good, bro.
Nuggets, Timberwolves. Minnesota could close out Joker tonight, 10:30 on NBC. Those are your two. We got an NBA game at 8. Orlando's up 2-1 on the Pistons. That's not going anywhere.
See, that's the thing about it. Like the Pistons got good last year, but you got to learn how to do it, bro, at this time of the year.
Hell yeah.
Because it gets very damn physical, bro. I saw some stuff going on in some of the games this weekend, and it gets physical.
In hockey, playoff puck, the Avalanche, who are the overwhelming favorite to win the cup, they have advanced already. 4-0 sweep over the Kings. Carolina Hurricanes, they are my favorite to get out of the East. They've advanced already, 4-0 over Ottawa. You still have Flyers, Pens. Tampa and Montreal's all tied up at 2. Looks like the Sabres could advance. They're up 3-1. Anaheim up 3-1 on Connor McDavid and the Oilers. I know there was an injury involved there. I got to catch up with playoff puck. NFL draft weekend's pretty all-encompassing for me.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then we got enough going on at the house. But don't worry, playoff puck. I'm coming back to you. I love you.
Are the Flyers going to close out the Penguins? They're up 3-1 too, aren't they?
They're up 3-1. Yeah. I don't know.
You say you were cheering for the Penguins, right?
I'm cheering for no one.
I told you the cooler. As soon as you said you were cheering for me, it was over.
I'm cheering for no one.
You were at the beginning of this thing.
In the second round, whichever one of those teams plays Carolina, I'm also cheering for no one. I'm cheering for Buffalo in the East. Beef on Weck. Let's make some bets, Jeffrey.
Holla. Gather around, gather around.
We got to make some bets tonight. Is this going to be our crew for the next couple days? Jeff, Luigi, White Brian?
Yeah.
White Brian, real quick, how do you feel about the Giants draft? You are wearing your Giants hat today.
The more I sat with it, the better I liked it. Thought it was good.
Okay.
Until they start playing.
Yeah.
I'm going Pistons -3.5 tonight. And OKC, give me the -11.5. They've been killing these.
I'm taking Pistons money line.
Magic.
Ooh, with the points?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the odds on the money line, Jeff?
-158.
Okay.
It's a big number, and they're down 3-1, so the big number doesn't make sense. I'm laying the points with Joker tonight. 11.5. Denver's favored over Minnesota by 11.5. I'm going to lay those points. Luigi, you want some action? Or you like
Yeah.
Sorsby? You in rehab?
Oh, man, I'm thinking about it.
Are you a better?
Not really, no.
Go to rehab,
I mean, I give
and
advice.
said no.
Do you have like an app on your phone that you use?
I have DraftKings, but I don't ever open it.
What's your standard betting size? What's your unit size?
Oh, I'll do $5 to $10.
Oh, damn, you way bigger than Brian.
That's a baller compared to White Brian.
Man, Brian does 5 cents.
White Brian, how'd you do on the draft? You make any money?
I did bet on Love for third overall.
Nice. What'd you get?
15 cents.
Hey, yo.
What was the bet?
You make me. You know what? I'm not gonna
9
lie.
cents.
You make me sick. To even bet that little bit of stuff, man. Don't waste your damn time.
So you had a nickel on him at 3-1.
It was 9 cents on like plus 175.
Makes me sick.
You should have put $9 on
You bet 9 cents on something. I'm surprised they take that action.
No, they take that action because they're like, you know what? We gotta keep the little people around because if he would have bet big, he'd lose all his money.
Give me my parlay too.
Yeah, get a parlay in
Blue
there, Jeff. They're
Jays,
easy.
Blue Jays over the Red Sox money line because I hate the Red Sox.
Blue Jays over the Red Sox, Jeff said.
I got Randy Vasquez pitching for the Padres tonight on my fantasy team, so I'm going Padres over the Cubs.
I made a bunch of actually, White Brian, I need your help. I made a bunch of moves in the fantasy baseball league last night because my pitcher, my closer was on the IL. W, I didn't know we had an IL spot, and I just cut him.
We don't have an IL spot.
Apparently
You guys
we
don't
do.
have an IL?
Apparently we don't. You just screwed that up.
No, BMitch's team has somebody on the IL.
I don't know how Toby figured that out.
There's
Well,
an IL spot.
Maybe you don't know what the hell you put together for the league.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm in second place.
Yo,
Brian plays a whole year gambling, and guess what he could buy? A soda.
Maybe. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to
Peace.
Warren Sharp. Thank you to Logan Paulson. Thank you to the callers, Grant and Danny. Next.
This sports update is built by paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Chris Sims announced this morning that he is out at Football Night in America. Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby is checking into a residential treatment program for a gambling addiction. Five-star forward Mika Muranen has committed to Arkansas men's college basketball. New Charlotte coach Wes Miller has landed Georgetown transfer Jaden Fort. Nationals defeated Chicago White Sox 2-1 in 10 innings. They have the day off before they go to New York to take on the Mets. The Raptors and Rockets won at home, and the Spurs and Celtics on the road in the NBA playoffs. Stanley Cup, Avalanche sweep the Kings, the Sabres and Ducks lead 3-1, and the Lightning and Canadiens are tied at 2. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum, and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kern on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny, live on The Fan, April 27th, 2026. We've got a lot to get into today. The draft in the rearview mirror, will be breaking it down from all angles. The Nationals won another road series, this time in Chicago against the White Sox. Got some Caps news to get to today as well. Danny, how was the weekend?
It was fantastic. Very, very busy. I think we had a total of, let me do the math, 6, 7, 8 games for the boys this weekend in varying sports. Successful weekend. Very, very fun. I was busy. I was a shuttle service this weekend, dude, but I love it.
8 games for 2 children is too many games.
Yeah.
That's 4 games per.
Pretty much.
That's 2 a day.
That's right.
That's like training camp back in the 90s.
2 flag football games. Each had 2 soccer games. So now all of a sudden you're up to 6. There was a baseball game in the mixture. It was great. So I guess it was 7 games.
I want to work our way through the draft that the Commanders put together. So here's kind of the lay of the land. Initially, I want to talk about what they did, and then we can get into what they didn't do as well. We don't need to spend as much time on the Sonny Styles pick because it was made on Thursday night. We had a show on Friday. We talked about it quite a bit. But Sonny Styles, one of the great athletes in draft history, the height of Calvin Johnson, the weight of Derrick Henry, and faster than Bijan Robinson or CeeDee Lamb, is coming in here to play linebacker. You know how I feel? They're also going to use him at safety. They're going to use him as a edge coming off of the line of scrimmage as a pass rusher as well. I think you'd be silly with an athlete of this caliber to just line him up as a green dot and tell him to play Mike, although he could do some of that too. The comp I've heard from the people that really like his abilities to transition into being just an excellent middle linebacker is Brian Urlacher. I think the reason people slap that on him, Danny, is not only could Urlacher fly and run all over the place, and he was an incredible athlete. Remember, he was a college safety.
Converted safety.
Who made that transition, but to get Sonny Styles at 7, the 21-year-old, 6'5", 244, the youngest of 4 boys. His brother would subsequently get drafted as well. 182 tackles over 2 seasons, a senior captain, all the character and intangible stuff that you could want. Was a coup for Washington, as we talked about much of the day on Friday.
So Warren Sharp, who I like an awful lot, really, really smart guy, had an analysis that I actually think there's some merit to it. So if we start with the premise that front offices are not gospel, in other words, if they shot 80% and the rest of the mortals, the wisdom of crowds, shot 30%, you'd go, we have to defer to them every time. They don't. It's an inexact science. So the wisdom of crowds with betting markets and public rankings and different things like that, they're usually just as spot on or close to it year over year over a big macro as the front offices. It's a long way of saying, if you just kind of look at big boards, they shoot as good a percentage as most GMs do, right? So the value over perception is kind of the metric that he went to. It's a long way of saying, if everyone thinks that Grant's going to the top 5, I get him at 12, I got great value. You do that a bunch of times over, you usually end up in a pretty good place. Washington had the best value over expected of anybody in the draft, meaning a bunch of guys that everyone thought were going earlier didn't, and Washington snagged them.
Yeah.
Styles is the first one there.
Which I want to get into more significantly a little bit later because they bucked the trend. They typically draft the best athletes and they go for the RAS score monsters. They didn't do that in this draft to the same extent. they essentially, I think, relied a little more on the tape. And to your point, I'm not saying they were paying attention more to the consensus boards, but in a way that was not the case under Adam Peters for the first 2 years, they rode the boards a little more closely. And to that point, they got a little more value. This was more Howie Roseman-esque.
Mhm.
A lot of times the Eagles are going to be very high on these lists, the one you're referencing from Sharp Analytics, because he takes the guy that everyone says shouldn't be there 25 picks after he was supposed to
And
have
they
gone.
always do it.
And they do it a lot. And the Commanders did that in this draft. But let's get to what is now 5 players that we haven't talked about at all. It was a 6-player class over 7 rounds. The Commanders did not have a second-round pick. They did not have a 4th-round pick. And by the way, they didn't move around at all. There were no trades. They didn't add any selections. They didn't move back from 7, which we knew. You thought maybe at 71 you could move around or come back up from 71 with something else to draft a little earlier. They just stood pat and made picks when they were on the clock. I don't remember a time where you get through 7 rounds, you don't make a single trade in one direction or the other. It's kind of hard to do. But that was the plan here. So Antonio Williams was the pick at number 71 in the 3rd round out of Clemson, a wide receiver who is not big. He's 5'11", 187 pounds. He spent all 4 years in the ACC with Dabo Swinney. If you go back 2 seasons ago, he caught 75 balls for 900 yards and 11 touchdowns. That's the kind of stat line you're looking for coming out into the draft. It was nothing like his stat line this past season. Had some hamstring issues. The offense stunk. I thought when you watched them back, Cade Klubnik was not particularly good, and he only caught 55 balls, 20 fewer, for 600 yards, 300 fewer, and only 4 touchdowns, 7 fewer. I got to say, he was not on my radar for the Commanders at all. We talked about receivers for weeks. I think I gave you 8 names on Friday's show of guys that I thought might be there at 71 that I would be intrigued by, none of whom were Antonio Williams. And it's not that I didn't like the player. It's that I view him as a slot receiver, and most of the people that I talked to about the draft say he's slot only, where you have recent 3rd-round pick Luke McCaffrey, whose roster spot is now very much in question, where you have recent 4th-round pick Jalen Lane, who's going to have to compete for a job after a year where he had 2 punt return touchdowns last year. So I was thinking bigger outside receiver.
Me too.
Wide receiver 2 opposite Terry McLaurin. And I'm always looking for a plus trait. Maybe it's size. Maybe it's speed. But some elite tool, some 70 grade, 65 grade on the 2080 scouting scale. I don't really think he has that. Surprisingly, Danny, he ran a 4.440 at the combine. I don't see that when I watch him, but he's got some straight line long speed, obviously. That's 82nd percentile. But he does a lot of things well. When you watch him, he's just a smooth, fluid guy, and they clearly love the route running. I did take command breaking down all these players with Logan today, and Logan's talked to people in the building, and it sounds like they think he's one of the better route runners in the entire draft.
Yeah, listen, I liked Antonio Williams, but forget about Washington and their needs and how it fits with the team. If you ask me on a binary, do you like Antonio Williams? My answer is yes. I look at what you just said, what you pointed out. This year, quarterback disastrous. The year before was somebody that was, had a brain and an actual arm and hand. You go, okay, he could put up some pretty good numbers. That's a slot receiver. I think he's helpful. He wasn't on my radar there either for a couple of reasons. One, I thought he'd be gone. 2, I didn't think that's what we were looking for. I didn't know we were shopping in that aisle. I had, hoping that Chris Brazel fell, Elijah Surratt from Indiana, Skylar Bell, UConn, Ted Hurst was a guy I was really intrigued by from Georgia State. All those guys went afterwards.
I was going to say all of those guys fell.
Yeah.
And most of them went way after the pick.
That run-on receiver that we were talking about, maybe end of 2, didn't happen till middle of the 3rd round. And then it kind of went through 3rd and 4th.
Did you feel a little bit better? Because I know I did. When I was a little annoyed they didn't take one of those guys and then they kept sliding. Like, there is something always, too, when everyone else is also not taking someone. Does that make sense?
It does.
Because if they would have gone, in order, the 4 picks after Washington, you'd have said, okay, that's obviously where a lot of teams had them on their board. But in some of those cases, those guys were sliding down into the 4th round.
3 picks later, Malachi Fields. 4 picks later, Caleb Douglas. At 79, Zachary Branch. 80 for Baltimore, Jacoby Lane. Brazel and Hurst went back-to-back at 83 and 84, kind of middle back of the 1st round. 3rd round, rather.
But where are you at on those?
So I would have rather, here's what I said, and of course I caught a bunch of Eric Flack for it, but whatever. I like Antonio Williams. I like that they said, hey, there's a fire right over there. We're going to put it out with a receiver.
Yeah.
Because they needed one. I preferred other guys. There were 5 guys that I would have rather had for this team that I liked a little bit better, but I like Williams. You know what I mean? Like, on a binary, do I like him? Yeah. I want that skill set.
He's talented.
Mm-hmm.
So I grade drafts based on idea. I said this last year. I say it every year. I try to grade the draft based on what you did in terms of philosophy, paradigm, position, not as much on the player you chose, because I'm not a scout. And while I can watch these guys, I'm watching highlights, sizzle reels, the occasional all-22 you can get your hands on. I just defer to the fact that these guys know way more about these players than I do. And you could say that about anything.
Sure.
But in the NFL, we have the access and the data and the information, and we get a lot more intel. So I'll take my own evaluation of an NFL receiver who I get to watch all the time and study and can get into the next-gen stats and some of the advanced numbers on. We just don't have the same access, availability in college necessarily. So while, yes, I have my own ideas, unlike you, there are a couple of receivers based on their size or their speed or whatever that I would have taken over him, my general grading of a draft comes down to, do I like what you did there in terms of the position, the fit, the idea? And based on that, I say, good. I begged all day long, please get me a receiver. I demanded for 2 days, for 48 hours, you better come out of 7 and 71 with a receiver. And I think this is kind of how they drew it up before the draft. I said in our draft show on Thursday night, I had talked to someone who told me that they wanted a defensive starter. They thought that they were either going to get Styles if he fell or one of the edges who fell, or I think Caleb Downs would have been the next guy. But they were coming away with one of those players. It happened. And then at 71, the day of the draft, what I'd heard the rumblings on was they were going to stay put, and if the receiver they really liked fell to them, they were going to draft that player. And I think that happened in the case of Antonio Williams. So you hope their eval is good. I'll just say that when I watch him, you don't see twitchy. You don't see freakish athlete. You see smooth. You see fluid. I think there's plenty of athleticism. We talked about the 40 time, 92nd percentile vert as well. Some of the things that bothered me, 2 of his 4 touchdowns this year were against FCS. He only had 8 catches of 20 or more yards, that lack of explosion. Now, I think you can explain some of that away by Klubnik and the offense. Mm-hmm. And I will say, I heard a lot of people killing Clemson, like after the pick, when I kind of rhetorically asked, I got to dig in on this. I got to see why he wasn't more productive. And then you watch it and you're like, oh my God, this is disgusting. I mean, there are so many plays where he's wide open and he's getting looked at, and you're like, dude, throw the damn ball. What are you doing? So I think there is some of that. But I keep coming back to, I was hoping for the outside guy. They went slot. I'm not anti the pick. It's just interesting. 87% of his snaps were in the slot. They're saying he can play outside as well. I think he's a slot receiver, period. So if you're Luke McCaffrey, you better show up ready to win a job, starting in OTAs and training camp here. Yeah. I think Jalen Lane, based on being a little younger, based on the 2 punt return touchdowns last year, is probably safe. But you're going to be scratching and clawing. Treylon Burks. I mean, if they sign Brandon Aiyuk, which I still think they're going to, you're talking about 7 receivers for what is presumably 6 spots.
And that was kind of my next point, is I don't think you make this move in a vacuum. I think they know there are other outside receivers not on the roster yet. Because if you just go on just looking at this in a vacuum on its own, you go, that didn't make a ton of sense. You could like the player, that's fine, but you had this glaring, wide open hole here and a couple guys that could fill this role you have in mind for him in the slot more than adequately. You could be just fine there. You still have the hole even after the pick. What's the plan? This is part 1 of the plan. I think he's your slot receiver. I don't want to say day 1, but close to it.
He better be.
Outside guy to be named later, whether that's Keenan Allen, Jawan Jennings, Brandon Aiyuk, whomever is not on the roster.
McLaurin on one side, Aiyuk on the other.
That's the idea.
And then Antonio Williams in the slot. I could see him also. This is the last thing I'll say about him. I think he's going to be a really good fit in the Blau offense. I think that's another part of the vision here. Crossers, screens, drag routes, the underneath stuff as a volume guy in the slot. That's how I see him. If you look at his college route tree, he ran 22% of his routes were screens. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
About a fifth of his routes. 19% were quick outs. So you're talking about right around 40% of his routes were a handful of yards down the field to the sideline and or coming in on a screen. He ran 15% crossers, 11% slants, 11% curls. So in terms of down the field stuff, there's really no comeback routes to speak of. It's corner routes at 4%, post routes at 2.8%, and then deep in routes, kind of that dig or those types of things, about 3% of the time. But it's mostly line of scrimmage stuff. I think that's going to play in this offense.
I do too. You need that also, right? You do. I mean, this is he reminds me a little bit of Jameson Crowder, honestly, just in terms of it's not going to blow you away, but he somehow has a yard of separation, right? He's
Makes sense. Mid-round guy at a Duke.
Yeah, he's not doing the, I don't have a great comp or great, the Dante Hall sort of, human joystick type thing where he's shaking guys, and that's not really who he is, but it's like, it's smooth. You said it rightly, I think. It's smoother than it is explosive.
Yes. I think Crowder was twitchier. I'd have to watch Williams more. We'll see. But I will say, again, you got me a receiver at 71, so I thank you for that. I'm very curious to just see whether he does play outside, which they're saying that he will some. I think it's kind of slot only. This was the one pick where I was fine with it. I didn't love the selection, if that makes sense. Otherwise, though, and we're going to get deeper into the rounds here, 5th round Joshua Josephs or 6th round Katron Allen, I thought they crushed it. Like Joshua Josephs in round 5, Logan and I had someone on that was talking about him on day 2 a few weeks before the draft. This kid from Tennessee, 4 years with the Volunteers, 187 overall, 6'3", 242, 6 TFLs and 4 sacks in 2025. In his career, over 20 TFLs and 9.5 sacks. Longer than the line at the DMV, 85th percentile reach. Went into his final year of college, so he came back as a senior, Danny, as the only returning edge after his junior year in the nation, who had an 85-plus grade in both run and pass D from PFF. 91 and 86 respectively run versus pass. He ended up with 81 career pressures, 34% win rate on true pass sets. I really like this player. I'm very surprised he was there in the 5th round. At worst, I think he's a rotational, kind of low ceiling, like 4.5 sack a year guy that as he gets bigger can help you against the run with his length. At best, I think you might have actually unearthed a little bit of a gem here who could turn into a starting edge for you at pick 187.
So as I'm sitting there watching and, taking kids to and fro, trying to figure out who's who, following on my phone from a couple spots during warm-ups and everything, I kind of wasn't tracking that he was still available. I couldn't believe it. I go, what am I missing? And I started Googling frantically. Is there some story? Is there some, crazy bit of misfortune or bad behavior or some kind of thing that caused them to drop so precipitously down boards? There's something he doesn't do great right now. He's not as strong maybe as he needs to be a stout run defender. Well, in the 5th round, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
There's a pass rushing skill set. I'll put you in the weight room and I'll teach you to do the rest. There's a use for that guy that usually is way more to premium in the NFL. No idea why he was available there at 147 in the 5th round.
He needs to gain weight for sure.
Yeah.
Because he is undersized, and he'll have to get a little bit stronger. Doesn't have a whole lot of moves in terms of pass rush. He uses his speed and kind of always almost like runs that loop outside. So he's going to have to add. But again, as you said, it's 5th round, 187. Like you're just looking for a value play. Then you got Katron Allen in round 6 at 187. Now, this is typically not our kind of running back. You and I like the shiftier, speedier, dynamic, pass-catching scat backs, essentially, that can touch the football a lot. Katron Allen is the antithesis of that.
Whatever the opposite is.
If you want fast, you're not getting it. If you want shifty, you're not getting it. He is patient. He can help you in pass pro. He is huge. 5'11", 216, third-team All-American. The other thing he is, hugely productive. 1,300 yards and 15 touchdowns this year. All-time at Penn State. Think about all the great backs that have come through there.
There have been some good ones.
First in yards, third in touchdowns. In the nation, last year, he finished number 1 in yards per attempt in the 4th quarter. This guy leans on your ass. He is heavy. You don't want to tackle him. By the end of the game, you're going,
it's him again.
Not him. 8.2 yards per attempt in the 4th quarter. That's when he would pour it on with some of the powerful kind of doubles that he hit. He hit 30 runs for 10 or more yards. Nicknamed Fat Man. How do you not like that? Old Fat Man Katron Allen. And my favorite thing I read about him, you remember Bishop Sycamore, the high school team?
Of course.
Where they just had a bunch of like college-age kids, like some 23-year-olds like playing against high school kids and blowing them out like 72-0. When Katron Allen was in high school, his team played against Bishop Sycamore, and he went for 140.
Is that right?
Just like a dude playing against grown-ass men, and he's like, don't worry, guys.
I got it.
Get on my back. He is a mauler. Again, not my typical style of back. He is a change of pace, but I'm going to tell you what he is right now. He is David Montgomery for David Blau.
This is it. That's the
This
comp.
is David Montgomery of the Lions for this offense.
So this is hard for me to do. So I think you did it really well. This is just not for me. Whatever this is, I recognize that I'm different than all the NFL. The NFL loves this. The NFL coaches want this. Offensive minds want this. Fannie Mouye does not want this.
But
that doesn't
acknowledge
matter.
that there is a reality of like a side effect to this that is hugely helpful.
Totally. And that's my point is I would never major in this, but I'm not in the NFL. All these guys are, and they want this.
I don't think they're going to major in it to make you feel better. I think this is 8 to 12 carries, hopefully. Now, we'll see what Bill is. I mean, Bill's got a say in this, too. If he breaks out and is balling, then he's going to be your 15 to 17 carry guy. I do think they're going to run the ball more. I think David Blau, look at Ben Johnson. Look at Kevin O'Connell when they're cooking. They want to be a run the football team.
Well, this feels like him under center. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And you're, the guy's in motion. You're able to run some power and a bunch of different things. He's patient as all hell. He has value. It's just not. It's not for me. But I have to put that aside for a second and go. That's great value in the sixth round. You got a guy that's about to touch the ball 150 times.
Look at his ranks in the country last year. And again, if this was at a random school, random conference, numbers aren't as important. Like if you're going to cite stats for me, generally college, I'm going to throw them out because it's not as important as the profile. He's playing against Ohio State, Michigan, Indiana. You know what I mean? He's playing NFL players. 14 rushes a game, number 1 in the class. 15 and a half touches a game, number 2 in the class. 27% of his carries against heavy boxes, number 1 in the class. Still average 4.8 a pop, by the way, against heavy boxes. Everybody knows he's coming. He's Riggins. All aboard. Like, it doesn't matter. Only 11% of his runs failed to gain yardage. So those muddy runs, he's going to get back to the line of scrimmage. That was number 3 in the class. Against light boxes, 7 yards per carry, number 4 in the class. Number 3 best pass protecting grade in the class via PFF.
That's a major deal, by the way.
You could get him on the field on a third down or on a second and 8 obvious passing down or something.
Or those 1st and 10s where you've hammered him a couple times in the line of scrimmage, and now there's your shot player. There's your slower developing thing. He can hold his own. That's a huge deal.
It's funny because, like, in a nutshell, it's not my cup of tea at running back, but I loved that pick. I think it's just where it was, also how he'll fit into the room. I think he's Chris Rodriguez with more upside. And Rodriguez is now in Jacksonville, so replacing him made sense. And then quickly, they had 2 other picks in the late rounds. Round 6, they took a center, Matt Golban, at 209 overall, Michigan State product, 6'3", 305. Not a huge guy. I don't think there's a lot of projectability here is probably his problem, and that's why he fell. But PFF loved this dude. Number 2 rated center for them, number 2 run blocker, number 5 pass blocker. So again, it just felt like value. One of the reasons they were viewed as having had this really, really good draft against consensus is that they just grabbed guys that weren't supposed to be there. Maybe the most interesting pick was in the 7th round at 223 overall. They took a quarterback, Ethan Kaliakmanis from Rutgers, 6'2" and 216. I want to get into why they took a quarterback and what we think of that next. We can also open up the phones for you guys at 800-636-1067. We're starting with what the Commanders did in the NFL draft. Then we'll get into what they didn't do, what they left on the table, so to speak. This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. The Commanders wrapped up their draft on Saturday. Rookie minicamp going to get underway here in just a couple of days. Commanders invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. NFL news around the league. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not signed his franchise tender yet, although a report during the draft last week was that he did intend to sign it. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 games in action. Pistons and Magic game 4 at 8 o'clock. Orlando leads the series 2-1. Thunder and Suns game 4 at 9:30. OKC looking to finish off the sweep. Game 5 for the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. Minnesota leads the series 3-1, but Minnesota going to be without Anthony Edwards for a couple of weeks with a bone bruise and knee hyperextension. Baseball, the Nationals beat the White Sox yesterday to win the series. They win in 10 innings, 2-1. Day off today. They'll take on the Mets for the first of 3 in New York tomorrow at 7:10 right here on the Fan. Defenders versus the Dallas Renegades, Saturday, May 2nd, noon at Audi Field. School Spirit Showcase and free Defenders Championship flag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Hello?
Ethan.
What's going on?
What's up? It's Adam Peters with the Commanders. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing great, man. What you up to?
I'm just chilling here with my family.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
You know why I'm calling you?
You tell me.
We're making you a commander, buddy. We're drafting you.
No way.
Yeah!
So much.
Everybody, let's go!
Thank you.
Got the whole draft room. They're doing a standing O for you, buddy.
Oh,
Congratulations,
man. I can't wait
man.
to work.
I know,
Let's
I know.
go.
I know.
Oh, man.
You convinced us all when you visited here, man.
He did a 30 visit with the Commanders back in mid-March and clearly left an impression on Adam Peters. Ethan Kaliakmanis, round 7, 223 overall, to be the long-term backup quarterback possibly. Certainly in the near future, you'd start him on the practice squad and then maybe he could transition eventually into a QB3 type role. This is your Sam Hartman. So if you are Sam Hartman, you're very handsome.
Yep.
Just keep looking in the mirror. Your hair looks amazing, but your days could be numbered.
There's now writing on the wall that you should feel free to read at some point.
The reaction to the pick of Kaliakmanis was weird to me, and I guess it shouldn't be because I know we live in a world where if you go, damn, Caleb Williams just made a nice throw, you get 100 people screaming at you about how you're not supposed to do that, and Jaden Daniels is good too, and it's like, I was just watching the Bears-Packers game on Thursday night.
There's a different game on.
Caleb Williams had it's nothing to do with anything.
Is that okay?
So any kind of comment about any other quarterback is taken as a personal affront to our Lord and Savior Jaden Daniels. Like that's the way the fan base operates. And I totally understand that as well. It should be. You guys have a franchise quarterback. We now in this city have the thing that we've been waiting for decades and decades, and that's awesome. But it seems to me like people took this as some kind of shot at Jaden. It's like, no. This is a guy who is, what do you want out of your third quarterback? You want good vibes, and you want someone who's going to be great in the room. And to me, just based on the Zoom that he did with the local media, of which I sat in on him for a minute, he was the ultimate vibes guy, high energy, like Beaver Cleaver. Just, I want to go hang out with this dude and talk to him about life. Like, that's how he came off to me. I don't know if he can play any football. He doesn't seem to have a big arm. He had 20 touchdowns and 7 picks and threw for 3,100 yards last year, about 260 yards per game. I think when you're looking for a third quarterback, see Sam Hartman, you want a guy that's going to be great in the room, that can answer all the questions, that's terrific between the ears, and who can provide some positive vibes. And I think he can do all those things.
Yeah, I think you could have had him in as an undrafted free agent, too. I mean, it's not something I would do. I would just go grab the next safety on my board to try to run kickoffs or cover kickoffs, rather, or cover punts. Find my next Jeremy Reeves. But that's the point. That's all he is. Yeah, this is, you know that meme where it's like the guy versus the guy she told you not to worry about? This really is the guy you don't worry about if you're a Jaden Daniels fan, which I am. Please don't be afraid. This is not a threat. This is nothing. He seems like a really good kid.
By the way, be happy that they didn't draft Garrett Nussmeier. And I'm not suggesting that he would, or anyone in this draft would push Jaden Daniels at all. But they didn't even do the thing at pick 223 they could have done, where they got a guy in the 7th round who was like the starter at LSU after Jaden, who a lot of people thought was going to be a 1st or 2nd round pick before
that fell forever.
A terrible season. They took a guy who was non-threatening.
He is here to have the earpiece in preseason games.
Right.
And to sit down next to you when you've got the Microsoft Surface and say nice stuff. During the week, he'll get the coffee. He comes to the meeting room. He's got notes that he'll share with you. You can look off his paper if you want. But again, the best thing I could say about him as a football player is he seems like a great dude.
Did you watch the Dolphins season on Hard Knocks?
Yeah.
That one stands out to me for this reason.
With Philbin years ago?
No. Way more recently. Would have been Mike McDaniel.
Oh, the most okay.
So Tua's quarterback room. It was Tua and Mike White, and there was some other guy. I don't remember who it was. I think it was a veteran. But it was the best quarterback room ever. And you could just tell, like, it was non-threatening. No one's looking over their shoulder. You need a little bit of that. You need a backup who can come in and help you, see Marcus Mariota, but that never threatens the quarterback so the dynamic isn't weird. That was the problem with Griffin and Cousins, and there have been others like that, right? I think this is actually ideal. Like, he's going to be the guy that gives the great presents on the day where they do the Secret Santa gift exchange on Hard Knocks. It's like, let's see what Ethan Kaliak-Manis is giving the guys. Oh, what a thoughtful gift. We all got these new fishing poles or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The book on him is he sees coverage as well. Pre and post snap, layers throws pretty well. Not much of an athlete, I'll say. 5.37 RAS out of a possible 10, which ranked 523rd out of about 1,100 quarterbacks since 87. So right smack dab in the middle. Basically, this is a pocket passer, not going to do a whole lot with his legs. Not a big-time arm. I'm with you in that waste of a pick is strong, but this is not what I would ever do. It's not quite the same as drafting a long snapper. But when you get to your third quarterback, the ship is already run aground.
The plane has crashed into the mountain.
And there's always a Josh Johnson you can have on speed dial.
And that's what they do instead. That's always our point. Screaming at the Chris Russells of the world who screamed about Zach Sudfeld. You had to keep him.
You're looking for Nate
Sudfeld, excuse me. I don't know. I just saw Zach on the my draft board right there. Apologies. You can't have to keep Nate Sudfeld. No, you don't. He'll never play. They'll bring in some dude off the street. Baker Mayfield on 2 days rest years ago came in and did that for the Rams rather than play the number they had in the building. It's not essential. You do that for, again, as you said, the word is vibes. You do it for vibes. You do it for get along. You do it for camaraderie. You do it for, all those behind the scenes things that most fans, frankly, don't care that much about. I just want to see the team win on Sundays. But that's the point of that. I think you can always find one. You could have found that dude as an undrafted free agent. You could have found that any of 15 guys at any point in time to be your third string Theodore.
I would have just gone UDFA, the Falcons, Jack Strand, the Ravens, Joe Fagnano. Like, it does not matter. Name a guy. I don't want anything to do with Diego Pavia. No interest. Zero. Less than zero. I don't want him in my quarterback room. Having said that, name another quarterback, Haynes King or Miller Moss or Luke Altmaier or whoever else signed a UDFA, Joey Aguilar, any one of them. Put them in a blender. Does not matter. Are the vibes high? Are the vibes good?
Are the vibes high?
But what I heard was that this guy they were smitten. They were enamored with him, like, as a personality. And it's like, this is a guy we want around for our culture, for our building. And you fast forward to the draft, and boom goes the dynamite. They also brought him in for a 30 visit. So somewhere along the lines, they were intrigued. Was that the original meeting they had with him? When they talked to him, was that a scout getting to know him a little bit? Was it the tape that they actually said, we really like this? When Logan studied the tape, he's like, his good is actually really good. He says when you watch all of his completions, he saw a cut-up of, like, every completion. He's like, damn, this is like a third-round pick. And then he's like, well, I'm just watching the completions. Let's watch the other stuff. And then he watched everything else, and he's like, okay. Now it all makes sense.
Well, up until his senior year, that was basically 47% of the throws were incompletions.
Right.
In this day and age. Hard to do.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the offense. I don't know about the weaponry or anything like that. So I try not to ding him too much just on the numbers, like, as a blind football card. But I will say when I watched him, I keep coming back to I don't see the arm that you want making the throws in the NFL, but he can layer and touch pass down the field. Like, he does drop some balls in the bucket. But that does not matter.
Okay.
We don't need to do any more on that. And everyone just take a deep breath. Did you see the reaction? Like, people were so upset. I don't know if they were upset for the same reason you and I were kind of annoyed, because it's like, this is a waste of a pick. It did seem like there was a lot of, like, the Jaden Stan, like, how dare you have another quarterback who's not 40? I think there was a little bit of that too.
So I didn't see as much of that. I just saw the, like, what are we doing? What is the point of that? Because that's the team I'm on.
That I can get behind.
What's the point of that? Again, I would, and if you cut the 7th rounder, it doesn't matter, right? But, like, I would rather have another 230-pound guy that's going to run down on kickoffs And maybe he stands out, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's a free agent, bouncing around 15 different teams. Who knows? But I would always do that over whatever this is. I think you can always find this.
So first blush, I'm giving Styles an A+.
Here. I echo that. A+ for me as well.
I'm giving Antonio Williams a B-.
C+ there for me. No, that's not fair. B-. I'm right there with you.
I'm giving Joshua Josephs a solid A.
That's an A for me too, value-wise.
I'm giving Katron Allen an A.
B+.
I'm giving Matt Golban a B.
Yeah, I honestly don't know enough. Like whether that's great value or not. I'm just going on the prognostication where it's, hey, he shouldn't have been available there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of same deal for me, B.
And then I'll give the Ethan Kaliamakis move. Again, it's just not something I would have done. I'll give that a D+, C-.
Yeah, that's an F for me. I just don't do that. Whatever that is, I don't do.
But 6 players, 7 rounds, didn't move around, and I think they got 4 guys that are going to help them this season, which is more than they've gotten in any draft to this point, really, if it goes the way I think. I think Styles and Williams are immediate starters and high-impact guys, and then I think Josh Josephs in a rotation at edge and Katron Allen in a rotation at running back both help them. Golban should be on the P squad. Kaliamakis, whatever, he'll be on the P squad. But I think you got 2 immediate starters, 4 contributors this fall, and then the other 2 guys are more projects.
In summation, so you've got Golban and Kaliamakis as I'm not going to say. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to say his name. Kaliakmanis, whatever. Practice squad type guys. The other 4 guys. How soon do you envision Josephs and Allen contributing? I think Allen's right away. I don't know about Josephs
Both right away.
Do you think Joseph's right away?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, there's no reason if he's active that he shouldn't be part of a rotation, stopping the run, helping out with his length. The edge position's loaded because they brought in Owe, they have Chase on, they brought in a Menahu. They still have
Dorrance Armstrong.
I mentioned him.
Who are we missing?
That's the 4.
Okay, there you go.
So
that's why I said I didn't envision him helping right away. I think that was more of a we can wait a little. Yeah.
They can wait. There's no rush. I think he's good, though. I think he can play. So I actually think he gets on the field pretty soon. But let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067. Also, Danny, I want to get into why they didn't make any trades. Are you surprised at all that they ended up not picking in rounds 2 and 4, and they didn't move back at any point to pick up more compensation? This is the Fan. Monday after the NFL draft. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. Going into the draft, the Commanders were expected to pick at 771, then not until the 5th round at 187, then in round 6, and then in rounds 6 and 7 to round out at 209 and 223. You know where they picked? In all of those spots. Not a single trade up or back for Washington, which I think is more indicative of the board, but still pretty stunning that they got through this 7 rounds, making those 6 picks, not adding any selections. Even you picked twice in the 6th round and nobody wanted to give you a pick to come back 8 spots and pick something up in the future.
Seems crazy to me.
Surprised me.
Again, this is the same pattern that everyone's annoyed at me. Not everyone, but many are annoyed at me for continuing to bring up. At the trade deadline, they did nothing, which I just can't believe for a team that was going nowhere. And if they did try to do something and no trades are available, that would be a great thing to let people know about. This kind of fits with that pattern. It's not as if they haven't made trades. Laramie Tunsil's your left tackle. Marshawn Lattimore was here. Anyway, but Laramie Tunsil, everybody. They've done it before. They've executed trades. There's maybe more coming. Just seems unfathomable to me that no moves are made. Again, I'm fine with what they ended up with. I like the draft class. I'm good on it, but just seems when you didn't have very many picks and the receiver you took, there were a bunch of others that kind of went in that same vicinity. Was Williams so much more valuable than Ted Hurst, who went, 10 picks later? I have no idea. Maybe to them that the answer is yes, but just seems like there'd be some maneuvering for a team that was in dire need of more picks.
Based on what I had heard, that if our receiver falls to us, we're going to get him at 71. I've got to assume that was the receiver they were
would make sense, right?
Coveting. I don't know that to be fact. I don't know if the receiver they really wanted went a little earlier and then they pivoted to Williams. I just think it's common sense, though. If you and I know it on the outside, Adam Peters and his crew, Lance Newmark among them, knows on the inside that going from 71 to 76, if that presents itself, and still getting Antonio Williams while picking up some late round compensation is a better thing to do. So I don't think they would have turned that down. Now, here's the question. Did they have Williams rated so highly that, to your point, getting a Malachi Fields or a Ted Hurst, let's say, that Williams they had him as a 2nd round grade. They had those other guys as a 4th round grade. So there was a massive gap. So it's not worth it. That's possible. And then you could quibble over those evaluations, I guess. But I have to imagine that when they were picking and Williams was still there, they just thought, we can't not have this player. You would imagine that they were worried that if they didn't take Josephs and they moved back, he wouldn't have been there.
Yes.
Because he already probably shouldn't have been there just based on the consensus. And I think you could say the same thing about Katron Allen, by the way, at 187. Like that pick, if you recall, he was top 5 on Matt Miller's running backs. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah had him top 5 as well. Dane Brugler, I think, had him 5th. There were a lot of people that had him as one of the better running backs in the country. And they do feel like they stole him. So that stands to reason to me that maybe Katron Allen specifically, when you're on the clock and you draft him, you're not going to move back there. And then you get into, okay, so you could have moved back when you took Golban. What are you really getting?
Yeah, what's right?
209 to 228, and you're getting a 6 next year or something? I guess I would have done that probably, because what's the difference? But now we're just quibbling over the furniture in the room, which who cares?
It's small potatoes, yeah.
It really is. At 7, could they have gone back to the 9 spot with the Chiefs? Kansas City didn't want Washington to draft Mansour Delane, whether you think they would have or not. I think maybe the Commanders okey-doked him and went Styles all along. But okay, so the Chiefs come up to 7 and get Mansour Delane there. You don't get Styles anymore, but now you get Caleb Downs and you pick up a 3rd-round pick. Would that have been the checkers that they should have been playing? The chess that they played better than that? That's up for everybody to decide on their own. But looking back after the draft, I didn't find a spot where I said very clearly, you reached here, you could have got this guy a lot later, because they didn't really do that.
Yeah. And the way the board fell to them, and I understand in a vacuum not making trades, because again, you have to have one proposed to you, or you've got to get one that everyone agrees to. You're not trading with yourself. So I understand that it's not automatic. I don't know that every team, I haven't gone through all 31 other teams and figure out who traded how many times and how does that relate to Washington. But it just seems surprising is all. Like if you'd ask me, bet $1,000 before the draft starts, will Washington make a trade at some point? I would have said, yeah, just because everybody does. It's normal. It's routine. And they didn't. So I would have lost right there, obviously.
Bills are one team that comes to mind that traded back multiple times in the draft. Other teams that were heavily involved in some maneuvering the board first round, you had the Browns, the Titans, the Chiefs in that group. The Bills, including twice early on, increased their total selections to 9. They moved back in deals involving picks 26, 31, 66, and 91. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, phone lines are open for you. We're going to hit them hard next. I know you guys are lined up, so we'll get to your calls. Here's the question. What did you like the most that the Commanders did in their draft? A draft class of 6. What did you like the least that they did? 800-636-1067. We'll answer those questions next on G&D.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Commanders news, they invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. Also across the NFL, Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not signed his franchise tender yet. Report was during draft week that he did intend to sign it. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. Flyers and Penguins, Game 5 of that series. Philly looking to close it out. They lead 3-1. 7 p.m. puck drop for that one. Then to follow, Golden Knights at the Mammoth. Game 4 of that series at 9:30. Utah up 2-1 in that series. In baseball, the Nationals took 2 of 3 in Chicago. They beat the White Sox yesterday in 10 innings, 2-1. Day off today. They'll take on the Mets for the first of 3 tomorrow in New York. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With you until 6:30. No Nats baseball tonight, so we've got a full 4.5 hours. Grant and Danny on the Fan, presented by the law firm Condori and Murad.
We love those guys. They can do so much for you. Exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I want to go favorite, least favorite pick. Thing about the draft for the Washington Commanders. 6-player draft class added. The phones are open for you at 800-636-1067. So the way we're going to word this is, what did you like the most? What did you like the least? So, Danny, what'd you like most?
With all due respect to Sonny Styles, because that's the headliner, and it should be, my favorite pick was Joshua Josephs in the 5th round. A guy that can rush the passer is worth more than that. The rest of it, I don't care. This is a thing that really good organizations, see the Ravens or the Chiefs have done, and a couple other teams like that, where they go, we're not as concerned about what you can't do. If there's something that you can do that's really valuable, we'll figure it out. That's the kind of pick that makes a lot of sense to me. So I like that one the most. Pick I like the least, it's probably not fair to say the 7th rounder because that's sort of a throwaway. I'd probably have to say Antonio Williams, even though I like the player. There were guys on the board that I think fill their direct need that aren't, 70 spots below the value of Antonio Williams. I like the player fine. I like the fact that they went receiver. He's a slot guy. There were good outside receivers, in my view, that were available right there in that spot. So I'd have to say that one, but it's I'm not angry about it. I'm not coming in here with hellfire and brimstone.
Yeah, so for me, I'm looking at this as just like elements of the draft that I liked as well, less like the pick that I liked the most. So the thing I liked most about the Commanders draft was the number of needs that they address.
Mm-hmm.
Like the picks made sense. So in the first round at 7, they took a guy in the front 7 who's going to help a beleaguered defense, who's got a chance to address a major area of need. And yes, you could have had Leo Chenal as the green dot and been fine, but now you free him up to move all over. You're way, way better. At 71, whether you want to quibble over the player they chose or not, they needed a wide receiver. They got a wide receiver. The next time they picked, edge was not as big of a need for 2026. It's a massive need for your 3- and 5-year plans. Because the only guy under contract beyond this season at the edge that matters is Odafe Owe. And with that in mind, now you've got 2 edges under contract moving forward. So I thought that when they picked, they did a lot of things that made sense. Sometimes you're wondering, like, what's the vision here? Why don't they see it the way I see it? It finally felt like they're looking at this roster the way a lot of us are. I also really liked that they grabbed falling players. It felt very Eagles. It felt very Howie Roseman. Like their board matched up with consensus a little bit more this time around. They weren't just hunting athletes that they were in love with in the RAS stuff. They were going with some of the guys that had the college careers that match the interest, right? So I dug that as well. Thing I liked the least, I guess, if I was going to get cute, I would say I feel like when you only have 6 picks, every one of them matters so much. And I know it's the 7th round, but I would have liked another football player there. No real issue with Kaliakmanis. If that's someone that you think is going to be in the building for years to come, great. But let's try to find a special teamer. Let's try to go get some more depth at a position where you don't have it. Let's take a flyer.
Yep.
Only a handful of years ago, you drafted Cam Curl in the 7th round. Alfred Morris was a 6th round or almost a 7th round pick. Like, those things happen all the time in this league. Look at UDFAs like Logan Paulson, who had a long career, or others that have been here. I think you could use that pick on something just to have one more lottery ticket. But overall, I kind of felt really good.
Yep.
Let's go to the phones. Let's start with Mark in Largo on G&D. Mark, what's going on, buddy? Mark? We need to check on. Is he snoring? Hold on. He's sleeping, right?
We think. I think that's what it is.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna put him back on hold. Let him continue.
Well,
his
I'm
nap.
gonna say sleep, and I'm hope it's not something else. That's what I'm gonna go with.
I think it's sleep. We're
I
gonna
think
let him
sleep.
continue his nap. If you want to check in on him, Tobes, you do that on your own time.
Maybe don't interrupt.
In the meantime, we're gonna keep the show moving. Shane's in Fairfax. Hello, Shane. How are you?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Doing well. You're our
Hey,
first caller
you
we've
know
gone
how
to
I'm
today who's
doing.
awake.
I know, right? How can I top that, right?
I think just by talking.
Yeah,
I think that'll do it.
Don't even try.
I think you're right.
I think sharing your opinion with us, we'll go ahead and put you at the top of the
Answering
race.
Question is a good way to do it.
Put you in the 1 seed there.
You know how I feel on Joshua Joseph. I think that's a steal of the draft. I think his length is going to be something that's going to be something to reckon with. He's explosive off the edge. He's a great in the locker room. And you know what? He's going to play. He can play every down. He can stop the run, and he can play in pass coverage. That's still a draft. That is right now. I wish that we could have got. I know you're going to hate this when I say this, but you had the Raiders got a hell of a draft pick in McCoy. Watch and see. I feel sorry for him from what he's got to go through. He may have to redshirt again, but they're going to end up having a great football player, Adam McCoy, and I wish the best for him. But we could have got Brazel, try to move up and get him a receiver. I think he was the best receiver at that position, but not because he's from Tennessee. But if you look at his size and speed, what a 4'3" guy, 6'4", 6'5".
He was right at the top of my list.
It's central casting for what I'm looking for this team right now.
Exactly.
Now, can he get off press coverage? I don't know right now. That's not something he did a ton of it at Tennessee, and you'll probably have to at the next level. But there's my starter kit right there. Big, tall, fast, long strides, goes deep. Yep, I need that. And I need it right now.
Jermod McCoy, watching him slide down the board was heartbreaking. I mean, that is gut-wrenching. You just can't imagine what the kid's going through. There were people that thought he was going in the top 15, top 20 until the final week of the season. In fact, one of my bold predictions on Take Command with Logan, like a week before the draft, was he would fall out of the first round, and we're sitting there debating if there's a path for that. He goes 101 in the 4th round, and for people that don't know, he had a torn ACL, so he didn't do a whole lot pre-draft. He ended up running and putting together enough of a body of work, I thought, that it might salvage and save him. But the word got out during the draft that the procedure that he needs to have, like there's some kind of a plug or something in his knee where if it doesn't take, it could be the end of your career before it starts. Like that's awful, man. I feel so bad for the kid. But the Raiders, assuming it works, assuming that the procedure goes smoothly, he's healthy and he can play in the league, that's a massive steal. That's the second best corner in America coming out in this class, according to most people if healthy.
Yeah,
they got him outside of the top 100.
There's a line of demarcation where it's worth the risk. If that 4th rounder doesn't make your team, I'm trying to remember the name of the running back. I was looking it up, but I couldn't pull it. Was it Bryce Love from Stanford? That Washington took years ago? Right around that same amount of time, right? That same view where you go, this guy's too talented. We should just try. And if it doesn't work, no one will remember that it cost us a 4th rounder, 5th rounder. You can't do it in the 1st or the 2nd, but at that point, now you're throwing stuff at the wall where the upside's too great to pass.
Let's go to Jay in LA listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, guys? What I like most is that, I think the draft felt finally intentional on the line. Like taking Sonny Styles obviously kind of falls in line with the tone that they're trying to set with the revamped defense, the speed, versatility, and all of that. So it feels like we're actually building a defensive identity. But what I like least, honestly, it isn't even their fault, but I hate not having that 2nd round pick because usually that's where you could grab like a real impact player. And I understand that most of the guys we added on, we added 4 picks on offense, so I know we try to address it, but there's not a clear piece that changes how defenses will prepare for you or takes any pressure off of Jaden. And so I understand defense was the priority, but I just keep wondering if this is a rebuild and they're not saying it to us, or if they expect us to have a roster that can compete sooner than we actually believe.
I don't think it's a rebuild. I don't think they have that luxury after losing double-digit games last year. Nothing about their free agency suggested that. They were one of the most aggressive teams for the first time under Adam Peters in terms of cash flow spent over the first 2 to 3 days of free agency. If you look at some of the contracts that they doled out, I think they would push back on the idea that they didn't get anything that takes pressure off Jaden Daniels. They like Antonio Williams a lot. Now we're going to see. They're going to be right or they're going to be wrong. They loved Ben Sinnott. So far, that was wrong. There have been other guys that they drafted early. That Johnny Newton, they loved him.
Yep.
They have not been right about Johnny Newton. Doesn't mean you're always going to be right, but they think Antonio Williams is an instant impact, slot receiving, who can move outside, quality option underneath in the David Blau offense. I don't think the expectation is that he's a project like we've seen Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane turn into. And someone could say, well, they like those guys too, and they did, but this is an earlier draft pick. Luke, we call him a third rounder in air quotes. I think he was picked at like 100.
I think he was exactly pick 100, yeah.
That's literally like a round after Antonio Williams, who was also a third rounder, but was at 71. So it's just a different pool of talent, a different class of athlete, essentially, that you're dipping into when you're talking about taking a receiver at 70. That's Terry McLaurin range. The last time they got a receiver there, McLaurin, the number 76 sticks out in my head. I'd have to look it up, but I think he was right around there. You see what he's become for them. So between a slot receiver who might start week 1, September 8th or whatever, and a running back who I think will get carries in week 1. I mean, there's no reason to believe Katron Allen, as the camp goes on, as the preseason goes on, you start tackling. He's not going to impress you on OTAs. I swear to that. He's not going to impress you when they're just jogging around without pads on to start training camp. But by the end of training camp, and when you're playing games and you start to actually hit and tackle, that's when he's going to start to separate himself a little bit. I think he's going to play for them this year. So they think of the 4 players that they drafted that might get on the field, 2 of them help Jaden Daniels a lot.
That's the thought process. And again, you're looking at in terms of Allen, it's not just that he's a thumper, the pass pro grade, which tells you that some of that play action on first down, some of those early down throws, which you will be on the field for. They've got third down backs. Whether you want to say it's Rashad White, whether it's Jerome Ford, I don't know. That's not going to be his role. But the fact is, he will be on the field at the same time as Daniels. Pass pro, that's to me direct help. I don't know how much of a pass catcher he is. I don't think much, to be honest with you. Don't care about that.
It's also not the same thing, but we don't do a good enough job as an industry, I don't think, talking about how much the defense helps the quarterback too. And the complementary element of football. I know sometimes you'll push back on me on this, but it's a big deal if your defense isn't terrible and your defense is actually able to get off the field and help you with time of possession, and you don't have to score 30 points a week to win. So you know what you can really do to help a good young quarterback? Ask Drake May in New England last year as they made a Super Bowl run as their defense dragged them through the playoffs. Ask in the Seattle Seahawks with Sam Darnold, who were kind of defensive first last season.
Bo Nix at times in Denver.
Yeah, take pressure off that guy by having a much better defense. And when you go out and 10 of the 13 players that are going to play a lot for you that you sign in free agency are defensive-minded, and then you spend 2 of your top 3 draft picks on the defense, and you bring in a sought-after defensive coordinating option who's going to run one of the most popular schemes in the league, you should be a lot better on defense. Let's go to Stu in Manassas on G&D. What's up, Stu?
Hey, guys. Hope Mark's okay. A few callers back. It didn't sound too good. Crazy thing. They didn't do anything crazy at the beginning of the draft. They hung in there, got their guy at 7. Same answer for later in the draft. I wish they would have did something crazy. Maybe tried to move up into 2 to get a better wide receiver. But anyway, all in all, I'm happy with the draft.
Appreciate you, dude. I just always think also, when I say I wish there were more trades, to his point about moving up, I don't know where the opportunity would have been. And again, I don't know if they're burning up the phone lines, but how much would it have cost, for the sake of argument, to go up 30 picks, roughly, to take Denzel Boston, which Cleveland did at 39 overall? That currency probably would have been worth it to me to do that. Now, if you're moving up 10, 12 spots, end of round 2, kind of glorified where 2 and 3 sort of meet, and they're in a seedy motel room, there wasn't a receiver that kind of went in that range. The closest was Jeremy Bernard, who goes at 47 to Pittsburgh. Again, I think that would have cost a lot to move up 24 spots. I don't necessarily want him to do that.
No.
Right?
In fact, I actually think the way the receiver situation played out made it unnecessary for them to trade up. What I would love to see or have known going in is in a world where the receivers start coming off the board, so Williams and Fields and a couple of those other guys that went in the 70s went in the 50 to 70 range. Because watching it and live kind of tweeting this thing, I was like, this is going perfect for the Commanders. All the guys we talked about all day are still here. And then they took Williams, who we talked a lot less about. But the point was they had the pick of the litter, so to speak, because the receivers kept getting pushed down and down and down. And that was in a draft that was pretty unpredictable and where we got a lot wrong, I would imagine, in terms of going back and looking at all the predictions we made. The one thing we were all over that I've been talking about for several weeks, you're going to get a receiver that you want at 71. You're going to have your choice between, I thought it might be Hurst versus Fields versus, you could go through some other names. The one that was crazy to me was DeJon Stribling, who I'd really fallen in love with closer to the draft, like everybody else had crazy helium, but I thought he would be in that 50 to 75 range too. He went 33 overall to the San Francisco 49ers. I still don't know why or how that was a thing. But for the most part, the receivers went later than expected, and it really helped them to not have to trade up. In round one, there was no reason to trade up. Right. They ended up getting the guy they probably would have taken at 5. I mean, I really believe that. I think Sonny Styles was the defender, other than the edges, that they wanted. So maybe you would have taken Arvell Reese at 5 over Sonny Styles, I guess. I've never really considered that as a possibility because I never thought he would be there. But why trade up if you're getting the dude that you went to bed hoping would be there when you were picking? So the trade up would have had to have been from 71. We just don't know if Williams was at the top of their board, or if there was a guy they could have gone and gotten. I just think because of who went in the 55 to 70 range, that's probably not any of the players that they would have taken.
And not having a fourth, and again, it becomes complicated. The only way you could have moved up to me is if you were willing to part with a player. And I don't know how many, A, are enticing for other teams, B, would have netted you enough. Right? I mean, I'm just sake of argument, let's say you package Daron Payne, been willing to eat some of the salary somehow. The inheriting team still has a big cap thing to deal with.
To go up 20 picks?
To go up 20 picks?
Do you like the difference in receiver that much?
This is the question.
To lose what is, I know everyone's disappointed with his year last year and how things have gone since you paid him, but he's still a good football player. One of your best defensive players over the last couple seasons. You're trading him, eating salary to do it, for a pick swap, basically?
And that's kind of my point. I don't see that. I think that's one of those, we'll hang up the phone as soon as that's offered.
Let's go to Gary in Fredericksburg. Something from the draft that you really liked and something you didn't.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing today?
What's up, buddy?
Well, let's get real. First thing is Sonny Styles, great pick. That's a no-brainer. The rest of the draft, I do not know what anybody else was watching, but they didn't address a corner. They didn't address a safety. They got another edge rusher that we didn't need. We already signed a bunch of free agency. I think we were good to go with that, with what you had. The last pick of the draft was mind-boggling to me as a Redskin fan, and I've been a Redskin fan for a long time. I just thought the receiver, you just explained it, Grant, they had their choice, and that's what they chose. They say they picked best available. Their board is a lot different than many other teams that I could tell. I was very disappointed in the draft, other than the very first pick. I'll let you guys squander with that, and I hope you guys have a great day.
You too, buddy. Thanks.
So the quarterback pick we could start with, he called it mind-boggling. It's not what I would have done. I don't have a whole lot of energy ever on the 7th round selection to take great issue. We're talking about walking into a house as like a contractor or something, walking through all 3,000 square feet and then being like, you know what you should do? Give me a washcloth. And then you wipe off one of the counters and you walk out. You know what I'm saying? It's such a minute thing in the grand scheme of what they did at 7 when they were on the clock at 2:23. But do I agree with you that I would have taken a football player at a position of need? Yes, I would have. Because even if Ethan Kaliamakis is who they think he is, and he turns into a great backup, good vibes guy, that's so easy to find. Again, Sam Hartman's been here for a couple years. They're no worse off for it. And he, apparently, they'll tell you, they don't think he can play. Because at the end of last season, when they had no business starting a 40-year-old at the end of the year, they could have played Sam Hartman, and they were the ones that said he can't play dead in a Western. Handsome as hell, though, but they didn't play him, right? So I just think you can always call Josh Johnson. You can always find Nate Sudfeld. There's someone out there that'll pick up the phone. Vinny Testaverde or whoever, who's going to come in here for a week and help you. Mark Sanchez, of yesteryear when he started for Jay Gruden back in the day. There's always that guy waiting on a phone call that you don't necessarily need Kaliamanis. Now, if he doesn't get drafted and you loved the kid, I think they did. You think his personality is amazing, he'll be great in the room for Jaden Daniels. Awesome. If he's brilliant, which I think they think between the years this guy's special, and he can really help, cool. I just think you could get a guy like that or him after the draft maybe. And if they thought there's no way he's going to get drafted, oh well then. I mean, you'll have to find the next Ethan Kaliamakis.
Yeah, I think, how people say, blank doesn't grow on trees. This almost grows on trees. Right. It's whatever the next step is from actually growing on a tree, the third tier, never will play for you ever quarterback. So I would have just drafted, for example, the guy that the Eagles did, Cole Wisniewski out of Indiana. Part of a great program, played safety, he's probably going to be just a maniac on special teams. And maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't make my team. So, yeah, I'm with you on that, the sentiment. I just would never do that.
I do want to double-click on his other observations, though, because at least one of them I do disagree with. He talked about needing a cornerback, not drafting one. That's very much worth talking about. It was arguably their biggest need. I think it was the biggest need on the team coming into the draft. It was the edge last year. Last year, their biggest need was edge. They went into the draft. They go 7 rounds. They don't get one. This year, it's cornerback. And guess what? Edge was their biggest need going into the offseason. They had to drop $100 million on it. So maybe that'll be corner next year. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you why maybe we shouldn't be as concerned about that position as we were edge last year in town for the Commanders. Also, he talked about drafting an edge when they didn't need one. That's the one I disagree with. We'll get into that as well. What did you like? What didn't you like? 7-round draft in the books for the Commanders. They had 6 players in their brand new draft class. They get a linebacker in Sonny Styles, a wide receiver, Antonio Williams from Clemson, Josh Josephs, the edge, who's long from Tennessee, can play the run. Katron Allen, the running back, who's a bruiser from Penn State, all-time leading rusher for the Nittany Lions. And then a center, Matt Golban, and the third-string quarterback, potentially, on the practice squad, Ethan Kaliamanis. That is your draft class. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders have invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to rookie minicamp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not yet signed his franchise tender. The report during the draft last week is that he does intend to sign it. In the NBA, playoffs continuing on tonight. Game 4 between the Pistons and the Magic. Magic up 2-1 in the series. That'll tip off at 8. Thunder and Suns. Game 4 at 9:30. OKC looking to finish off the sweep. Game 5 tonight between the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. Minnesota going to be without guard Anthony Edwards. He's expected to miss a couple of weeks with a bone bruise and knee hyperextension. Minnesota does lead that series 3-1, though. That'll tip off at 10:30. Baseball, Nationals have a day off after taking 2 of 3 from the White Sox in Chicago. They'll stay on the road. They'll take on the Mets for 3 starting tomorrow night. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Breaking down the NFL draft with you on Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. Ren Carthon, who ran the Tennessee Titans as their general manager, going to join the show today, coming up in just a couple of hours. We're going to get his insight on Washington's draft class. I saw he gave them an A grade in his breakdown. That's at 6 East time tonight in the DMV, so make sure you're listening to our final segment for a recent former GM's analysis of the board that Adam Peters and the Commanders put together. So I said I wanted to go back over a couple of points that a caller just made. So we can agree on the quarterback pick being pretty surprising. Not needing an edge, I completely disagree with. Again, what is the emphasis or priority? If you're only drafting for this football season, you're right. You don't really need...
You had bigger needs.
An edge. Odafe Owe was signed. Caleb Von Chason was signed. Charles Omenihu was signed. You have Dorrance Armstrong coming back from injury. They brought back Dietrich Wise, who we didn't mention earlier, on a 1-year deal. There's a lot on the roster. If you think Drake Jackson might have something in the tank, that's 6 guys right there. But guess what? Here's the list of guys under contract for next year. Odafe Owe.
Go ahead. Say the rest.
Odafe Owe.
Yeah, but the other names, Grant.
So the notion that edge is... You got a bunch of rentals for a year, of which Wise coming off a very serious injury. You don't know what you're going to get. Amena, who's not like a super high-ceiling player. I think he's like a decent little run defender. There's just not a lot longer term that you trust in. So I'll disagree that drafting an edge didn't make sense. I think it did. He's all over the cornerback position, though. And this reminds me of defensive end last year.
Yeah.
When every time they were on the clock, we're like, maybe this will be it. You could have gone corner at 7 if Mansour Delane is there. The Chiefs took him. So Delane versus Styles, that debate, which we might have had, didn't happen, right? After Mansour Delane is gone, there's not another corner worth taking at 7. So unless you trade back 20 spots or something, or 15 spots, and take a corner, it's a non-starter. Now you're on the clock at 71. Should they have taken a corner over a wide receiver? That's a conversation maybe the last caller wants to have. Not for me. You could have taken one. My fear was that they would, but I liked the wide receiver group right there. They took a wide receiver. Then you fast forward. He would have clearly taken the corner in round 4, or 5 rather. They didn't have a round 4 pick, over Joshua Josephs when they took him. I liked the Joshua Josephs pick. If it was a corner, that's fine. I wouldn't have been angry about it, but I thought they got incredible value there. So at this point, now you're into the 6th round and you're just taking a flyer on a guy that may or may not make the roster.
Sure.
I can't be that mad. I will tell you that in a bubble, yes, I'm surprised they did not draft a corner having taken 6 players.
Well, so I liken corner to also outside wide receiver, which they still don't have an adequate player there in my view. The receiver they drafted, whom I like, Antonio Williams, I like him fine. That's not an outside receiver. That's a slot receiver. Okay. Thank you for doing that. I like the player. That's fine. The need is still the need. Same with another spotted corner. It tells me, similarly to my view of what they're going to do at outside receiver, there is some plan there. Maybe it's we'll get away with what we got at corner, which I don't think is a very good plan. But it tells me there's a corresponding move that may or may not be coming. Maybe it's your Noah Brown tier, but for cornerback, a guy that's going to get cut unexpectedly or kind of the second wave of free agency. I don't know what I don't know. but it would surprise me if they went into the regular season this coming year with this group at both outside receiver and at corner.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Behind the scenes, Toby's working hard for us today. Toby, did you check in on Mark? We believe he was sleeping when we went to him. We heard some form of snoring, it sounded like. Is everything okay with our guy Mark in Largo?
Yeah, I did check in with him. I was like, hey, Mark, you good? And then he said,
oh.
So I think he's okay.
He is napping. I mean, that guy is counting sheep right now. I'll tell you that much. Where's this tweet here? Pat said, that was actually your best call ever. That made my day. It's definitely one of the top 5 strangest things that have happened on the show. To go to someone the day after the draft, high energy, ready to talk football, and just get some, some wood being sawed.
We're doing so well, we put a guy to sleep. It happened once at a stand-up show I did. The person whose house it was a private show, and the woman had been working all day to set everything up. That was the excuse. Right in the front row. Head back, mouth open, snoring and drooling as I'm mid-bit. I'm going, I can't not address this. Oof. She fell asleep. I have a microphone. There's a speaker right by her head.
So that's the debate is what do you do there? Because it's definitely like a good comedian, a funny person, that's ammunition.
Yeah.
And she's under attack.
Yeah.
Like I could have gone a little longer with the Mark snoring thing, but I was like, I don't know if we should. Let's just let our guy catch some rest.
Uh-huh.
We'll let it.
He's clearly overworked, so they had a lot going on.
You know, like I could see like Craig Carton in New York just having that be the rest of the segment. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Just a lot of Mark sleeping. But wherever he's at, I hope he's well rested.
Hope his feet are up and he's comfy.
I want him to
Got
be
a blanket?
comfortable. Keith and Tyson's, you're on Grant and Danny. What's good?
Hey, how's it going? I think I probably am going to have some hot takes here. My least favorite pick was Sonny Styles.
Ooh.
And my favorite was the quarterback. Now, bear with me. I'll explain my reasoning. First thing is I generally think you should draft talent, not need. And so you take the best guy you can get. But I also think that you should draft positions that are easy to scout. And so linebackers are notoriously hard to scout because they're like quarterbacks. Most of their skills are related to being able to read stuff, react, that kind of stuff. And so they're the hardest to measure. And so I would rather take running backs and defensive ends early. And I just think taking a quarterback every year is a good idea because you may end up with your Brady.
So what would you have done at 7 instead of Sonny Styles?
I'll be honest. I was probably a little bit delusional because I saw a mock draft somewhere that had Love coming to us, and I was hoping like no other that's what I would have gotten.
Right, and maybe they were too, but it didn't happen. He went 4 picks before they were on the clock. I mean, really, the debate, I guess, at 7 with Styles would have had to have been Downs if the intel I got on draft day was correct, which was they are going to be drafting a defensive stalwart. The mandate has been to fix this defense. It's why they signed 10 of the 13 contributors on that side of the ball in free agency so far. It's why they're going to invest that top 10 pick there. The way the board played out, I don't even think it was a debate. Now, you could tell me you'd rather have drafted like Jordan Tyson, wide receiver there, very, very risky with his injury history, or Mekhi Lemon, who the Eagles took, who just based on the interview process had some quirks that scared some teams off. But unless you're thinking receiver at 7, I'm not really sure. Downs, Styles, wideout, there's pretty much nothing else that made any sense there.
Yeah, because Delane was swooped out from underneath you, if that was a nominee for you as well, by Kansas City going ahead of you. I didn't think you wanted to move up there. If your argument is you find out through some scuttlebutt, somebody has a report a couple days from now, Washington was offered, to move back 3 spots to 10, and they could have taken Downs and had another pick or 2, we can have a great conversation about that, but that hasn't come out, certainly.
Let's go to Nolan in Wisconsin, listening on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. You can pause and rewind the show. What's up, Nolan? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, you guys? So I'm a huge Penn State guy. I'm a Penn State alum, and I got to tell you, this Katron Allen pick is, I think, going to be a home run, and here's why. So this guy, first of all, is Penn State's leading rusher. He played 4 years, but that in itself, when you look at the fact that he split reps with Nick Singleton, who went to the Titans, most of the time it eventually kind of became the lead back in Happy Valley.
By the way,
and then
Nolan,
not to
correct me if
mention-
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But the way I read it and saw it, because I followed them pretty closely at times under Franklin, they wanted to make fetch happen with Singleton. Everything that they tried and tried and tried, and it just kept happening that Kaytron Allen was just he wasn't the more talented or like sexy guy, but he was the better running back.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this guy, talk about a complete just bulldozer. You called him a bruiser in the last segment. I mean, this guy, physical, everything Adam Peters would want in a guy that we've seen him pick, like in San Francisco and to some cases here. I mean, he does not go down easily. And when you look at what happened, this guy went through a major coaching change with Franklin being fired and just his ability to continuously perform, even despite splitting reps with another back, I think is, and in the Big Ten of all conferences, I think that says a lot, and I think he'll be a great pick. I think fans are going to love this guy very quickly, as, we did in Happy Valley.
I totally agree with you. I will reiterate that college stats are not the end-all, be-all before I run through a bunch of them, but it's the Big Ten. He's playing against a lot of defenders that are getting drafted, that are playing in the NFL, that will be studs in the NFL. He's playing against some of the best teams in America, and he ranked number 1 in attempts per game, number 2 in touches per game, number 1 in percent of his carries against heavy boxes. Think about that. 27% of his carries came against 8 in the box or more. Like, when you're playing Penn State, they do that little wacky T formation in the backfield, or they would have a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. You talk about the Big Ten as like that pushing match.
Sure.
That's Penn State for the most part in those
Yeah.
white-on-white uniforms, and everyone's stacking the box, and he's still averaged 4.8 yards per carry against heavy boxes, 11% of runs, that's it, failed in the backfield. So even though you got penetrators and guys getting into the
You got
backfield,
hands on him, he's not going down yet.
heavy boxes, hard to tackle. Number 3 in the class in that. Against light boxes, it's over, 7 yards per carry. You can't get him on the ground by yourself. Number 3 pass protector as well. So, yeah, I think he's plug and play. It's not going to be dynamic. This is not a home run hitter. He's got less juice or similar juice, I'd say, to like a Brian Robinson.
Yeah, to me, this is that Brian Robinson school of running back.
I think he's got way better vision than Brian Robinson, and he's just more patient. Like, he sets things up really, really, really well. I might even say that Robinson was faster in the open field. But that said, I think if you're comparing them, I think Kaytron Allen's a way better running back. He's Chris Rodriguez with juice. Just a slightly better version of Chris Rodriguez, who averaged 5 yards a carry here every time he got an opportunity. Like, there's a role for that guy in the league. I wouldn't want him to get 22 carries a game. I don't think he's going to.
Yeah, the sledgehammer role, right? I mean, sometimes you go back to talking about Big Ten running backs. Ron Dane set the NCAA record, was just a guy. Shortly after him, Jonathan Taylor was a couple hundred yards shy. Who would you rather have?
Yeah.
You can never really tell who's going to be great based on college stats.
With their new schemes, you see a guy get drafted and you're trying to find the comp of like who this was in the Vikings defense or who this was in the Lions offense. This is the best one for me. In terms of finding a comparison, it was easiest. Allen is David Montgomery. Logan has gone out. I think he said on Take Command today that Joshua Josephs is Van Ginkel. He could play that role for Durante Jones. Some people are trying to throw, Antonio Williams as like the Amon-Ra St. Brown slot route runner. Good luck. That's a bit of a reach for me. But the one that I think, that makes a lot of sense. I see it is Kaytron Allen, David Montgomery. Calvin and Wardoff, I believe it is. Wardoff, you're on the Fan. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, fellas?
Good, buddy.
Thanks for taking my call, too. I believe, I feel that, they took the best player available. They stuck to their board. People keep saying, oh, we need a corner, but maybe there wasn't a corner they thought was worth taking all the way in the 4th round. And then you still have that second wave of free agency and a whole lot of other things that happen that maybe a corner might become available. So I believe they just took the best players available at that time. They played their board. I love it.
Appreciate you, dude. So just for way of reference, 1 pick after Antonio Williams in the 3rd round, Tacario Davis goes to Cincinnati, a cornerback right after them. So there were guys that were in that range. Now, that doesn't mean that's what their board said. And it could be if you got one guy who's literally 1 slot ahead of the next guy at a position that you care about, you just do that, you never think twice. So, of course, the board has to break your way. You don't just draft a guy because that's an open position for you. There's got to be some relation to how you have him evaluated.
20 minutes away from a Beltway Blitz. The double play is next. Rand Carthen, the former GM, on the show at 6 o'clock. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. No Nats tonight. We'll take you up to 6:30. The Nationals did take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox, though.
Finally get their first day off in like a month. 17 straight days with a game. And nobody's crying them a river, but that was like 800 AAA to Major League moves and back down, and you pitch 6 innings, you got to go back down. And they were grinding to get through this time. They need a day.
9 wins, 8 losses in those 17 games without a ton of talent compared to some of the teams that they're playing. But yeah, they're trying to cut the corners, and they're playing the numbers games, and they're churning out lineups at the GM suite level with the data and the R&D department, and they're over 500 in a 17-game span. It would have been hard, I think, in the past with their coaching staff to go 9-8 over those 17 games with this team, because they just don't make enough moves or try enough things. They're not pinch hitting and going right versus left and left versus right to the same extent. Blake Butera's squeezing every drop out of this thing. The front office, as you said, they're wearing a path out between Rochester and the big leagues. And how about Foster Griffin? This staff looked at him as a player coming over from Japan at 30 years old and said, yeah, we'll bring him into the big leagues and make him a part of our rotation. They were the most intrigued of all the big league teams in him. And through 33 innings and 6 starts, he's been their best pitcher. He's got a 2.67 ERA, a whip barely over 1. He's pitching like an all-star right now. He's been good.
Foster Griffin, man. Foster bleeping Griffin. Which one of my 7 pitches would you like to see right now? You got a choice.
Throws all 7 of them.
Yeah, man.
It is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Amazon Prime show review time, GP. You gave up. There are too many episodes now for you because there's multiple seasons. The Boys, season 5, the final season. If you're exhausted a little bit by the hero genre, where everything's a comic book movie and everything is made pretty much for Darius and me and a couple other dorks, because everything's Marvel, and then it's like the 10th tier comic in Marvel, then there's Netflix shows about Marvel, and then there's Marvel shows about Marvel, but Disney Plus, log in for Hulu also for Marvel, and then there's a whole DC universe, etc. The Boys is our world, except superheroes are ubiquitous, and they're all send-ups and mockeries of the actual real character. So it's like satire in real life on the real in real time. It's funny, it's gruesome, it's gory. There are a number of scenes that you go, oh my God, please make sure your kids are not in the room when you're watching it, both in terms of violence and then the other way, if you catch my drift. But it is so good. It's wildly entertaining, and there's always something that's a little bit formulaic, it's a little bit simple, but the show itself is just great. I don't know how to say it better than that. If you are a fan or you're kind of have fatigue on superhero stuff, they get it, and they're making fun of it too. They're pointing it out. The same things that you're annoyed by, they found it, and they're hammering it. It's a little bit, at times, I don't want to say too close to home when it comes to, like, they're trying to mock and also send up kind of our current climate here in these United States. That part I don't love as much because it's like I get enough of that everywhere else. But still, it's artfully done, and it's really funny and smart. I'm on the final season now, midway through it. It is just aces. What a show. I love it.
It's time for your Boys double play. For the record, I did love the season I watched.
Yep.
It was just like 2 years between seasons, and it just
You just can't do it.
Yeah, just too much. I went to the movie theater, which is rare for me at this point in my life, and I watched Project Hail Mary, starring Ryan Gosling. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. This is a grab some popcorn, have a cola classic.
Heard it's really good.
Sit back, put your feet up, and watch Ryan Gosling be the star of a show that doesn't have many other people in the show. It's him and a space rock, man. So I think I'm going to basically annoy you here because you know that I just can't. You know how people say, like young girls say they can't even?
I literally can't.
Right.
You probably could.
Well, you know how a lot of times with sci-fi, I just can't even? You know, whatever evening is?
Yeah, I know you.
This works for me. I think it's because I read the book. And I get to be the guy for the first time in a long, long time. I told my wife, this has to be the first time in 15 years that I've read a book and then gone and seen the movie after. But I got to be the guy walking out of the theater where I was like, I think the book's a little better.
Actually, the difference is they changed a couple things for the book.
But I went by myself late last night. Everybody was asleep. I was my brain was fried. I did 5 hours of radio and had done all the draft stuff. And I was like, I just need to sit somewhere and drink some Coke Zero, eat some popcorn, and me and Ryan Gosling will have a night together. It worked. I think there's a couple really funny parts, like ironically hilarious, and then good writing, funny parts. That if I wasn't alone in the theater completely by myself, I think you'd have like a laughing theater, which would have been good.
Yeah.
Gosling's very good in it. What's your file in general on like the story of Project Hail Mary?
I know very little, but it's basically a long shot.
You've seen the trailers.
Yeah, for a long shot in some way of getting to space or getting to the moon or somehow, some way it has to happen. Hence the name Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And Ryan Gosling's like, we can do it, guys. And there's a lot of we can do it pep talks, and then they can do it.
Okay. He's not as sure they can do it.
Okay.
He's being forced to try to figure out a way to do it, is what I would say. But I think you should check it out. And I think it would be a movie that your kids could see and they would really
my
enjoy.
12-year-old son said it was great.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Okay.
he went with a buddy during one of Fairfax County's days off from school. He and a buddy went to go see it. When they were off from school on a weekday, they were able to have plenty of time because they weren't in school. And they went and saw the movie.
Danny is the face of the Get Back to School movement. I told you, Channel 7 had a TV commercial.
I mean, what are we doing?
I think it was like 7 on Your Side or something like that. Remember the old Ross
Yeah, of course,
McLaughlin bit?
yeah.
But they had some type of commercial. I happen to be in a bar. I look up and see it. And it's just showing like a bunch of things where the chyron at the bottom says something like Fairfax County school days, off, like :40 or something.
Uh-huh.
And they're like going through and they're like, we were there. And there's like images of a school board. And then this guy like walking and talking in a field. And then you see Danny wearing his headphones in this studio screaming.
Yeah, just a
for,
video
like,
that Strober posted.
2 seconds. Yeah,
Like they did. Like ABC did it.
I'm like, why is Danny in the ABC 7 commercial about school? But you're the face of the whole thing.
I now the only recognition I get from strangers is that.
Is the 1 second on ABC 7?
Not ABC 7, but it's like, hey, you're the guy who wants the kids in school from the video. Yes, that's me. And I do want that, by the way.
Big school guy.
Just 5 days a week sometimes. Just call me nuts. I'm the weird one. Just a schedule where it's Monday, school, Tuesday, school, Wednesday, school, Thursday, school, Friday, school, break. And we do it a couple more times. That's all I'm asking for. Nothing crazy.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go Beltway blitzing next.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. NFL roster news, the Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not signed his franchise tender yet. Report during the draft last week was that he did intend to sign it. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. Flyers and Penguins, Game 5 of that series. Philly looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Golden Knights will take on the Mammoth. Game 4 of that series. Utah up 2-1 in the series. That'll begin at 9:30. Baseball, Nationals have the day off today after they took 2 of 3 from the White Sox in Chicago. They'll take on the Mets for the first of 3 in New York tomorrow night. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, with you until 6:30 tonight. On The Fan, we're keeping it live and local deep into the evening with overtime sans the Nats. Speaking of which, the Nats are coming up on the Blitz. We'll also cover the NFL and the Commanders all in one segment. Let's start it off. Another road series in the win column for Washington. Mark Zuckerman of Nats Journal joins us now. And Mark, I got to say, let's just play all the games away from Nationals Park. Who needs that ice cream machine in the press box at this point?
Yeah, I mean, there may be a few thousand fans here who might not like that, but if the trade-off is a winning record, maybe they would give that up. I mean, it's been weird. I don't know how to explain it necessarily, that they've been so much better on the road. It's not like they're just a little better on the road and still winning games at home. Like, it's been dramatically different between the two. They've played well. They've played hard. This was a really tough stretch they just went to. They played 17 consecutive days without a break, and they went 9-8 on that stretch. And that's a lot of credit to them, the way they've kind of hung through this all. The roster changes every day. They're having to ask certain guys to fill in spots they maybe weren't expecting. And, I think in the bigger picture, you have to be pleased with what they've done.
Yeah, they're 3-10 at home, and they're 10-6 on the road. In that 17-day, 17-game stretch, they finally get a day off. They went 9-8, and to your point, you give credit to the players for scratching and clawing. But I feel like Butera and his staff, mixing potions, cutting corners, Taboni and Colombia and their staff, bringing guys up and down from the minor leagues. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus because the last group I liked a lot, but I don't know that they were matching up and playing the game the same way to go 9-8 over those 17 games with this roster.
No, it's definitely a different approach. I mean, they literally called up Andres Chaparro from AAA the other day for one day just because they like the matchup of him in the lineup against the lefty pitching for the White Sox, Schultz. Now, Chaparro didn't get a hit, so it didn't necessarily make a difference, but that's like the level of detail that they're trying to put together a roster on a daily basis in an attempt to win games. That's the length to which they're going. So it is a different kind of approach. Yesterday they had to put Clayton Beater on the IL with a forearm issue. They call up Paxton Schultz from AAA. He ends up pitching the bottom of the 10th and getting his first career save as a result. So, I mean, they are doing whatever they think they have to do to try to win a game, while at the same time keeping in mind the overall development philosophy that they're trying to do here. So it's a little bit of a tricky high wire act they're trying to pull off here. But they are certainly doing whatever they feel like they can to try to win every game with the best possible matchups.
Who's the second best pitcher in baseball after Foster Griffin?
That's a long, maybe that Skeens kid in Pittsburgh.
He's fine.
It's a far away second.
But Mark, what are we seeing? I mean, how much of this is the league hasn't seen this 2.0 version with 70,000 pitches? How real is it?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But you know what, Danny? He's 6 starts in now.
Yeah.
So like the league has a book on him, and I presume other teams have the projection machines that the Nats are using to scout other pitchers. So they've got to be at least facing a virtual version of him at this point. I think there's some legitimacy to it. He is a really smart pitcher who goes into it with a game plan. He can throw almost anything in any count. He adjusts along the way as necessary based on what's working for him on that day and who he's facing. Yesterday he finally faced a guy who had any kind of track record against him in Murakami, the Japanese slugger. They were in the same division in Japan the last 3 years, and we looked up the numbers. Griffin owned him. He was 4 for 28 with 16 strikeouts. So what did he do yesterday? He struck him out twice and got him to pop out the other time. So, and I asked him, did you take a different approach? He said, no, I've faced him enough. I know what works. I went after him the same way, and it worked. So, this is a guy that even if you have scouted him, even if you have some kind of track record against him, I think he is pretty good at figuring out what works and what doesn't and then executing it. It's been such a great move by them. $5 million. I know you're taking a chance on somebody coming from Japan because you don't really know how it's going to translate. But think how much it would cost to get a comparable big league pitcher as a free agent here versus what they spent to get him coming over from Japan for $5 million.
Yeah, it's been a massive win so far. C.J. Abrams was arguably the best hitter in the sport first 2.5 or so weeks of the season. Last 10 games, Mark, 086 average and a 367 ops. He's really fallen off. Now, this could just be a 10-game slump, and they're going to be many of those over the course of the year. But, because of his track record, now you wonder, is this kind of the same old deal where he has that amazing 3 weeks and then he goes into the dumps for 3 or 4 weeks and he just does the seesaw thing? How do they get him to be more consistent?
Yeah, I think it's plate discipline. It's swinging at the right pitches. You're starting to see him chase somewhat. He and almost everybody in the lineup made some really quick outs yesterday. That game was flying by and not necessarily in a good way. They were making outs so quickly. So I think it's being more selective at the plate. He's kind of always been streaky. I think the key with him, and it sort of applies to James Wood too, you can be a streaky hitter. That's kind of the way it is sometimes for some guys. But you got to keep the streaks to, a couple of weeks at a time. They can't go on for a month or more. And what you saw from Abrams last year after this great first half was at the second half he just fell off a cliff and he never got it back again. So I think that's what it is. If he has a couple of bad weeks, okay, as long as he can figure some things out and get back on track after that, you can live with that if it's spread out over the course of the season. What you don't want to have is for it to last 2-3 months at a time.
Mark, always appreciate it, buddy. Have a great week.
Thank you, guys.
Sounds good, my friend. See you soon. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our guy Eric at home, NFL Media, joins us to talk about the NFL. Eric, take it wherever you want. A little bit hacky day after the draft, but let's just do it anyhow. Give me a team, a program that really stood out to you, kind of how they moved around the board or ended up with some pieces that you liked.
Yeah, I think a second year in a row, you could say the Browns were outstanding. They had the best rookie class last year, I think. You could obviously say the quarterback situation is still sort of lingering, but a great rookie class. And then this year, moving down to get Spencer Fano, getting Casey Concepcion later than, I thought he could go off a little earlier. Denzel Boston, too, the safety from Toledo. Just a pick by pick, I felt like they really did a great job.
And they got Justin Jefferson somehow. That's pretty cool, right? The Vikings just let him go right. Oh, it's a different Justin Jefferson. I apologize.
I was like, wait a minute. You know the difference, right?
Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who was considered one of the better safeties as well. Yeah, they really did. They, in terms of consensus and where guys were supposed to go, seems like they did a lot that they wanted to coming in. Were you surprised that we didn't see any splashy veteran trades? The name George Pickens came up day of. We heard a lot about A.J. Brown. It looks like that's going to wait till June 1, but nothing else major. Jonathan Grenard was the one to the Eagles.
Winners. Yeah, there wasn't that big A.J. Brown-like trade like we saw a few years ago. Obviously, his name's still in the news too. But, I think there were a few candidates. But, once the Crosby thing kind of settled down, once Pickens signed his tender, it felt like – that was going to be the way it went. But obviously a lot of trades throughout the course of the draft, more in round one than I thought we'd see, even if there weren't a lot of big leaps. It was mostly those incremental hops, but a lot of activity. It was a fun draft, actually.
Who did you not like? Or a team that you're going, I'm not sure what you're thinking there. Is there somebody that kind of stood out in that regard?
Yeah, we had so many teams this year that lacked first-round picks. So obviously if you just sort of grade them, on an equal scale, it's a little bit unfair, but even given what they came in with, I thought some of the Jaguars' picks were questionable at best. Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard they got at 88 or whatever pick it was, I think was pretty darn good value. They got a couple receivers and a tight end I liked later, but Borkirker at 56, even with the tight end run, I should say, I thought they could have gotten a better prospect there. Albert Regis, not a bad player, but, kind of a borderline top 100 guy. They got mid-round 3, so just felt like every pick was a reach, and they had a lot of selections, and even without the first rounder, but big picture, maybe a handful of them make the roster and stay there.
What was the deal with Garrett Nussmeier? I know that he has the spinal issue that is supposed to be able to be cleaned up pretty quickly, but for him to have gone as late as he did was crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, it felt like his stock was sort of on the upswing prior to this medical news. He had a pretty solid Senior Bowl. I mean, it wasn't a great quarterback crop, but, I mean, he and Cole Payton did okay down there. Taylor Green, at least showed off some skills, but none of them really stood out, and they all went day 3. I just think there was a kind of a malaise about the quarterback class in general. But, yeah, the medical situation, certainly even if it sounds routine, nothing involving the spine is routine necessarily. So I think there were enough questions coming off last season to where I think some people had already kind of decided he was going to be a day 3 flyer probably. And, he lands in a pretty good spot, all things considered. I know obviously Pat's there, but, we've seen him have to leave the lineup and have some injuries the past few years. So, that's the more depth they have, the better. But, yeah, I thought he might go a little earlier.
What was the theme of this draft for you? We kind of heard that people after the top 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 were kind of lukewarm on everything from 10 to 40. Is that how it played out, or just kind of what do you think, big pictures, you're writing a summary for somebody?
Yeah, it definitely was not a blue chip kind of draft. It was not the draft with a bunch of home run picks. I think teams were hoping that day 2 was going to be their, kind of stand up double picks. Let's get as many solid football players as we can. Obviously, the early run on offensive linemen was pretty telling. You could see it coming a mile away, but it went fast too. And guys like you saw the Patriots trading up for Caleb Lomu, and then we find out later there were a couple other teams trying to do the same thing, and that's how quickly it went. Tight end, there was a huge run at that position we haven't really seen the likes of in the last few years. So I think we're getting to the point where teams want to get big again. We went small for so long, and it was explosive and all that. I think teams are kind of cycling back the other direction where, you really have to – teams are playing with 6 offensive linemen and play more often, and they're using more 13 and 12 personnel, and I think you saw that reflected in the draft.
What did you make of Mike Vrabel stepping away for the final day of the draft? I saw he was back in the building today, so I guess he got all the counseling he needed.
I mean, I have to be careful with this stuff because I don't like to wade into those kind of waters as far as the personal stuff is concerned. But I thought from a PR's perspective, it was handled about as poorly as it possibly could have. And look, I don't want to suggest what Mike Vrabel needs to do for his family or whatever, but they probably could have handled it a better way and started that process after the draft or whatever, not to kind of make a big show of it or something. So it was very odd in my opinion.
Who's the best player that got drafted?
I mean, this is, again, it's one of those years where you can make a case for Fernando Mendoza. I think he's got a real high floor as a prospect, but he may not start the year as a starter. I don't know that we don't know that he's going to be a superstar. Caleb Downs is a great football player, but he's a 5'11", 195-pound safety, so there's some hesitation there to say that. Sonny Styles worked out like an absolute demon, could be a stud in Washington, could be the next Bobby Wagner, but, we're still kind of projecting a little bit there. There's some candidates. Those are the guys that immediately kind of come to mind. Arvell Reese, too. I would say he has a chance to be a superstar, but, they're playing him an inside linebacker. Does that allow his skills to flourish? We'll see. I mean, not to dance around, but there's no clear-cut, obvious answer this year, in my opinion.
Eric, as always, love having you on. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy the draft aftermath. See you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
It's been fun already. Eric Edholm, NFL Media. All right, let's keep it moving. And to talk about the Commanders, our buddy Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports. Mitch, let's take Sonny Styles out of the equation. Give me your favorite and your least favorite pick of the other 5 selections for Washington.
Sonny Styles easily is at the top of the list. I don't think anyone would do that, would say otherwise. My second favorite pick, I think, probably Antonio Williams, but that's mostly because I think they needed a receiver more than almost anything else on this roster. Least favorite pick, I get it's a 7th-round flyer, but Callaway Manis, I don't know. We know Sam Hartman isn't an NFL quarterback per se. Maybe you're taking a flyer so you have a third quarterback, but I think there were other positions that I would have taken a flyer at there in the 7th round.
So my thought, I like Williams a lot as a player, just in a vacuum, right? Forget about what he means here. But now when you add what he means here, the outside receiver thing is still kind of empty. There's a placeholder there with a couple of warm bodies, but I feel like the guy that's going to line up opposite Terry McLaurin isn't on the roster yet, whether it's an Aiyuk or a Jennings or somebody else. What did you make of that selection, and then what do you think the plan is at boundary receiver?
Yeah, so Antonio Williams wasn't my favorite pick, but I do like that Adam Peters addressed this draft with confidence. They kind of started that run on that round 3 receiver board, and they went out and got the guy that they liked the most. And I think that's kind of an important thing for a team to do. They had their list of guys that were going to go right around there in the 3rd round, and they liked Antonio Williams the most. I think you're going to see him line up some at slot, some on the outside as well. I also think David Blau's offense is going to demand a lot more receiver pre-snap motion, and so kind of where they line up versus where they end up at might be a little bit different as far as things go. But I think if I'm looking at this roster and on April, whatever day today is, 27th, talking about who the starting quote unquote 2 receivers are going to be for the first offensive series of the season, I think it's going to be Williams and McLaurin, and I think there's going to be a lot to be answered about how they kind of play that second receiver.
So are you not thinking they're going to sign Aiyuk?
I think if you sign Aiyuk, it's a lottery ticket, right? Like at this point, are you signing Aiyuk and you expect that he's going to step right in? I mean, you not only have the questions from the past season and a half or whatever with him in San Francisco with commitment to football and all that. I don't know if you guys saw the pictures of him this past week where, he's kind of hanging out, not looking particularly in shape. I mean, I think there's just so many questions that come with a Brandon Aiyuk signing that if your plan is to have him step in and be the Brandon Aiyuk that we saw 2-3 seasons ago, I think it might be a little foolhardy. I mean, we saw that a lot last year where they, off-season, the free agency, they kind of hoped for the best but never planned for the worst. I think you at least now have a plan with Antonio Williams there that if Brandon Aiyuk isn't the guy, that at least you have somebody that you hopefully can step in.
How comfortable are you with the fivesome of Trey Amos, Nick Cross, Will Harris, Mikey Sanders-Still, and Amik Robertson as your primary secondary?
I feel okay with them. I feel good with them. I think Amos was having a really good season last year before he got hurt. I think with Mikey Sanders-Still, you saw, one good season from him as a rookie year. Last year, he was kind of flipping between the, a slot corner and the outside corner, and maybe that hurt him a little bit. But the biggest reason I'm confident in that secondary is because Durante Jones, I think, is going to run a defense that gets after the quarterback and is going to force quarterbacks to get rid of the ball quickly. And I think that can do a whole lot for a secondary that you have questions to. We had Thor Nystrom on our podcast before the draft, and he was talking about Brian Flores' system and how they never really prioritized corners that much in that system. It was more about getting after the quarterback, forcing them to make quick decisions, and letting your corners react. I think that's what we're going to see a little bit here. Not to mention, I think there's going to be a lot more disguising on the back end with Durante Jones versus what we saw from Joe Witt.
What'd you think of the Kaytron Allen pick in the 6th round? How do you think he fits into the backfield?
Yeah, I like the Kaytron Allen pick a lot. It's hard to believe that he's Penn State's all-time leading rusher. I mean, when you think about some of the names that have come through there, but he is a guy that played 4 seasons, and obviously they play more games now than ever. But the reason I like him is that he's not a guy that's going to have necessarily that breakaway speed, but he's a one-cut and get upfield, and he's a bulldozer of a running back. He's going to be a tough guy to tackle, and I think that he's the type of running back that they don't really have on this roster right now. When you look at David Blau and kind of the zone run scheme that he's going to run, it kind of demands these guys to be decisive, put your foot in the ground and get upfield, and I think that's something that he can do particularly well. On top of that, he's a very good pass blocker out of the running back position, and I think that's an important piece as well. Rashad White is that as well. He gives you a little bit more in the pass game than Katron Allen does, but I think Katron's going to have a really good opportunity to make this roster and kind of be that number three running back, and if not, maybe be somebody that kind of develops into a short yardage back early and maybe is able to develop into something more as the season goes on.
Mitch, thank you as always, man.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Be good. Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports on Grant and Danny with us on the Fan. The Commanders seem to pivot away from the way they operated in the draft the last couple of years. There was a stark contrast and a difference this year. I'm going to explain that next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not signed his franchise tender yet, despite a report last week that he did intend to sign it. NBA playoffs continue on tonight. 2 Game 4s, Pistons and Magic. 8 o'clock, Orlando up 2-1 in that series. The Thunder are looking to finish off a sweep of the Suns. That'll tip off at 9:30. Also a Game 5 tonight. Minnesota up 3-1 in that series. Minnesota going to be without Anthony Edwards, though. They're expected to miss him for multiple weeks with a bone bruise and knee hyperextension. Game 5 tonight for Minnesota and Denver at 10:30. Baseball Nationals have the day off today after taking 2 of 3 in Chicago against the White Sox. They'll continue their road trip tomorrow. They'll take on the Mets for 3 at 7:10 tomorrow night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 90 minutes, we'll talk to former NFL GM Ran Carthon on the show. He ran the Tennessee Titans. We'll get his grade for the Washington Commanders draft. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. Thanks for listening to the program. As always, no Nats tonight, so we'll have overtime when we're done about 2 hours from right now. Danny, we've been looking at the draft from different angles. I wanted to discuss what I perceive to be a real pivot this year for Adam Peters and his staff, and I wonder if there's a reason for it. I don't think it's purposeful or was a design going into the draft. I think it was just kind of what happened when you're looking back at the result. But over the last 2 years, the Commanders ranked number 1 in the NFL in drafting athletes in that RAL, relative athletic score. 1 in each of the last 2 seasons in terms of the average player and how they graded out athletically. This year, they ranked 29th out of 32 teams in that RAS metric.
Really, and that's super surprising considering Sonny Styles is 1-1, not this year, but all the years put together.
Exactly right. I mean, if you take him out of the equation, it's like it wasn't a consideration or really an area where they aced the pick at all. Now, drafting an RAS monster doesn't mean you get to have a good football player, and there are certain positions where the track record, frankly, of being the best athlete isn't even ideal, maybe. But I just thought it was really intriguing that this team that has thrived in that way, that has thought that way, like you can predict what they're going to do normally by just looking at the best athletes at the position you know they're interested in and how they grade out RAS. And it was the opposite. They go from basically the very top of the board to the very bottom of the board this year. Meanwhile, the inverse of that, the flip side, was how many times over the last couple of seasons have they gotten a guy who generally was very high in the RAS rankings, who was taken way before the board? The very San Francisco 49ers-esque, where it's perceived as a reach. You think about Luke McCaffrey in this way, where you go, wait a second. A lot of people are telling you that's a 4th or 5th round pick. You guys just grabbed him at 100. You don't really care because you're just following your board. But this year, for the first time, on the consensus boards, if you look at where players are drafted over expected based on tabulating all of the mock drafts and all of the experts that matter, the credible places, they were number 1 out of 32 teams in getting value. So it seems to me, Danny, when you look at what they actually did this year compared to last year and the year before under Adam Peters, I think they went more with the tape, kind of older school evaluating, than they did the athletic scores. And I don't think it was something that they were cognizant of putting their board together. It's just how their class came together. But that's not nothing. I mean,
no,
that's
it's
really
significant.
Interesting.
It is significant. And I welcome it. I think anything that you do as a hard and fast rule where we're not pliable, we're not flexible in any way, I think gets you into trouble. I think you should have guidelines. I think you should have good rules where you go, I understand that I'm breaking my rule here, but I've got really good reason for it, right? Like in general, it's like, I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on stuff. Well, here's something you could spend money on that's great value. Okay, sure, let's spend up for the bed because I sleep on it 8 hours a night and I'm going to spend a third of my life sleeping. Let's pay for the good mattress, right? Whatever that is. So that old approach, I say old because who knows if this is forever now, but the RAS only approach got me Johnny Newton. It got me, as you said, Luke McCaffrey. It got me a couple other guys that frankly haven't, Ben Sinnott, that haven't really helped this team an awful lot. Went nowhere near what their draft position would have told you. Now, that doesn't mean you don't ever draft good athletes, because Sonny Styles is a great athlete, and that's why I would have drafted him at number 7, and they did. I got no problem with that. But, the best player that they've taken other than Jaden Daniels, probably the most successful, would you say Mikey Sanders still? Maybe, who was one of the lower-ranked guys that they've taken in terms of RAS. Not some disaster, not some peg-leg pirate from days of yore, but that's not a guy that blows you away with athleticism. It's just a quality player that I think they have a good opinion of. So it tells you don't have to do something just because. Now, if you're in round 4, 5, 6, or 7, whatever, by all means, take an RAS guy over some plodding zilch that had a decent college career, because you're looking for upside there. But when it comes to making picks, I think there's no hard and fast rule.
There definitely isn't. I want to touch the people on this, though, and we can take some calls on this at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. We'll open up the phones on this. Do you think there was any kind of cognizant approach of maybe getting away from caring so much about the athletic scores and those elite athletic traits and getting back to kind of some older school evaluating and scouting? Or is this just us looking at a result in a small sample? And the board falls how the board falls. You're debating between Antonio Williams and, say, Ted Hurst or whoever it is, and Hurst is the RAS maven, and you go with Williams, and we say, well, it's because you weren't focusing on RAS, when really it could just be, no, we love Antonio Williams. We think he's the better football player. Josephs is kind of an RAS guy that they got in round 4, the edge from Tennessee, but Katron Allen is not that. You kind of shirked your normal way of operating. Like, I listed a bunch of receivers on Friday that I thought they might draft at 71 based on the last 2 years and how they viewed the position. I listed a bunch of running back options for them in the mid-rounds on Friday based on how they've drafted the last 2 years, and I couldn't have been further off from what they actually ended up doing because they zigged where they've been zagging. If I had to guess, I would say it was just a one-off this year, and it's how the draft fell, but that is something that's really, really interesting to me.
It's hard not to notice, right? Again, even the thing I want to keep stressing is this is an average. Sonny Styles raises the average so much, it's like a rocket went into space, and it's still barely 6 inches above Earth is what the average is. It tells you that everybody else is so far below the norm for that position that it's hard not to notice it, right? Again, it does. I'm not criticizing it at all. It's just something that's noteworthy because it is such a major departure. And I like that, for the record, okay? And here's why I like it. Not necessarily, I'm not into drafting bad athletes. I don't care about that as much. But I'm into departing from what didn't work all that great. If you've got a paradigm and you've showed up and you don't have a ton to show for it in your multiple draft classes, and you are under-talented at a number of spots where you had to go out in free agency and spend a bunch of money on Chigakonkwo because your second-round tight end can't beat out anybody, that's an issue. You have to go spend money to fix that problem. Your defensive tackle should be Johnny Newton entering year 2 a couple years ago, or last year rather, but instead you got to go out pay over market for Javon Kinlaw to just not have any tackles for loss. You had to go spend on Eddie Goldman to make sure that Johnny Newton wasn't playing. I know it sounds like I'm picking on those guys, but just a couple examples. So you go, you know what? My paradigm hasn't produced great results. Let's change it.
Well,
I like
what
that.
I wonder if you look at Ben Sinnott, who was a 9.72, 9.73 relative athletic score out of 10, who was 32nd out of 1,100 some tight ends. Really, truly elite when it comes to RAS. Because he's huge, 6'4", 250, showed agility that's special, 4.23 shuttle, 6'8", 2.3 cone. You took him way before everyone else thought he was going to go, a round or so before, certainly dozens of picks before the consensus. Maybe they knew that another team might pounce on him. That did not work. And the jury's still out, I guess. The verdict has not been returned. But so far, it has not worked. Luke McCaffrey is another great example of this. 9.56 relative athletic score out of 10. He ranked 137 out of over 3,000 wide receivers that have come out in the draft during that time. And he displayed, again, elite agility, which is the stuff they care about. That 4.02 short shuttle, which was 97th percentile, 6.7, 3-cone drill, 95th percentile. Like, really off-the-chart stuff. And that was another one of their big reaches that didn't work. So I'm sitting here saying, I wonder if there's something to this, if they actually have pivoted. And I'm dismissing that. I don't think that that's the case. My guess is that they haven't. But there's two examples, and maybe they're two biggest swings and misses in terms of how early they drafted guys. Because Johnny Newton didn't get an RAS score because, remember, the foot, he didn't do a lot before the draft. But maybe, Peters talked about this in the press conference last week. He's like, we've gone back and we've studied everything we've done. What have we done right? What have we done wrong? What led to that? And so in the back of my head, I'm going, are they going to pivot away from that a little bit? Because that's the calling card for Peters. That's the thing he cares the most about. Or we thought.
He did.
Yeah. And it didn't look like it this year.
And he might go back to it next year. You're allowed to do that too. I mean,
maybe the draft class was part of it.
Yeah, if we don't learn based on our experiences, what are we even doing? There's some expression about history and repeating it and being doomed. Any hoodles, when you look at the roster, they were slow last year. That's despite all these great RAS scores. So how do we what are they doing now? And they've shown you an adjustment where they go, we are so tired of looking at this slow defense. We're changing that immediately. Enter Leo Chenal, enter Adafeowe. Now you've got Sonny Styles at linebacker as well. You went from the slowest linebacking core in human history to one of the quickest, fastest, most athletic overnight. That's not coincidence.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Do you think that this was calculated? Do you think there was something to them kind of going away from the athletic traits and more into the tape with guys like Katron Allen? Or do you think it was just the way the draft fell this year? We're going to dive into that next on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're with you until 6:30. We've been chewing on the NFL draft quite a bit. There's a lot of other things on the docket. We'll get to those before we get out of here. Remember, Rand Carthen's on the show coming up in an hour and 15 minutes. You can hit us up at 800-636-1067. First time 3 years under Adam Peters, the Commanders were not a team adding the most athleticism in the draft. They ranked at the top of the board over the last 2 years in RAS, that relative athletic score, the number grade out of 10 in terms of drafting athletes. They were 29 out of 32 in that this year. But I think related and inversely, they drafted way more often players that had just fallen down the board. So this was the first time under Peters they've ranked at the very top, number one, in terms of draft value against industry consensus. They went a little more chalky. They didn't reach on athletes that they like. And we're asking if you think that was on purpose, or do you think it's just how this played out? Jack's in Strasburg. What's up, Jack?
Hey, buddy. How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
Well, as far as the draft goes, I think they did pretty good with it. But, of course, time will tell. Sonny Styles, he should be able to cover pretty good with that. And I had mentioned when I was talking to you, you were talking about the way the former players, like whether it be last year or the year before, and you keep talking about Luke McCaffrey, and I'm starting to really get a case of the red rash because I really like Luke. I think he broke his collarbone towards the end of the season, but he was really making strides. He's doing punt returning, and they always say he needs to catch more balls. Well, let's face it. How do you catch balls if you ain't on the field? Make more plays with him involved. I know you got to spread the ball around, but I really think the guy can do it. I think he's going to really, really step it up this year. What is your thought?
We'll get to Luke McCaffrey. I want to answer the question that we're doing right now, though, which is, do you think that they pivoted on purpose in terms of how they drafted to go with less athletic players and more tape, successful college players, so to speak?
Probably so, based on their new offensive coordinator, and maybe they want to probably make it better for Jaden Daniels, and for him perhaps not to get hurt more, or just so he has more time to look down the field and so forth. So as far as that goes, more than likely they did. But
appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, dude.
So it's a good phone call. We'll get to Luke in a second. He just made me think of something, though. Could it be that you do have two new coordinators for the first time?
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are crazy involved. And I don't just mean in Washington. I mean, period, in draft rooms. An offensive and a defensive coordinator are extremely involved in the pre-draft process. Could it be that David Blau might have a different proclivity than Cliff Kingsbury?
Yes.
That Durante Jones might feel a little differently than your previous defensive coordinator did? I think that could be part of this. That could absolutely be part of the conversation where maybe David Blau, it's not like an RAS thing, but maybe he's going, you know what? I'm looking for David Montgomery. I want Katron Allen. I don't need the twitchy small burner. That's not the thing that I'm calling plays for next year. And Durante Jones, similarly, when you're drafting an edge, is going, I don't need the freak athlete. Give me the dude with the length and the size that's going to be able to set an edge.
We want to talk about the influence. Their right tackle for their foreseeable future was written down on a note by the offensive coordinator that doesn't work here anymore. You want to talk about influence? Your first-round pick. Despite trade offers, as Adam Peters indicated, there were some. They were going to stick and pick a guy that doesn't work here anymore, really, really wanted. So, yeah, there's outsized influence of those guys. I guarantee that was a factor in some way. Now, I don't think David Blau is going, I don't care about athletes, and I bet you Durante Jones isn't saying, I don't care about athletes. But I think it's a nice feature rather than the only thing that they care about. It's on the list of priorities, but it's not the priority.
Let's go to John in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. What's up, John? How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing very well, thanks.
All right, so as far as the RAS score, I think where those numbers are skewed because typically your first couple of rounds typically get the high RAS scores, and we didn't have hardly any early picks. So naturally, our RAS scores are going to be lower because most of our picks were later round picks. But as far as the draft in general, I like what we did there. I mean, if you look at I like Sonny Styles. I think he's going to be a difference maker for a long time. The third round wide receiver, he was coming into this year expecting to be a first-round pick, and we got, arguably first-round, but with some questions, value at third round. You look at our, running back that put up tons of numbers who complements, our other running back group pretty well. So I think they did pretty well with the limited selections.
Yeah, 6 players. It looks like 2 immediate starters, 4 immediate contributors, hopefully. That's a good point on not having a lot of early picks, except the rankings are based on other teams this year, not the past. So in other words, theoretically, the fact that they don't have a 2 and a 4, not every team is not going to have a 2 and a 4, but teams shouldn't have there's a couple teams that have a lot of picks early. For the most part, you have a pick in every single round. So the comp doesn't change that much. And I would also say last year when they ranked at the very top in this, guess what? They picked 2 times in the top 125. They picked 3 times in the top 199 last year. Connerly round 1, Amos round 2, and then Jalen Lane round 4. They didn't have a 3, they didn't have a 5. The difference was that Kane Madrano, who they took in the 6th round as an example, was an RAS guy. Trey Amos, RAS. Jalen Lane, RAS. Connerly, RAS. I'd have to look up Bill, I'm not sure, but I'd imagine he was probably favorable in that regard. Every time they were on the board, they took a guy that satisfied that, and they didn't this year. Let's go to Paul in Centerville. What's up, Paul?
Hey guys, how is it going? It's a good question that you're posing, and I think if they did make that pivot, if it was a deliberate thing, maybe something they were thinking about was how in the last 2 years, at least from my perspective, it didn't seem like a lot of their really young guys were ready to step up and play. If you consider that, particularly last year, we saw a lot of guys go down with injury, and who they were pivoting to were these really old veterans that they're signing off the street or to the roster. And I felt like they got all these young guys. Where are they? Where's Jordan McGee? You know what I mean? Where are our young wide receivers? And so maybe they noticed that we're getting a lot of really athletic guys, but guys that aren't ready to step in. So maybe now they're looking to tick some other boxes. Who from the film seems ready, that we could really coach up is maybe an easier lift to get ready to play, but maybe not as athletic.
I think it's a sharp point. I actually think it's really astute because it's basically, if you're taking what are you drafting for? The upside of this more athletic player who may be more raw, I'll take my time. I'll wait. I'll try to figure it out. If you're more, I need some help right now this minute, maybe go to the closer to his ceiling finished product with, maybe the lower upside long term. But he's 100% right. Jordan McGee's another one where we've heard all about, oh my God, wait, you see this guy move and in shorts and a t-shirt looks amazing in April. And yet, here we are without a lot of NFL production.
Yeah, and he played really well when he got to play in the second half.
It's not to pick on him,
but that's the second half of his second season. I mean, there are limited opportunities before that, but yeah, are you ready for the bright lights? I think of Jalen Lane, who was routing people up in camp. I remember coming back and raving to you and saying, I really like this kid. He looks great in practices. And then they had vacancies. They had opportunities. They're waiting on a receiver to come through, and the lights were just a little bit too bright for him every time he played early in the year. Now, not as a punt returner, but as a receiver. He's a 4th-round pick at 128. You know what I'm saying? Like that is a spot where maybe if you draft a 4-year starter, an Elijah Surratt type player or somebody like that, where maybe it's not as twitchy or amazing athletically, but it's just a football playing Jesse, that guy gets on the field a little sooner. And maybe that is something philosophical that shift. It's a good call. All right, I want to get into the Luke McCaffrey question that was brought up through the lens of, who was this weekend bad for on this roster? Who right now has a warming seat based on what was just done, as we can dive into how guys fit into some of these position groups. We'll continue the draft breakdown today, the day after a busy weekend for the Commanders, a 6-player draft class added. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders have invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not signed his franchise tender yet. The report during the draft was that he would intend to sign on that franchise tender. NBA playoffs continue on tonight. Pistons and Magic game 4 at 8 o'clock. Orlando leads the series 2-1. Thunder and Suns game 4 at 9:30. OKC looking to finish off the sweep. They're up 3-0. Timberwolves and Nuggets game 5 tonight at 10:30. Minnesota leads the series 3-1, but they're going to be without their star Anthony Edwards for multiple weeks. He's dealing with a bone bruise and knee hyperextension. Baseball, Nationals have the day off today after they took 2 or 3 from the White Sox in Chicago. They head to New York to take on the Mets with a 3-game series beginning tomorrow. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So we just had a caller bring up Luke McCaffrey, saying he thinks he's going to be just fine. And look, he may well be. Luke McCaffrey last year was one of the best kick returners in the league. I think the best thing he's got going for himself in terms of making this roster this year is that he put excellent kick returns on tape every time he touched the football, seemingly.
Yeah.
But I would remind people that before him, Deebo Samuel was leading the league in kick returns, and that there were other players not named Deebo and not named McCaffrey that would get kickoff opportunities and return it across the 40. I think as much as anything, that was a scheme thing. I don't want to completely take away from Luke, who did a really, really good job. But it really didn't matter who they put back there. They were in their bag on kick returns, and I think Larry Izzo deserves to take a bow because they figured something out with this new dynamic kick return.
They seem to have, yeah. I mean, Debo 30.1 last year, yards per return. Luke McCaffrey right there at 29.6. That's not a coincidence. That's two different guys, two different body type, skill sets, athleticism, traits that both were right around 30 yards per. That's pretty good.
So here's the question about the wide receiver room moving forward, and specifically Luke McCaffrey's future with the team. Do they sign Brandon Aiyuk, yes or no? Because if they sign Brandon Aiyuk, who would then start opposite Terry McLaurin, and then that would kick Antonio Williams into the slot, the third-round pick from Clemson. Now you've got a depth chart. Remember, you're not keeping more than 6, presumably, where you have McLaurin, lock, Williams, lock. In this hypothetical, Aiyuk, lock. I would say Jalen Lane, based on the 2 punt return touchdowns and having been drafted more recent, being younger than Luke McCaffrey, would be a lock. That's 4. Then you've got De'Ami Brown, who they just signed and brought in. I guess he's not a lock, but I would think he would make the team. That's 5. And then there'd be a competition between Treylon Burks and Luke McCaffrey for the last job. So if they sign Aiyuk after drafting Antonio Williams, McCaffrey is squarely on the bubble right now. And I remember there was a point in training camp last year where I came back to the studio and I said to you, I'm not completely sold he makes the team. Now he did, and he played pretty well. He actually leveled up a little bit. He got hurt, so his numbers didn't make a gigantic leap, although he was on pace to have around 25 catches and 400 yards. He was going to double his yardage output. But he started to make some plays. Had the big touchdown against the Bears. Had the 50-yard catch against the Chargers. He had scored 3 touchdowns, I think, in a 3 or 4 week stretch at one point. So you started to see him show some growth. But right now, I would say he's in a precarious position after this draft pick because they went with a slot receiver. Earlier in the offseason, they essentially told you he's a slot receiver.
Yeah, so the number trend isn't particularly good. He had 11 catches in 9 games last year. The 3 touchdowns, you're right, stands out, but you know, they were targeting Treylon Burks more. They were targeting Chris Moore more. Forgive the use of that word there. But there were other guys that were getting looks ahead of him even when he was healthy. And that's kind of the troubling thing is for every hey, look at this metric, his rookie year where he was getting open but wasn't getting the football. We didn't care because the offense was good. Last year we're going, well, what about McCaffrey? What about anybody? What about somebody to be on the football field to catch a pass? Oh, my God. And it was Robbie Chosen and the free agent cast that's readily available when all 32 teams say no thank you each and every day. So, yeah, the signs aren't necessarily trending up for McCaffrey in terms of his role as a receiver in this league. He would make my team because I know I have a kick returner, and that's fine. And, if he's my fifth option, so be it. That's kind of what he is and has been. But there is a number crunch there, especially if they add somebody.
Well, it depends on how they feel about him playing outside. The reason I would say De'Ami Brown is in and Luke McCaffrey wouldn't be is that De'Ami Brown is an outside wide receiver.
Yep.
He is different than the other guys on the roster. His uniqueness makes him an asset in a way that Luke doesn't really have that. If they're saying he's a slot, which I have so far after watching him believe that he is. And by the way, he's people listening are like, a slot? He's a bigger guy. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. What do you mean he's a slot? This is the new thing. It's like a slot plus, they call it, or like these beefy slot receivers. This is the new noise in the NFL. That Puka Nacua kicked inside. You see this all over the league now, where you get these physical players. I think McCaffrey could be this. I think there's some potential here. I actually, you're pointing out the lack of production at times last year. I think when he got chances, he made the most out of them last year. I think about, the 33-yard touchdown against the Bears was a bust, but it was a good little design. But like the 50-yard diving catch against the Chargers, you remember that catch?
Yeah, it was a great play.
That was ridiculous.
Great play.
Like dude wrapping their arms around his helmet, going to the ground, making a catch horizontal to the turf. That was during a stretch where he had 3 touchdowns in 4 weeks. He had that, I think it was a 4th and 1 early in the year. Was it against the Packers in Green Bay when he caught a ball and got 19 yards or something like that and cut it upfield? He had a huge play at Kansas City against the Chiefs as well as part of a 3-catch, 24-yard day. I'm not sitting here telling you he's going to be a star, but after I feel better about him right now than I did going into last season. Would you say that or no?
No.
See, I saw so much more out of him in the plays that he was able to make last year than the season before that.
So to me, that first year was hey, this is encouraging. We might have something here. And last year, where he's being superseded by everybody under the sun and wasn't targeted for games at a time, I'm going, they don't think much of him either. So I'll subscribe to that at this point. I'm hopeful. I mean, but I'm not counting on it by any stretch.
He got around 31% of snaps last year was it, which is not a good tell. He never flashed like he did in his second season in year one, which I guess is natural and normal. You should probably come around a little bit more in that second year, but I don't think he's making that catch against the Chargers. You're not seeing him catching and running for a touchdown against the Bears, some of those things. But yeah, he'd be the guy I'd be most worried about at receiver right now. Because if you're juxtaposing him and Jalen Lane, it feels to me like Lane can just do a little bit more. Like Lane is slot only and Luke is not, so McCaffrey can play an extra position in the offense, maybe. I don't mean, when I say Lane can do more, I don't mean he can play more positions. What I'm referencing is, as a receiver, routing people up. Like he went 16, 225 last year. He caught 10 first downs. He already showed that in a way where we're still waiting on that for McCaffrey. He hasn't had those numbers in a season yet.
Right.
2 years.
To me, obviously they're different players, but the appeal for McCaffrey would be as a quote-unquote slot plus if you're running some, outside action in the run game, a swing pass. Now I'd rather have him blocking a nickel cornerback than I would Jalen Lane, for example. So there's your slot plus benefit. Or, if he's an outside guy, he could do that more. But if he's an outside guy, I'd rather have Treylon Burks getting hands on a cornerback as a blocker,
But
right?
this is the problem. So when I say Burks or McCaffrey, I think a lot of people will go, oh, well, you're just going to keep McCaffrey. He was a third-round pick. Burks is an outside receiver.
Yeah.
You're probably keeping an outside receiver. If they think that Luke McCaffrey is a slot, why are you keeping 3 slots?
And you could scoff at it if you want to, but I'm telling you, blocking for wide receivers, I'm betting in this Ben Johnson / David Blau scheme, borrowing from Sean McVay, is going to be a thing. They'll want a big, mauling, physical outside receiver here or there to knock people around. I think it's why they're so enticed by Treylon Burks.
Well, it's pin and pull stuff, with these like tosses and these hammer stuff they're doing outside, stretches and everything to the line of scrimmage. You're cracking down on people. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's going to be a big part of this. But, yeah, I think McLaurin, Williams, Lane, the big question is Aiyuk. Do they sign Brandon Aiyuk? I still think it's like I would bet good money that they do. I think the chances they sign Aiyuk are like 90%. I think it's that high.
Yeah, I'm in the 80s, but same difference.
The Niners basically just don't want him walking for nothing, so they're waiting to trade him. The Commanders don't have to trade anything because the moment he's cut, it's not like he's just placed on waivers to be claimed. He gets to go sign wherever he would like to in a free agent process, and we already know this is where he wants to be. He has made that as well known as he can without any kind of weird tampering type stuff. By the way, grab the audio, I think I sent it to you, of Rap Sheet during the NFL draft talking about what he's hearing on Brandon Aiyuk and the Commanders. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. Elijah, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Luke McCaffrey, for me, I still think there's value there at the kickoff, kick return position for him. I think Washington was able to get a healthy clip with the absence of Deebo Samuels. I also think that may add a little bit to his calling card. I think at this juncture, with the third year of Dan Quinn, it looks like he wants everybody to not have to reach. Everybody should be comfortable with what they can do. And when you roll the tape and you look at the eval from last year, I still think Luke McCaffrey jumped out in that particular spot. And if Dan Quinn is saying, I just need everybody to be where they're supposed to be, where they can just impact the team the most impact he had for the team consistently that we all felt like Jaden Daniels had a good starting point was when he was doing some kickoffs.
Oh, he was great at it.
Yeah.
They routinely got the ball across the 35 up to the 40-yard line. Seemed like every single time they had a kick return,
it's hard
they
to
were starting at the 42.
Yeah, it's hard to quantify exactly, but the way I was actually describing this to somebody a few months ago, the kick returns came up. The first wave never got the ball carrier, right? The first couple of guys through, they were always either overrunning something, talking about the opposing kickoff coverage. They either overran something or were accounted for. Whereas if you look at good kick coverages that are smothering things in the teens, that like they get someone at the 18-yard line or the 21, 22, the first couple of guys in there were able to make the tackle because there's nowhere for the dude to run. There was always a lane. There was always some place for those guys to go. And the runners deserve credit, too, for helping to set that up and maybe angling one way, knowing they're going to come back another. Everybody's pulling the same direction. But Washington was really good at it.
They were, and he was very good at it.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not trying to take credit away from him. Like, I think two things can be true. Luke McCaffrey was outstanding as a kick returner, but when everyone else who does it also has success, you wonder how much of it is systematic, right? Like, it's the equivalent of a quarterback going in and throwing 3 touchdowns, no picks, and then you go back and you watch the tape of the near perfect quarterback rating, and it's like 2 touchdowns on a screen.
Yeah, one screen to running back, one screen to receiver.
Debo had the
busted
same
coverage,
hair better numbers, in the same situation, basically to that point. This was Rap Sheet on the NFL draft coverage this weekend.
Let's talk about Brandon Aiyuk, because obviously that is going to be a receiver that's going to be in the news over the next several months. The 49ers have already been very, very clear. He is not going to play for them, do $27 million in salary. None of it is guaranteed, mostly because they took away his guaranteed for stopping showing up to rehab earlier this year. They are expected to release him. They just haven't done it yet. What the 49ers would like to do is trade him. The Washington Commanders are expected to have interest. I would say significant interest, but they don't want to make a move for him because they know that the 49ers are going to release him. And the 49ers don't want to release him because they believe the Commanders want him and would potentially trade for him, which is why we're in this situation right now. My belief, eventually, is that Aiyuk will be playing with his good friend Jaden Daniels for the Commanders. But how and when it actually happens will probably be something we are discussing for the rest of the spring.
So there's Ian Rappaport on NFL Network during the NFL draft. Basically a synopsis of what we've known for a while. There's nothing new there, if I'm being honest. But the breakdown is, here's what we know. He will not be a San Francisco 49er. Check. If they can't trade him, they are going to cut him. Check. They are trying to trade him. Understood. Washington wants him, but is not going to trade for him. And the reason is they know that when he gets cut, he will sign with the Commanders. I'm sure in ways that they're not allowed to publicly admit, I'd imagine, they've done their due diligence to make sure there's mutual interest and how would this work and what kind of money would... I mean, it takes a Jaden Daniels phone call to get a little bit of information from the player perfectly legally, I would imagine, within the gray areas of the rules. So I'm sure the Commanders have done everything they need to do to figure out how this is going to work and what kind of financials are involved here. But the 49ers are just holding him hostage because they can, because he was a giant pain in their butt. They're now being a pain in his butt. I think it's 10 out of 10 petty. If you want to say that they're doing him wrong, you can, I guess. But he screwed them over. And now they're making his life a little more miserable in the meantime. But this is going to end with him playing for the Commanders. And there's just no reason to trade for him. If you trade for him, even if you gave up, like I saw someone say, why don't they just give up a future 7th? Because then you're inheriting this awful contract.
Yeah, you don't want the contract.
It's a abysmal, one of the worst in the sport contracts for a guy that's proven to be both coming off of serious injury and now possibly not the same. We don't know yet. And also not a great teammate in San Francisco. Hopefully that would change here with his best buddy, Jaden Daniels. But you have 2 flags that are so massive, they're flying over a car dealership on Route 1. You know what I'm saying?
Wacky inflatable tube man.
Right. These are gigantic red flags, which is the character concerns and the injury stuff. And so I'm not trading and inheriting that terrible deal. I'll sign him on a 1-year flyer, and we're going to make him earn everything while he's here.
If that's the way you do it, that's how you do it. But my worry, of course, all along has been it's their plan. They're going to say, watch this, we got it solved. And I'm not counting on that guy for anything. That's a bonus signing to me, but my worry is that it's of course, we're majoring in this signing. But be that as it may, I'd still prefer going after Juwan Jennings for less than you probably would have had to pay a couple of months ago or somebody else. But be that as it may, you know about the history with the player and his friendship with Jaden Daniels. So it seems a fait accompli to me.
How sure are we they don't sign another veteran? So we're talking about the receiver room as if Aiyuk comes in and they don't do anything else. They could still bring back Debo, who's a free agent not getting a whole lot of nibbles, it seems. And maybe he's now more willing to come back on a hometown discount. I kind of feel like that ship has sailed, especially after you drafted Williams, who I think can give you some of the Debo stuff. But maybe it's him. Maybe it's Juwan Jennings, who it's one thing not to be interested when he's asking for $20 million. But at the end of the offseason, if that ask is now 1 year and $12 million in the show me contract or something, are you interested in that? Because now you're not just talking about McCaffrey having a tough time. There could be other players on the receiving depth chart who struggle to make the roster. And I guess if I could figure out anything from this staff, it would be, and I mean with truth serum, because they're going to say, oh, they can play every position. They said yesterday Antonio Williams can play outside, and every person I've talked to that does this for a living says he's a slot.
Said no.
So is Luke, in their minds, is he a guy they see on the outside? I think he's got to be inside to get the most out of him to be a really good receiver in this league. If you tell me eventually he catches 65 balls somewhere, it's going to be as one of these big slots.
That's how I view it too. Now, again, there are certain packages and things where it's like you're outside, but you're not. If that makes any sense, a tighter split where you motion somewhere in another direction. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the point is that he's not a true outside guy as a burner, as a deep threat, or otherwise. And there's room at the table for dudes that don't necessarily do that. But it's he's kind of a tweener. He's not big enough to be a big receiver. He's not fast enough to be a fast receiver. Doesn't create as much separation. I know those scores were great as a rookie, but I think a lot of that was, where the action was going elsewhere and a lot of people taking pressure off. Yeah, you're right. It's a numbers game. I mean, there are a number of names still out there where the price is going down, be it Debo Samuel, Stephon Diggs, Juwan Jennings, if and when Aiyuk gets released, Keenan Allen is another name. There are guys out there that you could have for not that much that could kind of be not what I wanted, that Alec Pierce role, but someone that could help you third down war daddy, take the pressure off, fall right at the sticks.
Allen, to me, is slot only.
At this stage, probably, yeah.
So it doesn't make a lot of sense. But some of those outside guys I could see. Sam in Rockville, what's up?
Hey, guys, how are you? I just wanted to ask this quick question for you, and I'll let you guys go back. But if all these variables are kind of in play with regards to us even acquiring Aiyuk, if that possibility exists, and when and if it does, wouldn't it just be better and make more sense for us as a team and organization to just go and re-sign Debo? I feel like that's a better option at that point because there's so many unknowns come with signing Aiyuk, not to mention the production. He hasn't played in almost 2 years. So why wouldn't we just put our resources into something that we know that is good and is a good teammate, good player, and was arguably our best offensive player last season?
So it's a good question. If you're just looking at last year and the Commanders' numbers, 70 catches, almost 750 yards, 5 touchdowns, he certainly had his moments, particularly early. I think the first quarter of the season or so, he was outstanding. As the year went on, he was not the same.
Right, he wore down.
He got banged up. I think he probably, you hear this a lot with him, and I heard rumblings of this last year, wasn't in the exact same shape as he was at the beginning of the season. But also, look at his yards per catch in his career. He went from 15 in 23 to 13.1 in 24 to 10.1 yards per catch last year. The big question about Debo when he came here was, is he washed? And I think he proved that he wasn't, that there was still comparable amount left as the season before, but we still saw his yards per catch go from 13 to 10. This is still a guy that's averaged only 4 touchdowns the last 2 seasons and has had fewer than 5 in 3 of the last 4 years. So why wouldn't you just roll with him over Aiyuk? I think it's an upside thing. Debo's going to be 31 years old this season and has, for several years in a row, had a hard time both staying fresh, staying healthy, staying in shape. Now, if the price is right and they loved working with him, this is where, what kind of teammate were you? How did you operate in the building? What was your relationship like with David Blau before you knew he was going to be your coordinator? Will the wide receivers coach stand on the table for you? I mean, Danny, if they are Debo Samuel fans, this happens all over the league, and every single job this happens.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, we'll totally bring you back, man. You're great in the building, and we'll take a flyer and see what happens. But I don't know what kind of culture guy he was, and I'm not suggesting he wasn't great. I'm just saying if they adore him, I would imagine that they'll call him and see what it takes to get him back.
So every team is better with Debo Samuel in some capacity. It's a value proposition, right? In other words, I don't want him at what his market rate would have been had you signed him on day one of free agency. $16 million, maybe more than that. I can't count on him. If he's back as a bonus where he's my slot plus and I give my offensive coordinator a chance to concoct things, all sorts of formations and sets and looks and eye candy and fun stuff to keep defenses guessing, by all means sign me up. But they still have that need of an outside wide receiver, and that's not Debo Samuel is at this point to fill that.
If you want to hop in on the wide receiver position after the Commanders drafted Antonio Williams, 71st overall out of Clemson, you can do that now at 800-636-1067. Plus, we'll give you our favorite and least favorite picks the Commanders made next on The Fan.
Commanders have invited Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie mini camp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not yet signed his franchise tender. Report last week during the draft was that he did intend to sign it. Hockey, 2 games tonight in playoff action. Flyers and Penguins, Game 5 of that series at 7 o'clock. Philly looking to close it out. They're up 3-1. Golden Knights taking on the Mammoth. Game 4 of that series at 9:30. Utah up 2-1 in that series. Basketball playoffs continuing on tonight. Pistons and Magic, Game 4 of that series at 8 o'clock. Orlando leads the series 2-1. The Thunder looking to close out a sweep of the Suns. 9:30 tip-off. OKC up 3-0 in their series. Timberwolves will take on the Nuggets. Game 5 of that series. Minnesota up 3-1. They're going to be without Anthony Edwards, though. He's expected to miss multiple weeks with a bone bruise and knee hyperextension. That'll tip off tonight at 10:30. Baseball, Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Mets tomorrow. You can hear all the games right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 30 minutes, 6 o'clock, right here on G&D, former NFL GM Ran Carthon. By the way, he was in San Francisco with the 49ers as their director of player personnel in 21 and 22. So he'll be an interesting person to ask about Brandon Aiyuk. Now, he broke into the league in 2020 in San Francisco and was actually a 1,000-yard receiver during Carthon's time in that front office. That's coming up in 30 minutes on The Fan. We're talking about the wide receiver spot right now. And I guess the question is, if they do go get Aiyuk, are they set? Like, do you think that works? I mean, in a world where, this is a multiverse, there's a lot of options. But in a world where Terry gets back to being himself, and last year was a mirage, and the awful offseason and the lack of training camp led to the injuries, and it wasn't an age thing, and he plays 17 games and goes for 1,109 yards or something. And Brandon Aiyuk, you strike gold. It's a little bit of lightning in a bottle, and he doesn't get in any trouble. Him and Jaden love hanging out and playing together, and he's a really good number 2 who catches 65 balls for 800 yards or something. And then your slot number 3, maybe there's not enough footballs to go around to have a huge season for Antonio Williams, but at the end of the year, we're going, that was smart. This guy could be Crowder. This is a dude who's going to be a really good third option, and as long as this crews together, and eventually could be more than that. Like, you could see where all of a sudden the receiver position, with the depth of a Lane or a McCaffrey or both and a De'Ami Brown, you could see where it would be pretty good. Now, that's one multiverse of a lot, and that's the best case scenario. But I guess the question is, can you envision that? If they go get Aiyuk, you could do a lot worse than McLaurin as a 1, Brandon Aiyuk, who's a former All-Pro, as a 2, and then a third-round rookie that this team loves as a slot receiver 3.
That's assuming Aiyuk is Aiyuk, right? I mean, that's the multiverse that we're talking about. Now, is that possible? Of course it is, right? Just like Doctor Strange holds up that one finger over the 14 million scenarios, and Tony Stark knows this is the right one, where he says, I am Iron Man, snaps his fingers. Okay, that's the one. To me, there's 14 million scenarios where Aiyuk is just a shell of himself and it's broken and doesn't work. But can I envision it? Yes.
The floor for him is, okay, he's not that good. I still think he's not a lot worse than some of the other guys down the depth chart here. Like, Brandon Aiyuk is a shell of himself. Is that different than Van Jefferson or, I don't know?
Because that's the tier it is. Yeah,
exactly. I still think you're not getting worse. I mean, is he worse than Noah Brown being unavailable? I don't think so.
Right.
Let's go to Dan, who's in Fairfax on The Fan. What's up?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener and multiple caller. I love you guys. I do not love Mr. Aiyuk. I do not want him. I think he is too much luggage, too much baggage, and all the above. And honestly, the hate on McCaffrey, I don't get. He was a borderline all-pro returner last year, and if he and Mr. Lane are wide receivers 4 and 5 or 5 and 6 on our roster moving forward for the next few years, our special teams are fixed. I just think they have a higher ceiling there, or raised the floor at least, and that is a value we have missed for a while as we kept trying to rotate through returners.
So,
thanks, bud.
I'll be clear on this. I've been saying this for months, so in case anybody's new to the program, I'm not excited, and or, better way to put it, I would not sign Brandon Aiyuk. Me. Not what I'm doing. I'm not getting into bed with Brandon Aiyuk this football season. hasn't earned it as far as I'm concerned. When you all but quit on your team from a rehabbing standpoint, I'm not that interested. There are very few examples of guys who get the bag and then decide to hit detonate. Something has to be very off there. And there might be more to that story on the team side of things. I'm open to that possibility. But until I hear that, what I know is this guy got paid, and then he became a bigger pain in the butt than he was before when he was already agitating. And this is not just me. His own coach that instructed him at some point in time, TJ Hushmanzada, said, this is not good. Like, you better be buyer beware here. Be careful. I do not like how this went down in San Francisco. So I'm not that interested, but I'm operating not as to what I would do, but what is reality.
It's what is here, yeah.
We are on a bullet train, 317 miles an hour toward Brandon Aiyukville. I don't think it's a debate anymore. It's happening. And so my point is, when it does, is that good enough? Can you be okay at receiver at that point?
And that's been my thesis all along, is my fear is they think the answer is yes, whereas I believe the answer is no. The same way they were like, all right, we got Noah Brown. Our work here is done. Wrong. It was wrong in 24. You got away with it. And it was wrong last year in 25. And it would be my fear that they go, what? They got it up our sleeve. We don't have to draft an outside guy. Watch this, because we have another lever to pull. Just you guys wait and see until September when San Francisco finally gives in and cuts the guy at the last possible second before the payments due, or whatever the date is. I don't think it's good enough. Again, not just the attitudinal stuff, which is astounding and jaw-dropping. We're not even talking enough about that ridiculous behavior. If you just go do a couple leg extensions, hang out on the wobbly ball and catch a couple tennis balls, you get $30 million. That's all I got to do. And when the NFLPA is like, hey, man, you were wronged. You want us to pursue it? He's like, no, it's not worth it because I'm going to lose. Oh, my God. Forget about that. He hasn't played football in a couple years. And when he did the last time, he wasn't that good. The guy that got paid never set foot through that door in San Francisco after that. So maybe you can get something on a prove-it deal. We both need something. He's got to reclaim his good name. He needs something. We need something. That's fine. You can't commit anything to that dude. I would have already signed Jawan Jennings. I would have already, drafted somebody in round 3 to be that outside guy. But so my answer to that is no.
Matt, DC, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey guys. Firstly, I would say that yes, I think that I'm okay with signing Aiyuk because one, I feel like if they do it, that means the culture. I feel like they've done their research, and I feel like the culture can survive it. And then two, I just wanted to ask you guys, do you think it's irresponsible of John Lynch to be holding a roster spot, which it seems like are very valuable, but maybe because it's 90 man, it's not, but they don't seem to waste them, but holding a roster spot for a guy that they know they're not going to keep.
No, it's not a problem at this point. They got more roster spots than they know what to do with.
Yeah, in September, yeah.
Yeah, if they were doing this in the season, which they're not, now I would have an issue with it. But right now, this moment, I mean, teams are cutting and signing guys every day, basically, at the back end of the roster. They are in no need of a 90th player, and the juice is worth the squeeze to them for two reasons. One, they can claim, maybe we'll get a draft pick. Maybe we can get a 7 or something like that. You're not going to. It's not going to happen. But the other reason is you're going to make his life miserable for a little while. That's what this is.
It's a little bit punitive from what he did. It's a fraction of the pain that he inflicted on them.
Yeah, they're saying, really? Okay. You want to play hardball? You want to be a tough guy? You want to not show up for work or whatever else? Fine. You're not just going to go hang out with your buddy Jaden Daniels all offseason. We're going to make you sweat a little bit. And eventually you're going to get to, because we don't have the leverage to keep you all season long without paying you money.
Yeah, but we're not going to let you go house shopping just yet.
Exactly. It's not going to be that fun. And we're going to make it a little more miserable than it needs to be. That's what's happening. Nick's in La Plata. What's up, Nick?
Hey, does he have the power to veto his trade?
To veto? I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so I'm thinking somebody after him, training camp, somebody gets hurt, maybe a trade for him. I know that sounds a little crazy, but I'm scared to death he'll end up somewhere like Dallas or the Raiders. And I think he's going to be good. I think he would help our team a lot. And we don't know what they told him, what they promised him. No way am I defending the defensive lineman. What was his name? 15 years ago, the D lineman that got caught laying down during the game. What was his name?
Albert Hainsworth.
Yeah. You remember what happened with him? He was guaranteed that he'd be playing in a 4-3.
and they switched him to a 3-4, and that was his whole excuse for being a jerk.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Aiyuk is prior to like wanting a contract, there was none of this. Like, you didn't hear anything bad about him.
Mm-hmm.
I never remember hearing a negative word about him back early in his career. 2020 pandemic year when he was a rookie. Then when he broke out in 22, he was so good. In 23 as a second-team All-Pro, if you remember. Before he got paid, it just seemed like he was a model citizen. You know, didn't come off as a diva wideout, anything like that. And then he wanted to be paid. He did his normal thing. This is what, by the way, players should do. He kind of agitated, said, I'm not going to show up. I'm not going to do this. They got into a stare down. It got very personal. The weird stuff that actually makes you concerned and worried came after he got paid. When he, quite literally, in a fairly unprecedented move, stopped rehabbing. Like, just wouldn't show up to workouts with the team when he was supposed to have been there.
Wouldn't respond to text messages. Wouldn't respond to calls. Wouldn't respond to anybody with the organization at any time. Even to say, hey, I'm upset. Wouldn't even do that. No one could get in touch with him. Again, it's unprecedented.
Adam Peters knows him very well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the one part of this that comforts me some, because you don't know how healthy he is or if he's going to be a Brandon Aiyuk when he shows up. There's no way to know that, even if AP was around him. It doesn't help.
Yeah.
That is an unknown. A doctor could grab his knee, poke and prod, do it all they want. Until you see him running out there in an NFL game, you don't know what percentage of himself he's going to be. So that's just going to be a guessing game. But at least from a character standpoint, if you grew up with someone, Danny, you were around someone for a few years, you got a pretty good beat on someone, even if Toby goes to another market, is working somewhere else, all this stuff comes out about what a terrible person he is.
And it's Toki full-time. He's just a disaster.
He just turned his hat around. He becomes Toki Altizer 24/7. You and I know, okay, something went wrong there. I don't like how that ended for Toki, but I've been around him.
I've got enough track record.
I like Toki. I'm going to bring Toki back to my fold, right? That could be Adam Peters. He could go, that's not my Brandon Aiyuk. That could be Kyle Shanahan's Brandon Aiyuk, John Lynch's Brandon Aiyuk, but that's not my BA. My BA is a sweet, precious BA. And maybe he loves him. I don't know. We're going to find out, I guess. But it certainly seems like all systems are pointing toward
when, not if,
him being a Commander as soon as the 49ers allow it to happen. And there is a little bit of the old school Shanahan. Remember when they wouldn't trade Kirk out of spite?
Yes.
With Kyle and Mike?
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of happening here. It's one of those, eventually they have to, but we're going to make this not fun for you.
You're going to wait.
G&D with you on the Fan. No Nats tonight. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Because of that, we've got a full 4.5 hours for you. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30. We've spent a huge portion of the show discussing the Commanders draft class. 6 players added to the fold on defense. Linebacker Sonny Styles at pick 7. Edge defender Joshua Josephs from Tennessee, round 5, pick 147. Offensively, wideout Antonio Williams, 71 overall, a third-round pick, has a chance to start in the slot right away. Katron Allen could be the steal of this draft for Washington in round 6, where he ranks among all the backs in the country this year, top 5 in a lot of categories. You wouldn't have assigned him a mid-round, 6th-round grade, but not the speed or the open field elusiveness maybe that everybody's looking for, so he slid. And then the Commanders got Matt Golban, a center from Michigan State, and Ethan Kaliakmanis, a quarterback from Rutgers after that. We've not talked about Golban at all, and I'll be honest, it's because there aren't numbers you can point to. It's really, really hard with offensive linemen and centers. It's not like I watched a ton of Michigan State. PFF really liked him. That's the extent of kind of my knowledge of the 209th overall pick. But here's where I give them credit. Major need. Normally you're just trying to find a guy that can make the roster. You got someone who was supposed to have gone earlier, who slid in the draft at a position where you need to push Nick Allegretti. You're probably going to be on the practice squad for much of the year, but maybe eventually you can get a crack at trying to compete by year's end. If it's a lost season or something, you get a couple starts at the end of the year. But coming into the draft, every position that you wanted them to take a player at where they had a huge need other than corner, they did.
Yeah, for Golban, in his case, I go, let me familiarize myself with this guy because it wasn't a name that I had in mind and that deep in the draft. I don't claim to be Mel Kiper and do this 24/7, 365. All our focus is usually in the first couple of rounds. So in doing the deep dive, as soon as I see 3-year starter, pretty good power, needs to work on blank, 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 I go, I get it. A 6th-rounder at that spot, as you said, a guy that's going to come in and compete. Maybe you're pleasantly surprised. Maybe it turns into a player. Again, a lot of linemen have, by the way, that have come from that 5, 6, 7-round range that develop into stuff. Some of the best ever play have kind of come out of that spot. I'm not ascribing that to him just yet, but the point I get.
I just saw an Adam Schefter tweet from this afternoon. 13.2 million people tuned in to the first round of the NFL draft on ESPN. Now, it was also televised on NFL Network. There are multiple ways to watch it. So I'll be curious to see what the total number of folks is. Might be close to double that, honestly, between all platforms. But 13 million on ESPN is their number 3 most watched draft ever on day 1. I would imagine it's not at the top, and there have been 2 above it based on quarterback, right? I mean, if there is, like the year, I would have to imagine Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Drake May are in the top 5. That's got to be a higher rated draft just because the star power that comes from that position.
You would think. You would think that would go up there. It's not something I'm an expert in. And especially you mentioned it because it's on so many channels, right? I mean, that's what I sleep on. Like, I prefer NFL Network's coverage usually to ESPN's, but I watched all of it somehow, some way.
I think the best host is Reese Davis. I love him hosting the show. Everybody seems to gravitate toward Rich Eisen, who I think is good. Eisen's like a dry sense of humor. Mm-hmm. He's fun for sure, but there's a little like smarminess to him, and there's a shtick that you have to just kind of accept as the day goes on. Whereas Reese Davis, it's very College Game Day. We're teeing it up, we're setting it up, we're putting it down. I'm a big fan of his. Let's go to Manny in Southeast on Grant and Danny. How are you, Manny?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
Very well.
Man, as for Aiyuk, I'm with it. You know what I mean? We've been letting AP cook. So I'm going to let him cook. You know what I mean? So he has an inside track on things. He knows what he knows.
So you basically feel better about it, or your point is Adam Peters knows him, whatever he wants to do, you're cool with.
Yeah, I'm with it. I would want him if Adam Peters wasn't here. If it was somebody else that could get him because he wanted to be with Jaden, I would want him. I definitely would want him because in my mind, it's the thing about I know what he did with San Francisco, but I don't know what San Francisco did to make him say, forget about this $30 million. I don't care. I'm gonna act this way to get out of here. I don't know what that is.
That's a great point.
So my response to it is twofold. One, I'm totally fine to feel that way. Wouldn't something have come out? Because if you're Brandon Ayuk's team, if you're concerned with him ever getting paid ever again at a high level, wouldn't you find a way to get something out there to let people know there's a second side to this story?
He could have not hired a good marketing squad. His agent could be doing a bad job.
Totally possible.
That's the job of the Commanders, and I'm sure they've already been doing this legwork, is to figure out what in the hell happened. How did we get here, and why did you act this way? Now, I would tell you that it doesn't matter to me, really. I mean, I think there could be an explanation that would make it more justifiable.
Or plot, yeah.
And I could have more empathy toward Aiyuk for sure. But I don't really care. Like, you still did the thing that is
outrageous,
indicative of me not being able to put all the eggs in your basket and trusting you a whole lot. But he's got talent. They have a need. And the big key here, as he referenced, is the friendship with the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. A former high-ranking executive in San Fran who knows Aiyuk, and a former GM of the Titans, Rand Carthon, talking NFL draft with us next.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has not yet signed his franchise tender, despite reporting last week that he did intend to sign it. Also, the Commanders plan to invite Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to rookie minicamp. In the NBA, playoffs continuing on tonight. Pistons and Magic, Game 4 of that series. Orlando leads the series 2-1. That'll tip off at 8 o'clock. Thunder and Suns at 9:30. Game 4 of that series. OKC looking to finish off the sweep. They're up 3-0. Timberwolves will take on the Nuggets. Game 5 of that series. 10:30. Tip-off for that one. Minnesota leads the series 3-1, but they're going to be without their star guard, Anthony Edwards, who's expected to miss multiple weeks with a bone bruise and knee hyperextension. Baseball, Nationals took 2 of 3 from the White Sox, culminating with a 10-inning win yesterday, 2-1 over Chicago. Day off today as they travel to New York to take on the Mets. They'll begin a 3-game series tomorrow night. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? That's what the law firm Condori and Murad would like to know.
They can help you with so much. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan, the stretch run of G&D, taking you up to 6:30 as we break down the NFL draft and the 6-player haul for Adam Peters and the Washington Commanders. And we wanted to get some insight on the class they put together from a former executive. Who better to chop it up with us than someone that worked with Adam Peters for a half-decade in San Francisco with the Niners, was the director of player personnel most recently there, then the GM of the Tennessee Titans and the EVP GM most recently in Tennessee. Rand Carthon is on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Rand, thanks for hopping aboard. We really appreciate it. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great, man. Just being a parent, just dropped the kid off at a friend's house to swim after school. So no better time to hop on and talk some ball with the guys on my way home.
Yeah, let's go. Relatable content, by the way. I got plans to do almost the exact same thing this afternoon.
It's about to get a lot more relatable because I saw, Rand, you were saying, I watched you in a recent interview. So you're coaching up like a U8 flag football team, and my partner here, Danny, is also coaching up a flag football team, but his team's not ranked number 22 in the country, so you guys might be able to go all BTA on O'Danny over there.
Well, no, I will say I've coached 8U ball with my sons, but this is my daughter who's in high school. She's a senior in high school right now at Ravenwood High School.
Oh, wow.
And so our girls just won. We finished the regular season 12-2, finished ranked number 1 in the state. 1 districts, 1 regional. So we have our first playoff game here Wednesday night. So I'm all in on this flag football thing, man. I love it. It's been having a blast out there coaching the girls.
Yeah, we're only 4-0 in our rec league, so I think you probably have the edge there.
But we can set up something with the boys team. We can easily set that up.
That will end well for one of you. I don't know if it's the guy sitting in the studio.
You guys might have a great time
right now. Rand Carthon, a former GM in the league, with us here on Grant and Danny. All right, I want to go through some of the particulars of this Commanders draft, but I'm actually going to skip Sonny Styles for a second. And the reason is you've been very high on Antonio Williams. You were talking about him before the draft in a couple places that I saw you. How far back does your time evaluating him go? I'd imagine, in the past you never put together the full board for this year, but it was a guy that you'd seen and studied some.
Yeah, so going back to his 2024 season, watching him play at Clemson, and coming into the year, I actually had him rated one of the top 5 receivers in the draft class coming into the season. And as you guys know, that first game of the year against LSU, I believe, he tweaked his hamstring, and that kind of set him back some. But then on the latter part of the season, you saw him able to work his way back. I think with the way the roster is constructed there with the Commanders right now, I think he's easily comes in and he's your starting slot receiver. He was one of the guys in this draft class that I thought could create separation laterally in those one-on-one situations on those option and choice routes. I thought he could easily separate. He has run after the catch ability, which I know is going to be important in this offense, being able to, take that 5-yard route and make an explosive out of it. So I was high on him. I mean, if you look at this Clemson group as a whole, how many guys they actually had drafted, and you look at the type of season they had, I think all of those guys didn't play to the level that they were expected to coming into the season. But I'm one of those people, I don't believe they forgot how to play the game of tackle football. And so they had a down season for whatever the reason was. I don't know. I wasn't in their building, but I know that they are damn good football players, and I think Antonio Williams is one of those.
So where does he fit in a scheme? You mentioned he's a good fit in this offense, and we think we have a good feel for it, something like a Ben Johnson, maybe a couple others, sort of an amalgam here with David Blau and company. But is he, I hate to put the moniker of just a slot guy because that diminishes the position, but do you see him having more versatility in that, or is he best suited in the slot? Kind of go into what you see his role might be, Rand.
No, I think he's best suited in the slot, but if you know the versatility of this offense, they have a multitude of ways of how to get the ball in guys' hands and, create those plays, those quick plays, whether it's the screens, getting the ball out in his hands with blockers in front of him, allow him to just run the daylight. I think he's going to be a good versatile piece in this offense because if you look at the structure of the receivers that they currently have, he's probably the most versatile. Right, and I think if you look at, they took him in the third round. I believe pick 71 is where he went. They're still, I'm sure they're still hoping. Reports that they will add another receiver that can play on the outside. And so, if you are able to add another receiver, and we shall say that this receiver shall remain nameless until they can actually come free. I think if you can add another receiver on the outside, I think the natural fit for him initially is in the slot. But I also think that he does have wide receiver versatility, but I think he'll be best suited in a slot and in a role where they could just take advantage of his ability to run with the ball in his hands.
Rand Carthon, former GM on Grant and Danny. So specific to him and then more broadly, I've got questions kind of as a GM evaluating things. But his route tree in college, 22% of his routes were screens and 11% curls, 11% slants, 15% crossers, drags. There was a lot of stuff around the line of scrimmage, which is kind of how I see him used by David Blau. But what was interesting to me was he ran a 4.440. I didn't necessarily see burner when I watched him on tape. I don't know if you disagree with that. But is there more there? And his go route was, I think, 6% of the routes he ran, 2% posts. Is there some more take the lid off stuff in his game?
No, I think so, and I think the difference that you have to look at when you're watching the film, right? Because we get estimated 40 times, and you still go estimated 40 times when you get them from the schools, because obviously they're going to say that all their guys are fast because that hypes up their strength and conditioning program. So a lot of times when you're evaluating these players, until you clock them, whether it's at the combine or at the pro day, until you clock them yourself, you're just going off of play speed. And I thought his play speed was plenty good. And so for me, when I'm doing those times, I'm more so looking at it as does the time confirm or deny what I saw on tape, right? And so him running a 4.4 didn't shock me at all. And I was like, oh, okay, this is par for the course. I figured he'd run well because I thought he was fast. Now, the difference is when you're evaluating these wide receivers, particularly coming out of these college offenses, sometimes it's extremely hard. And to hear you break down the wide receiver position and the percentages of his routes, it's kind of refreshing to hear because, and this is no knock to the University of Tennessee, but if you were evaluating a wide receiver in that University of Tennessee offense, it's extreme because of what they ask guys to do and what they don't ask them to do. So although, those numbers may not, present themselves as a true projection to the NFL, you did see him be able to run a variety of routes that you're comfortable with. But that's also why you go to the pro day, to see him run the full route tree. And sometimes, I know times have changed, but sometimes you may even do a private workout to see the guy run a variety of routes. I remember years ago, when I was in St. Louis, and we drafted Tavon Austin very early. One of the concerns was, can he run the route tree? You only saw him do, a few things, but then we were able to, our wide receiver coach, Ray Sherman, was able to work him out, and he came back with his reports like, no, this guy can run every route we need him to run. It's just you got to also understand that these players are only running the routes that their offenses are calling for them to run.
Rand, tell us about the headliner of this class for Washington. Sonny Styles, what does he do well? What does he not do well? And how's he going to fit here?
I mean, to me, he is probably, for all teams considered in the entire draft, he is in probably the most perfect situation for him. I figured, and for me personally, I thought that Sonny would go number 4 to the Titans, and I knew that his, the floor for him was 7 with the Commanders because of what they ask out of the middle linebacker in this defense. Robert Saleh runs a very similar defense to Dan Quinn. Robert Saleh learned the defense that he runs because he was a quality control coach under Dan Quinn in Seattle. And so this offense, it puts so much on the middle linebacker. There are 2 positions, and they kind of got away from it, initially in the initial defense, the Sam linebacker was asked to be a superhero, right? You had to set the edge, you had to be able to cover, and you had to be able to pass rush. Well, God only made so many of those guys. But what they asked the middle linebacker to do in this defense, you're asked to cover, turn, run, and cover that deep crossing route. You're asked to be the quarterback. You're asked to be a vital piece in terms of the run game and your fits and being able to make tackles. And so now you have a guy like Sonny Styles that has the measurables that he has, that has the speed, that has the explosiveness, the jumping ability, the length. He's going to affect throwing lanes in this pass defense. Not only is he going to be able to turn and run on that deep crossing route to take that away, him taking that route away, he may not even make a play on the ball, but just because he's almost 6'5" and he has long arms and has the ability to go up and get the football, that's going to cause the quarterback to come off that read, which allows the rush one step closer to get there. Him playing in the middle of the field in coverage, that shrinks the throwing window between the middle linebacker and the free safety in the middle of the field. These are all things that are going to be super effective, that are going to help the Commanders. I hear people comping him to Fred Warner. If you go back and you look at the initial part of Fred Warner's career, guys like Aaron Rodgers told him very early in his career, you're the best linebacker in the game. Not because of what we saw in terms of just watching the tape and him making splash plays. He was so good in coverage because he took reads away from the quarterbacks that forced the quarterbacks to hold on to the ball, where only the quarterback would have a true appreciation for what Fred was doing. I think Sonny can do a lot of those things. And then when you factor in how young he is, and the fact that he's only been playing linebacker 2 years, and the jump that he made from the 2024 season to the 2025 season showed you that the sky's the limit. And then I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to meet with him or speak with him. He carries himself with a demeanor that is of a CEO or just a true leader in how he's, goes about his business. When I remember interviewing him at the Combine, I walked away like, no matter what happens, this kid is going to be successful in life, because that's just the way that he goes about his business.
And, of course, our guest, Rand Carthon, was in San Francisco when they drafted Warner, knows a thing or two about taking those green dot linebackers. The other fun thing about their defense is you're going to have the marriage of the Quinn scheme with their new DC, Durante Jones, coming in here to run whatever Flores defense he's dialing up. And I want to get your expertise on that. Why it's kind of taking the league by storm here, this Brian Flores scheme from Minnesota. Everyone's trying to get their version of it in place. Durante Jones leaves his side to come to Washington. I salivate a little bit about this athletic linebacking core with Styles, who's got the number 1 RAS grade at the position ever coming out. Leo Chenal, when he came out, was number 3 among linebackers in RAS ever. Luvu's no slouch getting downhill. I feel like they're going to be able to dial some things up with those guys in space, running some of those games that Flores likes to run, getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's the multiplicity that this defense brings. There are different ways that they could beat you. What they've traditionally done is they've out-schemed everyone, right? They get key players that fit into what they can do, but they're all versatile players. You look at Chenal. Chenal can probably play all 3 positions at the linebacker court, and so can Frankie Luvu. So at any given moment, you can move these guys around. Same with Sonny Styles. I think he could play Sam, Mike, Will, whatever you need him to play, but it gives you the ability to move linebackers around. It gives you the ability to move guys on the front around, and you can create these matchups. And then you'll be able to mix that in on the back end with your different coverage looks. And so, again, it's the multiplicity of the Brian Flores system that has always given everyone trouble, whether it was, Brian Flores running it or Patrick Graham running it, and now Durante Jones bringing his version of it and mirroring with Dan Quinn's system. It's like, again, leaning back on my experience with in San Francisco, we married the Robert Saleh / Dan Quinn / Pete Carroll system with Chris Kaceric's wide nine mentality when we brought Chris Kaceric over as the defensive line coach, and then that became a system in and of itself, and now that's the exact system that DeMeco Ryans runs down in Houston, and we saw how effective that defense can be. And so I think sometimes when you get that perfect marriage, again, and you have the players that fit into the system, it just takes off and creates a monster in and of itself.
So I want to ask you about your experience sitting in the big chair and making those kinds of decisions with all the input and all the information. And you mentioned that the schools want their kids to look better, et cetera. And in terms of that, it's just the misinformation season. Well, how did you weigh those decisions, and how did you kind of decide what's the most salient thing that you care about when it came to making sure that you were making the right pick?
Well, for me, you obviously lean on your experience, but I think the best thing, and I know that Adam and DQ have been able to do this, is the marrying of the scouting system and the coaching staff and the schemes, and having an understanding of what you want to do schematically and what fits. That was the best thing. And again, I had my time with the Falcons. I had my time with the Rams. But it wasn't until I got to San Francisco and being under Kyle Shanahan and him having a profile for every single position. And when I say every single position, it wasn't just saying offensive line, we want this, or wide receiver, we want this. No, it was, we want our center to be able to do this. Our guards have to be able to do this. Our tackles have to be able to do this. Our X, our Z, our F wide receivers have to be able to do this. And as a scout, it makes your job so much easier, and it eliminates the guesswork because you know exactly what you're going out to look for. And when I hired Brian Callahan here in Tennessee, that was one of the most intriguing things that he brought because that was the same system he came from under Zach Taylor. And so for me and him working together, it made it easier for our scouts. And we came up, and I saw this quote somewhere, but I thought it was so pointed for us that hunting at the same time isn't the same as hunting together. And that kind of became one of our mantras because sometimes the scouting and the coaching can get separated, right? And the scouts are just out scouting and they're liking players, but sometimes those players don't fit into what you want to do. But when you're all aligned and everyone knows what they're looking for, it just makes it easier to go out and do your job. So I know one of my co-hosts, Pete Prisco, he's caused quite a stir on X about the whole big board community and whether teams actually look at the big boards. I think teams that understand what they're looking for, I don't think they so much as go out and read what guys like myself here in the media now are putting out in terms of a big board, because your big board for your organization, your scheme, and what you're doing may look totally different from everyone else. If you look at and you study what the Niners have done ever since Kyle Shanahan, Adam Peters, and John Lynch got there, what they've been able to accomplish on day 3, rounds 5 through 7, the success that they've had picking guys, and how a lot of those guys went on to be all pros and pro bowlers and starters and got second contracts, whether it was with the Niners or other clubs, because of the marrying of the scouting system and the coaching staff. And a lot of that was driven by your area scouts and your assistant coaches.
Ren, at the risk of keeping you too long, I want to ask you one more because you got great insight on Brandon Aiyuk being in that San Francisco building. You joked earlier about the unnamed wide receiver. I mean, there really is no secret here as to what's happening. I mean, eventually he'll be cut, and it's very likely he ends up in Washington. Adam Peters, who you worked with, knows him from his time in San Fran. When you were around Aiyuk, was he a pretty good teammate, pretty good guy? And what would you say about the possibility of him getting his career back on track?
Well, I mean, one thing you don't have to worry about with Aiyuk is he's going to work because he's a natural worker. He's quiet by nature. And by no means is he a bad person or a bad teammate. I don't think you can find anybody that'll say that. I just think Brandon is the type of guy that he has principles, he has beliefs, and he has things that he's willing to stand on, and probably to a fault sometimes. And so I think that's the impasse where he got, unfortunately, with his time in San Francisco. But I'm pretty sure, and I probably haven't talked to him since, let's call it last preseason, but I'm pretty sure I would hedge my bet and say that he's extremely motivated to prove people wrong and to show what he's still capable of doing. And I know the affinity he has for Jaden Daniels and wanting to be able to play with a guy that he trusts, that he reveres. And so just him being able to come out on the field, particularly with a guy that he really wants to play for, then having Adam Peters, someone who was instrumental in drafting him and even in his development. That's one thing that Adam doesn't get enough credit for. And AP's not the guy that's going to come thump his chest and talk about everything that he's done, but a lot of the development with the rookies, the day three guys, was Adam Peters led our player development process. And, he eventually brought me along with it, where you spent time with these guys in the off season to kind of help them create their plan, help them become better pros. And he was instrumental in that. So I know from that standpoint, he's worked with BA before and he has a relationship. And so I'm sure BA trusts him, and having Adam Peters there is going to really help him if he, it does indeed end up landing in Washington.
Rand, this was great, man. Really appreciate the time and insight, buddy. Thank you for joining us.
No, man, anytime.
Go get that flag football win, by the way. Let's stay hot.
Oh, we're going to get that. I got to go study tape now.
Enjoy that. Former NFL GM Rand Carthon on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. First time we've had him on. He was outstanding.
That was great.
Was the GM of the Tennessee Titans just a couple of years ago. Finally got his opportunity, worked his way up through the ranks. Very high on Antonio Williams. Had him as a top 5 receiver in the class coming into the season. And I get that coming off of, top 5 is probably higher than a lot of people would have had him. But his great year was the penultimate season 2 campaigns ago.
Yeah.
The hamstring, the offense stinking, I think it changed the algorithm on him a little bit. But if you go back and watch from 2 seasons ago, he was cooking.
He certainly was, and looked the part. Again, the idea, we're coming to grips with this in basketball. There's still some designated areas for football, like a guard is a guard, a tackle's a tackle, center's a center. But other than that, it's a little bit more malleable than it was in the past. So when we go, that's just a slot, I don't know that teams totally think of it that way. And I think we're going to have to start to get used to that. Hence, again, why I said this on Friday, I'm saying it again now, back to Sonny Styles, the idea, off-ball linebacker, low value, that's bad. Yeah, but that's not where the puck is going when it comes to this league. You need versatile linebackers to deal with all the versatility that offenses are bringing, and I think that's kind of the idea here.
Let's clap it up for Darius, who just posted a compilation of pictures and videos on his Instagram from basically the last 2 years. I think it was his first post since 2021 or something like that. Why did he? Well, it's Instagram.
Why did he do it today?
I don't know.
It's latergram?
Darius basically, it was just like 15 random things he threw together. He just posted them. He's like, I just got around to this today, so here's some stuff I've been doing over the last 3 years. Great use of the Instagram. I love it.
Huh.
I'm just I don't know, a procrastinator when it comes to posting things on social media. And today was just one of those days where I was like, you know what? Why not?
What's interesting to me is you are a Twitch active streamer.
Not as active as I used to be.
Fair enough, but like you can do that. Like that's the most real time thing in the world. It's like I'm playing a video game and you could see me. You could voyeuristically see me do my thing. But when it comes to Instagram, it's not like at some point, Graham. It's like right now. It's not really real.
It's in 2 years, Graham, to Darius. I left the comment and I said, I can't wait for your reaction video to the Emmanuel Forbes pick. He'll get around to that in 2029. He's like, just wanted to let you guys know how I feel about the draft from when Ron Rivera took Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah, I love the Jamin Davis pick, LOL. If it stings too bad on the comments, do they deactivate your account, Darius?
I'm not quite catching that.
Like joke. In other words, if the first comment's too harsh of a zing, do they just shut your whole account down for a little bit? Because Greg got you there.
I mean, he did get me. It's a good one. I mean, it was one of those things where I pulled out my Instagram and I got a bunch of new followers from a reel that Grant posted a couple of weeks ago, where I guess he was joning on me for liking the NATS Nats. Oh,
yeah. So I got a ton of new followers
tough.
from that, and I just accepted all those new followers, and I was like, I'm here now.
I'm gonna treat them.
That's a whole nother story, by the way, which we could get into tomorrow.
How
But
many shows do we have?
I did post a video on this. So Darius is sitting there with me at the Nats game. He's feeling good. The sun is beating down on us. We're watching some baseball.
Just a beautiful day.
And he's like, the other day when the Nats hit that 3-run home run on opening day and they were doing Nats, woo, I loved it. And I'm like, what? He's like, the vibes were good opening day. It kind of hit me. I kind of liked it. And I'm like, you won't say that on camera. And then he wouldn't, but I got him to. And I hope he got beat up pretty good in the comments. I'm not really sure. He's a nice guy. Maybe people took it easy on him. But that was one of your worst takes in a while. The Nats, woo thing. I don't care if it's a grand slam to walk it off in Game 7 of a World Series. That's not it. It'll never be it.
It's the price I pay for runs, is the way I view it.
Correct.
Like I hear it when they're runs scored, and I sit there and I grit my teeth and wait for it to be over.
Big thanks to everybody checking us out today. We are back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Till